What's happening, Eric?
How you doing, brother?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing well, my man. I'm doing well. What's new, man? You're muted. What's up, Uncle Freeze?
Hey, what's good, fellas?
What's up, brother?
Hey, man, I'm chilling. I'm sorry about being a little late, man. It's raining here.
Nah, you're good, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. How y'all today?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Ready for
Good.
some Knicks basketball tomorrow, man. It's been a few days.
Yeah, man. I'm excited, man. I'm excited about this Wizards matchup.
Oh, and no Bradley Beal. That's interesting.
That is interesting, man. So you ready to feed into this bad deal to the Knicks rumor?
Nah.
Hey,
When
man.
I hear that they actually have spoken, there's been dialogue between the two teams. I won't get excited about it.
Hey, I think it may be done.
Think it's gonna be done.
Yeah, man. Hey,
I mean,
shout
I
out
would
to
like
chat.
that.
What's good, y'all?
Chat, what up?
Yo, so Prince is saying that there's an echo. Is that me?
Yeah, that's you.
All right, hold on. Yo, how about now?
I can hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, well, cool, cool. I put earbuds in as opposed. I had it through the car radio, but now I got it through earbud. There's that echo again, man. I don't think that's me.
Nah, you're good.
Okay, okay, okay. Hey, Mrs. Spreewell, what's good?
How are you, my friend?
I am well.
How you doing, Charles Well? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm excited for the game tomorrow.
Likewise. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm excited for this conversation that you and I are gonna have about Latrell Sprewell.
I was just messing with you, man. It's always, but yeah, we got to do it. We got to do it one of these days, Freezy. We got to take at least have a good solid 30 minutes on this topic.
Yeah, man. Hey, you know what? Maybe we should do it as a video. Like you and I just legit sit together and just do a video on it and then just put it up on the channel.
I would love that. You tell me the time and place, and I'll be there.
Okay, okay. Let's do some scheduling, man. Before we get off, just list your availability in a private chat, and then I'll see if I can align with that, and then we'll pick a time.
Awesome. You got it.
It's tough.
All right. Hey, so does Bradley Beal fix all of our issues?
No, but he'll what he'll do is mask some of the glaring ones until you can get us into a series in the playoffs. You can get us on a little run, but we'll have to address some things in the off season. I think
Okay.
either way,
Well,
and I also think the Knicks shouldn't give up both draft picks for this year. You could only give up one this year and then one next year, so that you keep some kind of draft capital. Some draft capital, just so that if you're kind of just swallowed up with cap space, you still can make a pick in the first round where you can find yourself a diamond in the rough if you're in the latter part of the first round draft, or if you happen
right.
to find yourself in the early part of the first round, you can get yourself a good player still to continue to build this team without having to go and find another superstar to play with Bradley Beal. You just kind of develop and have Brad there too. So
I don't know.
you don't
I
know.
think Julius Randle and R.J. Barrett. Yeah, I think Julius Randle and R.J. Barrett are good enough.
That's what I'm saying though. It's, I'm saying you do it that way where if you do get Bradley Beal and you have Julius and you have RJ, then what you can do is give up one this year, one next year, a second this year, and a second next year, and you still have what you would have normally had anyway, which is a first round pick in 1 year, a second round pick in another year, and a first round pick in 1 year, and a second round pick in the next year. You still have some draft capital that you can take on this contract and not feel like, damn, like we have to make another trade. Because you don't. You can still get yourself a good player, good young player in the draft in the first round.
Hey, so
If I'm going for Bradley Beal, I'm giving up the 2 firsts from this year because when you look at it, if we're getting in trying to get Bradley Beal, our pick is going to be a late round pick. The Mavs pick is
yep,
going to be maybe late lottery. People are expecting the Mavs pick to be top 5. No, the Mavs are on a 3-game winning streak. They're going to start. They're starting to get going now.
Yeah, but
So that Mavs
right.
pick is not going to be high.
I still think you can garner some talent with that. And I think Washington's obviously going to get some of the young players we have in our roster already, and they'll have another draft pick, 2 first round picks over the next 2 years. I think it'll help. It will help because they just gave that up for Russ, and now they got to stay with Russ.
Well, you got to give up. You can't give up picks in 2 consecutive years. It has to be 1 year, then the next year
Right.
you have a pick, then the next year after. So
Listen, it works because think about it this way: it works because New York could give them their first round pick this year,
mhm.
and then the Mavs first round pick next year.
We don't have a Mavs pick next year. It's 2023.
They don't have.
Or 2023. Then you do it that way, and you give up yours next year too.
With the trade, it probably
You
have to
can't give
be.
up your pick in back years.
You can't give it up back to back years. It has to be every second year. But I think what the trade will have to look like if you're keeping
Yeah.
RJ and Mitch and quickly, the the, the trade's probably going to have to be Mitch, Obi, Knox.
No Obi. You keep
Yeah.
Obi.
Now then, what do you trade? And they're going to hang up the phone on you.
Knox, Frank, Mitch.
Ah, come on, bro.
Man,
They're not
that's
gonna.
not
They're not
Frank and
gonna
Knox.
take our trash.
Listen, Frank, Knox, Mitch, 2 first round picks, and 2 second round
Did
picks.
you just see what Justin Holiday went for?
I'm telling you, you give them 4 draft picks and 3 players.
What you? What the trade's gonna have to be is look. It's gonna be Mitch, Obi, Knox, 1 pick from this year, 2 picks from 2023, and you're gonna have to throw 2 pick swaps in there. You're
Yep.
gonna have that's. You're gonna have to. This is a
No,
guy
I
who's
don't agree
averaging.
with that.
Then the trade, you're not gonna get it done
Hey,
unless you
but
throw in
Eric, let me
RJ.
finish though. Yeah. So the thing is, Eric, you're gonna have to give up something for Bradley Bill. As soon as you say Frank Ntilikina and Kevin Knox, they throwing their phone out the window.
Yeah.
All right,
Because if
maybe
he's not good
Alfred
enough,
Payton.
if he's not good enough, dog. If these players are not good enough to play for us, you know what I'm saying? Why would somebody trade for them?
You go Rivers. You can name a lot of people, but I think you just try to stay away from giving up Obi, Randall, RJ,
They're gonna want
and
one of them.
quickly.
I don't think we're trading for Bradley Beal.
Well,
Not me either,
then
but
at
I'm
that
just
point,
hypothetically.
why don't you just give them the G League, the whole G League roster? Because they're not gonna. You're gonna have to include someone, and Obi and Mitch are gonna have to. You're gonna have to give up 2 players and a bunch of picks. Look what Justin Holiday went for. Justin Holiday went for 4 picks and 2 pick swaps, and he even an All Star. Bradley Beal's 10 times better than him. They're gonna want a haul. So what you're gonna have to
Yep.
do is put young talent in there with a bunch of picks. If you're gonna keep the first thing when they call you, if they call you, the first thing they want is RJ. You say no to RJ, they're gonna want Julius. So then you go, okay, you can have Mitch, you can have Obi, and you're gonna have 3 picks and possibly 2 pick swaps or 1 pick swap. That's what's gonna have to be. Then you don't make the deal unless you get a third team involved.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
I don't think. I think Levine is more likely. Levine might be. It'll be cheaper.
I think Oladipo's the likeliest of all.
Oh God, no. Ugh.
No, we ain't trading
I don't
all
want
of
no
these.
Oladipo. You see his number? He's averaging 37% from the field and 22% from 3 since he joined the Rockets. I'm good. He can stay over there.
I mean, I totally understand. I'm just saying. I think that
Yeah, I don't want them doing that, man. Because he's going to go to Miami anyway. He keeps talking about wanting to go to Miami. That's why Miami aren't going to trade him. They're just going to sign him in free agency. So if we give up assets to get Oladipo for half a year, next thing he walks over to Miami.
Are you guys hearing an echo?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me do. Yeah. Yes. Hold on for a second. Let me try something.
I want no part of Oladipo.
Hey, so how's it right now?
Yeah, I hear it.
Still hear it.
Let me do something real quick, man. All right. I'm a mute you, Joe, but hello. All right, so it ain't Joe. Okay. All right. How about now? You hear echo? Hello. Hello. You hear
No,
echo? Right.
I didn't hear an echo
Hey,
there.
Latrell Sprewell, say something here.
Hello.
Okay. All right. Joe, you hear echo?
No, that seems
Okay.
to be it. It's good.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. Hey, Eric, can you
No,
hear
I hear
echo?
it again.
no, I don't hear an echo.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an echo every time we have you unmuted, man. It echoes. Man, but
You
Eric,
talking to me?
Eric, try and log out and log back in because it seems to be an echo coming on your end. There you go. Yeah, it's Eric.
yeah, see,
Okay.
see the echo's not there.
I was
Hey,
just
so
trying to
what's up?
help
What's up,
help
Legion of the Knicks
Freezy out.
podcast? What's good? Yeah.
You working, Freeze?
So huh?
No, I say you working.
Say that one more time.
You working?
Yeah, man, and it's raining.
Oh, I was
So
raining
it's
out.
awesome out here. It's like it's like 47 degrees and raining. So it's awesome. I feel great right now.
It's gross out.
Rain. Yeah. Hey, so Legion of the Knicks podcast said everybody complained about the Melo trade and then the bad, what makes you think that having that with Bill won't lead to bad decisions after? I understand where he's coming from with that, but I just don't think it's the same thing.
But Beal is better than Melo, I think.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
Beal.
They're gonna echo. Okay.
There we go again.
Yeah. So, but the Melo deal was different in that the Knicks didn't have draft capital or resources to trade for Melo, but they traded the young players and stuff that they had to get Melo here. So when Melo got here, they were cash strapped with no draft picks. So if you trade for Bradley Beal, you'll at least already have decent guys on the roster, a decent head coach, and you won't you won't deplete your capital. So
Yeah, you're gonna have to give up some picks. Like I think maybe 3. It is gonna take I think Mitch, Obi, Knox, 3 picks and maybe a pick swap.
I just find it funny
yeah,
how I understand we want to improve this team, but we all of a sudden have a young core that's actually starting to look like it's going to be something, and guys are starting to develop. And now we want to just trade pieces away to get that guy right now. I'm not saying I respect that we're going over everything. I think we got to let this grow the whole year. I'm not ready to trade for that guy this year. That's just me.
I wait till the off season. I think.
So what's your plan?
My plan is to make the playoffs with this team. We finish 9th or 10th. I'll consider that an incredible accomplishment. My plan is to still draft very well with our 3 first-round picks and then assess the free agent market. If we strike out in free agency again, there's always going to be more guys available. And then that's the decision. That's the time when we can trade assets to get that guy.
No.
That's my plan.
We
that's
have
a
three.
3-year process.
We don't have 3 first-round picks this year.
Well, we have Dallas's pick, and don't we have 2 others?
We have Dallas's pick. We have our pick.
2 second round picks.
No, 1
Oh,
second.
1 second round pick. No,
We
I'm
traded the
sorry.
Charlotte pick for a Rose. To me, I want to
Right.
make a move now. If we're going to the playoffs to make a run, I'm not going to the playoffs with this team or to the 10th seed because of culture and ruin our draft stock.
Yeah, but they're not thinking that.
They're going to try to win.
Yeah, they're not thinking of a draft right now. These guys in the front office aren't thinking about the draft at all.
No, they're
I don't
thinking
care
about
how I don't care how
thinking of
deep.
culture, but make a win now move. Don't go to the 10th seed where then you're going to get your butt beat, and then you're sitting in around your lottery odds are screwed up.
I think
So
Derrick Rose
that's-
was the win now move.
Right.
I think Derrick Rose was their win now move.
I think he was part of it. I think there's another move happening.
There has to be another move happening, and I hope it's a big fish because it's either a big fish and go to the playoffs to win instead of going to the playoffs, getting your ass butt or your butt whooped, and then your lottery or your draft stock is in the middle. You don't want to be in that Orlando Magic where they get bounced out in the eighth seed or 9th seed or whatever every year, and then their draft stock is bad or their draft pick is bad.
So let me ask you this question: If we got Bradley Beal on this team, let's just play this fun game. Let's say we give away 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks. I don't think Mitch gets it done. We'll probably have to trade RJ.
Mitch and Obi. No, RJ's going nowhere. Mitch and Obi, you get it done.
Okay, fine. So let's say Mitch and Obi. So let's say RJ's still here. Let's play that fun game. RJ, Bradley Beal, and Julius Randle is the core, right? Those are the 3 guys. How good can this team be this season with those 3 guys?
Well, the way the East is looking, to me, a 5th seed. Pacers aren't as strong anymore. They shipped out Oladipo. They got LeVert in, but I don't know if LeVert brings them up or to where they are now. Right?
Do you think that makes us?
Philly's playing well. The Nets have no defense. They're struggling, but they're a 2nd or 3rd. Celtics is up there. After those 3, you really have nobody. The Heat's at the bottom. The Raptors are at the bottom. Atlanta, there's a lot of teams in the East are not mediocre around us where you have if the Knicks lose tomorrow, they could be at the 11th seed, and if they win, they could be the 6th seed. That's how close everybody is. But
Is your plan that you
game and a
think
half.
is your plan that you think Beal gets us another superstar? Is that your plan, Joe?
My plan is you wait if Beal is still available in the offseason, which I think he will be. I don't think he's getting traded. He said he doesn't want to get traded. He wants to ride this out. So I think if they're going to move him, it's going to be in the offseason. My thing is, you see what happens with Kawhi over there with the Clippers. The Clippers are capped out. They have no picks. They have no money. Paul George is wrapped up for 4 more years. If Kawhi doesn't win or can't get into the NBA Finals or at least past the Lakers or whatever, he might want out. He is a player option that he might decline. If you're able to do the same deal like the Clippers done to get Paul George and Kawhi, we'll do the same thing with Bradley Beal. But we still have RJ and you still have Randall. and you still have quickly, and then everybody else can go. So then if you have a tandem of Kawhi, Beal, RJ, Randall, quickly, that's a team that could push the Nets for that Eastern Conference spot.
Yeah, but
Like I said, this is fun to talk about. I'm just saying there's going to be more guys available than just Bradley Beal that are really
yeah,
big names.
I agree.
Yeah, him and Levine. Everybody else is a level down unless big
No, but I'm
guys start
saying
asking
even
for.
other guys like Kawhi Leonard's going to. We don't know what's going to happen with Kawhi.
Yeah,
That's
we
why I
do.
wait to the off
Yeah,
season. I
we
try.
do.
I try. Well, you think he's going to re-sign, right?
He's gonna stay right in
Right.
LA.
Yeah.
He may.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, if he loses, why would he? When he has his agent and his uncle and everyone's in New York, he could come to make a big more market because when he's looking in LA, he's the second fiddle. This is LeBron James' city. And if
Right.
they go to another finals and win another final, he'll be sitting there looking. He's the second guy, even
Yeah,
though
but
he's home.
if he comes to New York, I mean, and Brooklyn wins a championship, he's gonna be in the
Brooklyn,
same position.
Brooklyn ain't win a championship unless they get defense in there. They're in a 3-game lead. They're
Hey
horrific on
man,
defense. Oh my God, they're gonna
hey
have to
man,
put up
I'll
140
be
plus.
honest with you. Yeah, to win. Yeah, but I'll be honest with you. So I don't think Kawhi's coming here. But
Yeah,
at the same time, I don't think any free agent is gonna sign with the Knicks. Period. Not any star. So if you get one, you have to trade for him. And if you trade for him, you got to pay the price for him. And if you pay the price for him, of course you're going to deplete your assets, right? I mean, we can look at it, with wishful thinking and stuff and be positive, but our history tells us a bona fide superstar is not gonna sign here. You know what I'm saying? But I tell you what, I'm all for Bradley Beal because when you look at how we lose games, our deal is we lose games in the fourth quarter because we just Julius Randle is exhausted from carrying the team for 3 quarters, and we don't have a closer. If we get a Bradley Beal, if we can close with a Derrick Rose, Bradley Beal, R.J. Barrett, Julius Randle, and Mitch, I think that might be able to get us to the second round of the playoffs at the very least.
Mitch will be gone if Beal's here.
Well, yeah, you're right. You got a point. Yeah, you got a
You
point.
got
Yeah.
Mitch, Obi, Knox, and picks. Should probably
and
get
then
him
there's
done.
another move you gotta make. You gotta get a center somewhere.
Yeah.
Now,
So is
let's
DeMar
go. Let's.
DeRozan available?
Well, you can. You can get Andre Drummond if he gets bought out. You look at
The
Andre
thing
Drummond.
about the thing about DeRozan, he's
Oh
like he plays the game like RJ. You just have two RJs,
Yeah.
and that's just really
no,
difficult.
If you
I
didn't
think
have
nah.
RJ, yeah.
Nah,
DeRozan's more
man. First of
reliable, in my
I
opinion.
know,
first of
but
all, one dude is an elite athlete, right, and the other one is not, right. Let's not confuse, DeMar DeRozan with R.J. Barrett because my man likes mid range stuff in the mid range. R.J. Barrett is not DeMar DeRozan. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. I mean, one dude is
what
top
I'm
20
saying
speed
is,
in the NBA.
what I'm saying is, you get the same if wherever they get their points at, they get it from the same spots. So
Neil,
whether he's at more athletic or he's faster or
yeah,
he's prettier on the reverse layup, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is they both get their baskets from the same place on the floor. It's
mid
not going to
range.
work out. You just might as well stay with what you got.
I don't think we'll
So
have
so
as
so
many
what so what so what so what is
inconsistent nights.
right? So it's right. That's why I agree. I was gonna say. So where does RJ get his buckets from? Don't say at the rim because he's terrible at the rim.
He's
Well,
not
it
You know what I
terrible
mean?
is.
at the
Don't say
rim.
in the mid range of the post.
He does get it at the mid range and he gets
RJ
it at the
Barrett's not
rim.
terrible.
He is not terrible at the rim. He gets it in the mid range and he gets it at the rim because he definitely doesn't
Eric,
get it enough.
the
He
dude
doesn't
shoot.
get it enough at the
That's
three.
no, that's BS. That's BS. And saying it over and over don't make it right. The dude shoots 48% at the rim. The league average is 62%. The dude shoots 48. The league average is 62. And you
Okay,
just
what does he
said
shoot in
wasn't
the paint?
terrible at the
But
rim.
where
What does he
else
shoot
does
in
he
the
get his
restricted
points
area?
from,
What
Freezy?
does he
Where else does he get
shoot in the
points?
restricted area?
At the rim is at the rim. At the rim is
And what
one
does
to
he
three
shoot?
feet.
What does he shoot? What does he shoot from 15 in?
Now see now you change it. Now you changing
No,
the
I
point.
didn't. I said he gets it from the same
Yeah.
areas. He gets it. He
No.
gets it from the same areas DeRozan. If he's not going to the basket to try to get a bucket, he's shooting the 15-footer. That's what RJ's game is. They're both very
But
similar.
The same
DeRozan's not out there
ability.
shooting threes. the whole
So
game.
you're saying that there's no in between. Listen to what that sounds like. You just said
Let's
there's
see what
basically you said
DeRozan's
there's no in
field goal
between.
percentage is this year and 3-point. Let's see. I know he doesn't shoot a lot of threes. That's fair.
Pop
They
told him
both
not
do the same
to shoot
thing.
three. He's only allowed to shoot like 1 or 2 threes a game, if even.
I mean, to be honest, they're
He's still
both
good.
probably
I know
just
he's. I mean, how old is DeRozan? How old is he?
probably like 31.
Yeah, and his
Yeah.
career average, I think, is like 30% from three, 29, 30,
Okay.
I think.
Right.
And that's what RJ might be a little bit better from three to DeRozan, but he's not the athlete for he's right. But they do eat in the same area. They eat inside and they eat in the mid range. They don't make threes. Thing about RJ is RJ gets to the line a little
Right.
bit more.
So DeRozan is
Yeah. RJ
shooting
will. Yeah. RJ will
48%
make
from
threes.
the field. 48.6% from the field. You're right. He only takes 2 threes attempts a game.
Told you
33.3%
they
from
don't they
three.
don't shoot no
Oh,
threes. They
his
play. They
shooting
make the
got
same kind
better.
of basket.
Yeah. Yeah, DeRozan
Wait.
was
Okay.
more threes in
So you
Toronto.
keep wait, but y'all keep comparing. So y'all keep comparing like, but it's not objective. So what's RJ Barrett shooting from the floor, and what's RJ Barrett shooting from three? Because y'all said they
RJ
occupy the
Barrett.
same space.
Field, I
I'll,
think.
I'll
43
tell you right
and
now.
29 from three. I think it's something like that.
Yeah, RJ's only shooting 43% from the field, 28.7% from three. Not very
I
good.
mean,
So how
He
was that
does
even
take
comparable? That's
3.5
crazy.
threes a game.
Yeah, that's not even comparable. But
But
what I'm saying
it
is
is
his
comparable
his field goal is better than
dog, is
last year. I
that
think he was shooting
that how
40%
is that
last
not
year.
how is that comparable when one dude is efficient and the other one's not?
because just because he's making the shots doesn't mean that they're not going to be in the same space on the floor, and they don't really shoot that well. So they're
Oh,
not going to be
okay.
at the three. They're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to say DeRozan go to the top of the key at the 3-point line and stay there. Hopefully a guy doesn't double me because you can't shoot and go follows you. That's the only. They're both going to be in that same area, 15
Yeah, no,
feet and in. It's going to take
Wait.
too
DeRozan's a
much
lot,
space.
DeRozan's a
Then
lot
you have
more
the big
efficient.
guys in
He
there.
So
shoots
so you're saying, hey, DeMar DeRozan, go somewhere else. Don't shoot where you're effective from. Go occupy the space so RJ Barrett can come here and miss shots. That's what you said just now, basically.
What I'm saying is, you would let them shoot that, both of them. You're not going to worry about that. You're going to worry about the guy in the lane. And if they're both in the lane, then now you got the center in there. You got him, and who's in the out on the in the corner.
Julius eats in there too. Everybody, if you
Exactly.
brought in Rose, it's
Who's
be
going to be at the top of the key,
logjam.
waiting for the basketball to shoot it, and you
Nobody
feel good
outside
about that
Payton.
shot. Alfred Payton.
Yeah. No, because that's literally
It doesn't make sense to get that guy. If
DeMar
you're going to go
DeRozan,
get somebody at a high price, DeRozan's going to cost you a first round pick. If you're going to get somebody at that price, you got to get somebody that can shoot a
yeah.
3-point shot who can spread the floor.
If you have Peyton, RJ, DeRozan, Randall, and Mitch, oh my God, all of them like to work in or around the
Oh
paint.
my God.
That'd be a clog jam. Who's shooting
Hey,
threes?
Mr. Sprewell, you want to right?
Say it again.
No, I got you. I understand what you're saying. I mean, he asked who would shoot threes in space floor if we traded for
I
DeMar
want
DeRozan.
Jody Meeks. I think Jody Meeks wants to come back to the NBA. He's from Kentucky. Give him $300K. He can still not. He's a great 3-point shooter. I've always thought Jody Meeks could help. So I would, if I'm Kenny Payne, I'd call him.
Who?
Right.
Convince
Jody
Mr.
Meeks.
Jody Meeks.
Who's that?
Yeah.
You
You don't know who
Jody
Jody
Meeks?
Meeks is?
No.
He played for the Lakers. He
Look
played
him
for the
up.
Pistons.
Look up his 3-point percentage in the NBA. Come on. Come
What's
on.
his
He was good.
Not only that, but if that's the case, I'll get a guy who's on a team. I'll go get JJ Redick.
I'll take JJ Redick. That's
Get
fine.
Kyle Korver out of retirement. Oh no, Kyle Korver's not retired. He's just not picked up.
We need shooting. We all understand we need shooting.
Right.
Was it
Right.
That's what it
Jody
is.
Yeah,
Bates?
we definitely.
Jody
Yeah,
Bates?
we definitely need shooting. Man.
Meeks.
Meeks?
Meeks.
You know, we only get Kentucky guys. Come on, man. Give him a call.
He's young. He's only what? 33.
Before he goes to Ice Cube's league. He can come back.
Let's see his stats.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tone Wu. It's my dude. I like Tone Wu.
Jesus,
Yeah,
his last
Tone
his
Wu,
last season he shot 53% from 3 off 5 attempts. Yeah, I'd take him.
Yeah, man.
They only averaged 6 points.
Yeah,
He's just a knockout. He just makes threes. That's all he
hey,
does.
but he's a spot up guy though, Joe. He's spot up for sure. But when he gets hot though, he can look.
Then we might as well would have kept freaking Wayne Ellington.
Yeah, he's balling out with the truth.
Yeah, he's the same kind of player Jody Meeks is. He just wasn't hot.
Now, and he couldn't hit. He couldn't buy a basket. He was building a brick. He was building a new project building down on Park Avenue when he was here.
Come on, what's wrong with the projects now? What's up?
No, building a new apartment building on Park Avenue. That's what he was
I just
doing.
remember when Fizdale would have him come off that curl, the only one play that he would run with Ellington coming off a screen that from all the way from the opposite side of the court, and he would brick those constantly. It's kind of fun.
But see, at least Fizz was running screens. We have Thibodeau don't run no off ball screens for nobody.
Yeah, we got to do more of
No,
that.
he does it.
He doesn't do a lot of it.
If he had the personnel to do it.
Knox would be a perfect hit. And Knox would be excellent in that situation, I think. At least for
Knox is afraid to get out of the corner.
Or that wing.
Oh man,
Knox is busy playing Fortnite.
You seen one of them passes? Randall thought he was at the wing and he was still standing in the corner. He couldn't even.
He never rotated.
Wow.
I saw that
he
play.
never rotated. He should have took a foot or two over, but he just would not leave the corner.
That's true. That's funny.
This is the same with Frank Ntilikina. He'll dribble up half court, he'll pass it to somebody, and he'll go stand hide in the corner.
I think Knox is going to get an opportunity again at some point.
If someone gets hurt, yeah. We see it now. Rivers is out. Like Tibbs isn't taking no bull. If you're not playing well, you're out.
If you're not playing well, you're going to be out of the rotation.
Yeah, that's it. You see, Rivers didn't play well for a while. He went and traded for Rose, and he sat River down.
Yeah.
Let's trade RJ.
No.
For what? What are you giving me? You got to give me an all-star, top 5 player.
Let's put RJ in an all-star trade. You get a superstar back. Let's do it.
No, not a superstar. I mean, like a mega top 5 player in the league. I want.
No, he's not that close. I'll sell high, but nobody's gonna. They'll just laugh at me if I say I want a top 5 player in the league for RJ.
RJ at worst is a great 6th man off the bench in the NBA.
And that's fine. So a team that's a playoff team could use him. We could do a 3-way deal. Get a young star.
Well, he can't. He's not a great shooter, and that Joe. That's always going to be a problem.
Yeah, but he can get better. You see, he's getting better the last couple of games.
Sure, he can get better.
20 years old. We gotta relax with RJ.
I'm just saying hypothetically.
I'm not trading him.
RJ is averaging 18 points. Knox, Frank have never sniffed 18 points in their career. RJ's doing it in his second year. Them bums are sitting around for 4 years. Have never got past 10 points.
Joe, I agree, but there's also down the stretch of games. You can't deny the fact that Tibbs is going to have some big decisions. If Burks is playing hot and making jump shots, RJ might have to sit sometime.
Yeah,
he's already done it.
I don't mind that either. RJ's still young. If you're trying to win games and he's not playing well, pull him like everybody else. But the thing about RJ went through that 4 or 5 game slump. He was terrible, and he come back and started lighting it up.
He had a great 6 or 7 games.
He doesn't give up. He's that dog mentality where he won't give up.
I agree. I don't want to trade him.
You see, Knox might get hot for 2 or 3 games. The next thing,
man,
he misses a couple of shots.
Did y'all just legit say? Huh? Did y'all legit just say if Alec Burks get hot, you might have to sit RJ Barrett? Is that what I heard?
It's happened.
I said that. Yeah, that's me.
And I agree with that. It's happened.
It's happened already.
We couldn't shoot. Freezy, in the last 5 minutes of that Heat game, we could not buy a jump shot. We settled for way too many. We were having Elfrid Payton, R.J. Barrett, Bricken. You got to get more shooting on the floor.
Well, that. Do you know what that Miami loss is on Tibbs? I put that loss on Tibbs. You went and traded for a closer and you left him on the bench for Elfrid Payton the last 3 minutes. You need a guy. Rose is hot.
I thought Rose deserved to close, but I don't think Tibbs was ready to make that move just yet. I mean, I agree. He should have stayed in, but I think the next time that happens, he's going to stick with Rose.
No, but that's cute. That's cute. He's not ready. Oh, it's cute. He costs us a game.
He just got here.
It don't matter.
No, I just think
Rose is a vet. Rose got off the plane. He was the best player on the floor.
I was saying the same thing you were, Joe, but you also have to acknowledge that it's going to happen.
It's 3 minutes.
I get it,
Joe. I also think that
I wanted him to finish. To be fair, too, I'm not disagreeing with you.
We would have won that game if Rose was in there. We would have closed.
I think he wanted to do it, but I also think he wanted to keep the guys that have been here with this team already for the first every other game they played. They've been together. They figured it out a way to win games like this down the stretch too. So you don't just give the ball to the man who just came in this morning off a plane to join the team, didn't even do shoot around and have a practice and give him those minutes. You try to let him earn it just like you made these young guys earn it. And that was his big mantra. You got to earn it if you want to play. And I understand that Rose is a vet, former MVP, and he's played well this season, even up with Detroit, 14 points a game. But these are the guys that were here the whole way. And Tibbs has to allow them to try to get that opportunity too. Because if he doesn't, he'll lose the locker room.
So I think Tibbs overthought it. Like my Joe, can I just say one thing and then I just because I'm passionate about this one. I think he made the right decision in the first Miami Heat game. If you remember, at the end of the game, he let Quickly finish that game out. Payton wasn't on the floor to finish that game. I think Tibbs usually will go with the guys. Rose just got here, and he probably said, I don't want to put Rose out there right away. Rose is a vet, to Joe's point. Rose probably gave him the best chance to win the way Rose was playing that game. I know he gave them the best chance to win. So moving forward, it's got to be the best guys that can close. There can't be hurt feelings. I still think Payton should start the first quarter and the third quarter, but to finish ball games, that's a way different scenario. I do not like him out there.
I do not want to see Payton in the end of the fourth quarter. I understand starting the fourth quarter, but when you have a close game with 3 minutes left, you leave Payton out there because Rose just got off the plane. I don't want to. That's all bull. He constantly said in interviews, I'm going to put the guys on the floor who give me the best chance to win. And in that Miami, the guy that gave him the best chance to win, he left him on the bench. So what he's preaching is bull.
So Stopit video said Payton had a big shot that tied the game 94-94 and was 8 for 16. He had a good game. If you looked at his numbers, you would have thought he had a great game. But honestly, he made so many critical mistakes and also missed a bunch of bunnies down the stretch of that game.
He missed an open break. He laid it up an open
break. The layup to take the lead.
They kill you. And to be fair, I'll give Payton this. He missed two shots close, and he got him back. But I think that was a little bit of luck. The other team was shocked that, Payton missed the bunny. So look, Payton tries hard. He is what he is. But those missed bunnies down the stretch, and he's done it time after time again down the stretch of games. That kills your team.
I'm telling you, when he puts up 20 points a game, it's probably the most boring 20 points I ever see in a game. It's like this guy got 20. It's boring. Go to the right hand side of the court, drop it off to Randall, or go to the hole.
Do you know what I would like to see? Maybe the last 4 minutes of a game. I'd like to see Quickly with Rose, RJ, Randall, and Mitch.
Yeah, that's the close. That should be the closing line.
Rock it out with those guys down the stretch. See what you get.
Last 5 minutes of every fourth quarter.
And if you got to pluck a guy in or out for possession, you do it. If you got to bring in Noel or you got to bring in Opie, you try to do it that way. But I think you keep those last 4 or 5 minutes of the game, you let those guys run it.
So we didn't see it. We didn't see it in the Miami game the last game where Rose and Quickly were in there together. But the guy that Quickly didn't have a good game. But the guy that is going to benefit, I think, the most from Rose is Quickly.
Mm-hmm. Quickly's
I
gonna.
think
That's why.
Quickly's
That's
going
why
to.
I don't see us drafting a point guard
No,
even.
I think Obi Toppin is going to benefit the most.
Yeah.
I think he'll benefit too. But I think Quickly can now play off the ball more.
Yeah. He can shoot. Let him shoot. And the
He
thing
doesn't
is,
have to
too,
worry about getting others go. Rose can take care of some of those responsibilities. Now, I mean, to your point, Freezy, Obi, absolutely. That's good. I think that's also a great point because
uh-huh.
maybe we could get more out of the Obi that we thought
And
since
you
Rose
see,
is here.
and you seen the way Tibbs was using them was you had runs where Quickly was at point, was playing point, and Rose was off the ball, and then it was the other way around. So they're swapping, which is good. I think that's Rose coming in is going to teach because Quickly was a point guard growing up, but played more off ball. And these two, sometimes these two score first. I think Rose is going to help him out on just showing him how to be a point guard or help him. Kind of like the way Chris Paul, whatever his name, Alexander from OKC. When he was with the Clippers, he was kind of a little bit like he facilitated better than Quickly, but he was kind of more of a score first guard. Chris Paul come in, and now you're looking at him after 1 year. Shea's running the show over there at OKC, and they're not as bad as people thought they were going to be. So maybe if you have I'm not saying Derrick Rose is Chris Paul, but maybe he can kind of do the same type of thing and kind of help Quickly out, learning how to run point. And maybe next year we might not even have to draft a point guard. Like Quickly can be our point, or at least be our backup point.
Yeah.
See,
So
that's
I saw the All-Star voting, and our boy is like 3,000 behind. I think it was 3 or 4,000 behind Sabonis. So can we do a favor for Mr. Randall? I know we want to help God of Moses get that jersey. Can we please get Randall ahead of Sabonis in the All Star voting?
Wait, God of Moses jersey.
Yeah,
Why?
I have to give him a jersey if Randall makes the All Star team, and I'm glad to do it. I said before the
I
season, if
want
Randall's an All Star, he can get a jersey.
Randall ain't going to be an all star. There's too many guys ahead of him. When you
Well,
when you
I'm trying to make God of Moses' dream a reality.
yeah. I want Randall. I think Randall deserves it. There's just too many guys. It's just he's in a position where there's too many guys ahead of him. Like you look, you have Giannis, you have Jaden Tatum, you have or Jason Tatum, you have Sabonis, you have it's so many
But
guys.
he may get that coach's vote.
So how does that work? They just pick one guy, the coaches, like
Yeah, I think
one.
they pick one guy from each conference or whatever. But I think like the first, I don't know if it's like what is it, 6 or 7 like guys in the front court go. But you got to think about it. Some of those guys are not gonna go. So there's gonna be some alternates,
They're gonna
alternate
have. I think
all
there's
stars.
three for each position. You have a guy. You have one starter and two guys off the bench.
So what are your thoughts on Obi doing the dunk contest? I have mixed feelings about it.
Wait,
I'd like to
what?
get.
They're doing a dunk contest this year.
Yeah,
They're going to do it at halftime of the All Star game. They're saying.
Well, is Obi going into it?
I don't know. I'm just saying. What are your like? Do you guys have an issue with if he wants to do it?
Him
Are you
after,
concerned?
nah, because him just after coming off really an injury a couple of weeks ago, and just he's too skinny. His legs are too skinny. I'm worried that he's gonna come down off a bad dunk and break something.
So am I.
nah. I just think that he hasn't. I don't know. I don't know. I'd rather be as like if I was a player, I'd rather be like someone who like got some little respect in the league before I try to do a dunk contest.
Yeah.
I wanna play a
To be
little bit
honest,
first.
I don't want him to do it. I just don't want to see. Obviously, I'm taking extra precaution here. I get it. You're probably not going to get hurt, but I hope he doesn't do it. That's just me.
So are they doing a skills contest too?
I have no idea what the
I don't
rest is.
know. I read a report. Woj said that they're going to do the dunk contest at halftime. They want to get it all in on the same day. They don't want they don't want it on Saturday night because they don't want them going out Saturday night in Atlanta. That could lead to trouble.
They're gonna go out anyway.
Yeah.
It's true.
I mean, this is part of the reason why a lot of players don't want this to happen because they know what's gonna happen after this.
They know, yeah, there's going to be a
Everybody's
COVID.
going to Magic City, getting wings with Lou Williams,
Yeah.
and it's gonna lead to COVID.
Yeah, I would say that, having an All-Star game in Atlanta in the times we're living in right now is probably not the most ideal thing to do.
You should have had it like Indianapolis or somewhere, like a small city somewhere in the
Like
middle.
Boise State or something like that.
Yeah. You having it like that's having it Atlanta or Miami or New York or any of them big
Yeah, I
cities.
mean, why would you give him
Stupid.
something nice?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, because these guys are multimillionaires. They don't care. Once one of them goes out, all of them are going to go out. The next thing you're
about
going to
money.
hear to be COVID. Yeah, they don't care.
At the end of the day, it's about money, guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
That's why the NBA is doing it because they want to make up the money. Because I think they're trying it like, and then New York now is allowing I think like 2,000 people in like the Garden, or sorry, 20% or something into each arena.
That's
Yeah,
gonna be great.
It's going to be good because the NBA, they want money. They want to put the salary cap back where it was for next year, like because they've been losing a serious amount of money. That's the same with baseball. I think baseball's hoping to have nearly at least half stadiums ready for the start of their season because it's all about money.
So I personally like how they changed I don't know if they're still doing it this year, but the year where the guys could pick their own players not do East versus West, and you could just pick your team, like have team captains. I actually thought that made the teams compete harder in the All-Star game. I thought that was a
Yeah, I
good
like
idea.
that. I don't know if that's gonna happen. I like that though.
I don't know. Yeah, who was it? LeBron versus
It was like LeBron and Giannis, and
And then
it
LeBron and
was
Steph. I
it
think
was an
LeBron and Steph did
incredibly
it too.
competitive game.
Yeah.
I think
I
LeBron
don't
did
know.
versus Steph as well. I think they did that a couple years in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done it a couple. I don't know if they're gonna do it because I don't think they want like say Westbrook gets picked and he has to go over like play with the West, kind of mixing it around. I think they want to keep it like East versus West or whatever.
Yeah.
But
It's funny, like I always overreact during the All-Star games, but you do learn, like when you have the best players on the court, you do learn. I mean, not they're all great, but like you do learn like who wants it. Oh man, he didn't take like it's just you you know who the guys are.
yeah,
I'm not throwing the ball to him down the stretch. We're down 4 points. No way. Don't make that. Like ignore Kyle Lowry. Get out of here.
I wonder they're not doing a Rising Stars game now.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, last year that was good.
Yeah, RJ Ball last year.
Ja Morant was doing under the leg lobs to Zion.
Yeah, but RJ played the best game.
Yeah,
Oh no, that was the World versus.
yeah, that was
Yeah,
the Rising Stars game, World versus
yeah,
US.
that was a great one for RJ. He played very well.
Yeah, he balled out. Yeah, as I said, there was John Moran was doing like underleg alley oops up to Zion. There was just a lot of dunk. That was a high scoring game. They're interesting games. Like the All Star game's good too, but I don't know, the Rising Star game is more competitive. Like the kids want to do something. The All Star games, it's like it's no defense. It's just like min wills and it's not as competitive.
Yeah, Winston, I can't wait to see the second unit tomorrow too, man. I think they're gonna look good.
They look better than the first unit the whole game. Last game.
Yeah.
They have a little bit more outside scoring where if guys get streaky. I mean, they're streaky, yes, given that they could have games where they don't make any shots.
Well, tomorrow is a must win. They don't have Bradley Beal's out.
He's not playing. It's just great for us.
That they were bad without Beal. With Beal, they've been bad.
They've been struggling all year.
Beal out of there, that's a must win.
They had the guys with the COVID, so they didn't even field a full roster for a while. They couldn't even play games for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, they lost their big man Thomas Bryant's out with ACL,
He's
and
good.
Westbrook struggling. So it's more or less clog the paint and let what make Westbrook shoot. Because you know, if Beal's out, it's going to be the Westbrook show. He's going to average a triple double. They're going to lose by 20.
I do like Hachimura on that team. I do like him.
Yeah,
He's one of the
he,
few pieces on that team I do like, but they
yeah,
need a lot more.
yeah. That's why I think
For
they're going to
sure.
they might try and just ride it out the rest of the season, and then they're going to try trade Beal and Westbrook, and just go
Yeah.
into a full rebuild.
No way. They're not doing that.
They're gonna, yeah, they will. If there's no point in keeping Westbrook if you trade Beal. If you trade Beal, you trade Westbrook, and you go into a complete rebuild. Because then Westbrook's gonna win you pointless games, and it's gonna screw up your rebuild. That's why I'm glad we didn't get him.
Westbrook is such a polarizing player.
He's
It's amazing.
He's entertaining, but that's the thing is, oh, Westbrook triple double, but they lose by 20 because he has what, like a 31 or 32% usage rate or something crazy.
I mean, I get it. He's just not. He's fun to watch. It's just to win games in the playoffs when a game slows down and the way he dominates the ball, it's not ideal.
Yeah, well, he's not going to be making no playoffs this year.
Yeah.
Uh,
Still,
and
still incredibly exciting to watch.
I thought they'd be a good team though with Hashimura, with Thomas Bryant, with Beal and Westbrook. I thought it'd work.
Yeah. Coming into the year, they were projected playoff team.
Yeah, they were projected to get at least the 6 or 7 seed.
I have not even watched the second of the rookie, the kid from Israel. Is he good? Do we know? I haven't seen a
He
second.
has moments.
Someone was it Buds? Buds is like, oh, he's shooting 57% from 3. Yeah, off 1 attempt a game. He's averaging like what, 5 points a game.
No, he has moments. He's gonna be good.
He
Gotta give
know
him some time.
he's gonna be trash. I said
Who?
this coming out, Denny FG. I want no. If the Knicks drafted him, I would have lost my mind.
I mean, he was available, right?
I watch a lot of Euroball. I'm watching him oversee it. When people were trying to say, "Oh, he's going to be the next Luka," I was like, "No, he's going to be Mario Ozonia."
He was available when we picked Obi, right?
Yeah, he was mocked to go fourth to the
Right,
Bulls, and then
right,
he was there. He was there when we
right.
picked. I was
Yeah.
so glad we didn't pick him. I would have been so mad
Hey,
if we would have.
so was Tyrese Halliburton. Tyrese
Yeah,
Halliburton was there when we picked also, right?
it's
Yeah,
true.
he's decent. He's all right.
I think it was between Obi and Halliburton. Those were the two.
Yeah, I wanted them to trade up for LaMelo. And people were
Wow,
saying, "Oh, LaMelo's going to be a bust." I was like, "No, that passing is too good." And look at you, see it. He's going to win Rookie of the Year.
that was definitely a potential option, but we didn't do it.
Yeah, I know the Knicks never do it.
I think they're just trying to.
I kind of like our guy though. I kind of like Emmanuel quickly.
I think, yeah, I do like quickly. We wouldn't have gone quickly if we took Halliburton.
That's not
Well,
true. You could have. That's not true. You could have got both.
You think so?
Because Quickly's a combo guy. Quickly's not a point guard yet.
So you think we would have drafted if we Halliburton? We would have drafted the same kid.
To be honest with
hey,
you,
I
I
tell
think when they
you,
had the 23rd pick, they wanted Maxey, and Maxey then went two picks ahead of them to Philly, so they went Quickly.
hey,
That
I
was his
agree with
teammate. That was his teammate in college.
So,
Yeah.
hey, so Adrian Wojnarowski said the Knicks believe Emmanuel quickly is their point guard of the future.
Mm-hmm.
I
Maybe
believe that they do believe that. I agree with them.
Yep,
that's what
and
they got wrote.
Woj don't just put out yeah, Woj don't just put out mess. Woj said that 2 days ago, and and Woj don't just put out stuff that's inaccurate.
I mean, everyone projected Obi to be a top 5 pick. Like everyone. It was like unanimous coming into the draft. Like I don't know why he fell to us. That was weird. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go to Cleveland before anything. I thought Cleveland was going to grab him. But I'm
It's
not
funny
mad at
how
it.
it works
I
out.
think Obi's gonna come into his own here
I
pretty
think he's
soon
going
and
to be
stuff.
good. I think he's going to be fine. We just got to be patient. Everybody wants it right away, and it's just not how it works. You can see he has the athleticism.
No, he's gonna get it. The game's just gonna slow down for him, and when it does, man, he's gonna
Yep.
know where he has to be without thinking or asking guys mid game where he got to be, and when he's there, he's gonna make the right play. I think he's got that kind of IQ where
I
he's a
don't think
smart kid.
I don't think it's him. I don't think it's Obi. I think it's the guard play. It's hindering Obi.
I agree. I
No,
agree.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it is moving fast for him.
It is, but the guard play is the number one reason why we're
Hmm.
not seeing what everyone wants out of him. That's just the reality.
Yeah, I think Rose is gonna help him big time.
I
I think
agree.
Rose is gonna help him big time.
I think that was definitely a consideration why they got him in here too.
Yeah. Come here. What would y'all think now? The Knicks, if Obi didn't fall to them, the Knicks were going to trade up for him. And if the Knicks traded up for Obi, they wouldn't have had to pick to draft quickly. How would the Knicks fan base reacting right now if we were stuck with Obi on the bench and no quickly?
Would not be good. That would be concerning.
It'd be a big difference, right?
Yeah, I'm
So I
glad we
think
didn't do
So
that.
so
we're
so here's
lucky.
here's the thing. If we didn't have quickly, man, the ire and the frustration of the Knicks fan base right now would be ridiculous. Because having quickly solves two things. It gives you a glimmer of hope at point guard, and it also gives you a glimmer of hope that this front office can actually pick a guy and have the guy actually be good. And if we didn't have quickly and we were watching only Obi Toppin struggle with no point guard help, man, we'd be so mad right now.
To be honest, I don't think there's
Yeah.
some games we might have a worse record too.
Oh yeah, we definitely would have a worse record.
Because there's 2 or 3 games where quickly come in and kind of won games for us. That Atlanta game.
We would not be 11-15 right now. That's for sure.
Nah, we'd be like
Be like 7 and
8-17 or
19.
8-17 or something like that, or
For
eight and
sure.
18.
We'd be in a
Quickly
bad
just has
place.
that one 3-pointer in like the fourth quarter that gives you the separate. It gives the team the separation when we've gotten some wins.
Yeah, there was the Portland game was a could have, like he brought us back in the Portland game. There's some games where he just literally went and took over and brought us back into it.
The Chicago game when we were struggling, he hit a three that when Chicago made the comeback, he hit a three that got it to like 7 points or 8 points. That really,
Yeah, and he didn't have a good game either. But it was an important
I
shot.
agree.
Like I think against the Heat too, he hit a vital bucket. I think it was a floater down to keep it close. When the
Yeah,
Heat,
he hit a floater that made it a 1-point game. Yeah, made it a 1 point. It was a 3-point game. They went quick. He got a bucket, and then I think we fouled, and then RJ missed the layup. Is that how it worked? I forgot. Or no,
Yeah,
Randall missed a corner shot. Randall missed a corner shot the next possession, I think.
no,
I
it was
mean he also
it was
had
the
some
one where
big
Randall
shots for.
kicked it out to Peyton, and Peyton missed the corner shot.
That's true. I
Yeah,
forgot.
Randall got double teamed. Peyton was wide open and threw up a brick.
See, that's the problem. You can't have Peyton out there when Randall's double teamed in the fourth quarter.
That's
There's
that's
nobody that's a Knicks fan that's actually believing that Elfrid Payton's making that shot.
that's what they're worried about. Oh, quickly, and I might not be
And
ready
so,
to
so
start to
that
run
was the
point guard.
problem last year.
Yeah.
But that was the problem we faced last year. Remember the problem we faced last season was when Randall was double teamed, he's kicking out to non-shooters, and then you were frustrated when he didn't kick out to non-shooters.
Well, we had Wayne Ellington and he was doing nothing. And look, what annoys me, look what he's doing in Detroit. He's averaged like 50 something percent from three.
I mean, I'm so proud of Randall for making the right play. It's just I know we're still going to lose.
It,
It's gonna start turning for
annoys
us.
that's what annoys me. They're saying about like they don't know if Quigley's not ready to be point guard, but when Randall's on the floor, they're running the offense through Randall. So Randall has the ball. You just need Quigley to be off ball to shoot. Like he's kicking it out to the only consistent shooter on the floor is Bullock, and Bullock hasn't been that consistent. He's shooting what like 36 or 37%.
He's actually been decent the past few games.
I think Randall at the moment on statistically is our best shooter at 39% or something, 38, 39.
I don't know, but Bullock always has like a few good moments, but I don't know. It's not
He used to
consistent enough.
he used to kill us when he was with Detroit.
He's okay. He's not great. He's
He's a
okay.
microwave scorer.
Yeah, it's,
He could go
yeah,
0 for
and the thing
5
is
or he
with
could go
Bullock
5
is
for 5.
right, and the thing with Bullock is if you see him hit too early, it's his night. But if you don't see him hit too early, you know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, he fades
Yeah.
away in the sunset.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's that's like our only downfall, I think, is 3-point shooting.
Just don't have enough shooting on the court.
No, and even like Rose is brought in. Rose is an okay shooter, but he's not a shooter. He's not a light out shooter. That's what makes me feel that I don't know. I think they are looking into Zach LaVine, and they're looking into the situation with him in Chicago.
Is
And I think
JJ Redick a free agent?
he's a free agent next year. Yeah,
Oh, so we would have to trade for JJ Redick to get JJ Redick.
we would have to trade. Yeah, he's with the Pelicans, so we would have to trade.
What would they want?
I could say you could get him for a 2nd-round pick.
Can we give them somebody we don't want anymore?
To be
That's
honest,
the thing about.
I think you could give them Rivers, a straight up swap Rivers for JJ.
I would do that. I would do that.
Nah, I would not do that.
I would do that.
I would not do that.
Redick would
But
help us. Redick would help us more, I think. I could be wrong, but
I mean, he's gonna only give you off the screen 3.
but that's
Fadeaway
what
3.
we need. We need more of that.
I mean,
we don't run.
I'm just saying.
He's gonna be
I think
standing in
that
the
at
corner.
least I think Rivers could at least if something happens down the stretch with the team, injuries or anything, Rivers could at least man the point. You know,
I
he
think the only
command the
thing,
guard. Maybe
here's the
give
thing
up
with
Frank
Rivers.
for him or something like that.
I
Someone who's
think
not playing.
Rivers is like a J.R. Smith. We've saw it. There's been a few games where he's helped us win, but there's also been games where he's unplayable. So I agree with you. I prefer. I think we should still have Rose on the team. Maybe we can give him Frank.
Yeah, maybe if you give Frank, but you
Dave,
cannot give up Rivers for Reddick. I'll just wait till Reddick hits the waivers and try to get him there. Then that's the case.
Yeah, I think Brooklyn's going to end up trading for him, giving up like a 2nd or something. Because he gave out a list of teams he wants to go to. It's either the Knicks, Brooklyn, Boston, or
Sixers.
Philly. Yeah, he wants to.
Yeah,
stay
he lives in Brooklyn in the off season. His family's here.
Yeah,
I mean not here, but his family's in Brooklyn.
in Brooklyn. Yeah,
That's where he
It's
lives.
gonna be interesting. We'll see what happens. I think we're gonna win tomorrow.
There is one more move coming. I feel.
Yeah, there definitely is.
For some reason, it makes me think it's either going to be before the trade deadline or at least in the off season. It might be LaVine, because then there's still that connection too with LaVine and Tibbs.
I just think he's gonna cost too much.
But
I'll rock out if I'm gonna get just like a Zach LaVine. I'll rock out with what I got.
I take LaVine.
They're gonna want like 2 first-round picks in RJ.
Because then we're just gonna have LaVine and nothing. And we can't get nobody else.
No, I give
Joe,
him
they're gonna want too much. The guy's averaging 25 points a game. Chicago's gonna laugh at you.
But it's the same. It's the same thing as you going for Beal.
I agree. That's why I don't think we're gonna get Beal either. But I like Beal better as a player. I will say that. Much better.
To me, what I'm thinking is like I want to see what happens in the draft. Like I'd like to see what we could get out of the draft. Depends where the picks go. But to me, it's Tibbs is a win now coach. He's not a development coach. He was brought to win now, so they might. Like we have 2 picks this year, 3 picks this year. 2 picks the following year, and like 6 picks in 2023. A lot of them are going to get moved for win now veterans. So they might bring in, like, to me, Levine would be the perfect one because he's only 25. He's making $19 million.
How do you know Tibbs wants to win now, but I don't think he wants to win at the cost of mortgaging the future. How
I
long do you
agree.
think Tibbs is going to be the coach of this team?
He mortgaged the future when he was in Minnesota.
I
I
think
mean,
Tibbs.
but the thing is
I think
that trade is
I
not
think he
happening.
wants to finish his career as the coach of this team.
Yeah, me too. And I think when he decides to retire, they decide to let him go. Johnny Bryant's going to take over.
Listen, that trade is not happening though. We just gotta sleep on the fact that the furthest we're gonna go is probably like Victor Oladipo. And it
Uh,
sucks to hear that, but that's just the reality.
I'll be mad if they trade unless it's just for a couple of seconds and Knox and Frank or something. If they give up a first for Oladipo, I'm going to be mad.
He's talented, but he has injury history.
I
I'm
look at it.
scared. He scares me.
I don't really want no. Honestly, the trades are not gonna happen for us like that. I don't. We're not gonna get some superstar player, guys.
I
I'm
agree.
down with just rocking out with the squad.
Yeah.
I told you guys, Jody Meeks would be cheap.
You know who I like a lot? Like a guy like a Norman Powell
I don't
or
know. I don't know if the Rockets are going to give up on him yet. Because he's still pretty young too, right?
like a Stanley Johnson.
He's good. He's decent.
I like him. He plays good defense in Toronto. I mean, the guys in front of him are just. But I liked him in Detroit too. He was a young guy in Detroit.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I don't know. Will Toronto start to break it down? I think they're kind of at their cap now, so they might start to look
Yeah, Stanley Johnson is a bust, though,
to
dog.
break it down
Stanley,
because I think
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't think he's a bust. I think
yeah, he's a
they
bust.
were going in a different direction in Detroit,
Nah,
and
he
he
was
found
trash in Detroit.
nah.
I think Tibbs is going to be
He
here
was
a
trash
while.
in Detroit.
I'm very.
Yo,
I really
Feezy.
believe that. I don't think he came here to be the coach for the Knicks for 3 years, take the money, and leave. I don't think that's what this is. I really think they're trying to build it the right way, and if it takes, I understand we all want to win. I think Tibbs is going to be the coach of this team for at least 5 years. I could be wrong, and I'll admit it. I'll come on the show and say I was wrong. People want to say it.
yeah,
They
but
want to.
he's gonna want winning vets. He's not gonna want to bring in a load of rookies. Like we have a lot of
Listen,
draft
they're
picks
gonna
coming.
make a trade, but it's not gonna be for no damn superstar. I'll tell you that much. It's gonna be for like a role player.
Oh yeah, no, this maybe in the off season you'll see a big trade, but I don't know. I think there might be a small trade for a shooter or somebody, but that's nothing big. I don't think there's nothing big yet. Because the only two out there, with only 3 out there is really you have Oladipo, who's too injury prone and too inefficient, and then you have Levine and Beal are going to be a little bit too expensive.
I would do it. I would do for Andre Drummond though.
I wait for him to get bought out before I trade for him. He's going to get bought out, I think, if they can't find a trade partner.
I got in a fight with a friend of mine because I said Julius Randle is better than Christian Wood, and he got mad. I like Christian Wood. He's a good player, and he's doing well. And he just got hurt in Houston. But come on, man, Julius is playing a little bit. Julius is passing the ball better. Come on, man. Give
You
Julius.
could have both. Christian Wood can play center. We're
I
stuck
understand.
with Mitch. That's the thing people are saying about Mitch. Oh, Mitch has got better. Wow. Mitch has done his job. Mitch has stayed out of foul trouble. But when you look at his numbers, he's averaging 8 and 8, which he's averaged over close to around that the last 3 years. But this year he's playing 10 more minutes. Where's the progression?
You look at Christian Wood's numbers; they're identical to Randall's, except he has like 0 to 1 assists, and Randall has like 6 to 7.
Yeah, and then Christian Wood's hitting like 40% or something from 3.
And he's
Like,
good too. He's a good player.
Christian Wood would have been a nice fit, and then you could have moved on for Mitch, or have Mitch on the bench, or Mitch in the bench and Wood starting.
Don't sleep on Julius Randle. Shouldn't sleep on Julius Randle's 3-point percentage too. Now, Julius Randle was shooting.
I'm
He
not
was shooting
sleeping on that. I'm
40%
just
one
saying
time too.
he's shooting 39%. I think now 38 or 39. But if you have a Christian Wood and Randle, this team would be 500 or more.
So when we talk about the lack of point guard play on the Knicks, we got to talk about Mitch. Let's have an honest conversation right now. So we understand Mitch is limited. We all want to see more. Is there more in the bag, or maybe this is just who he is? I just think the point guard play is so bad. They do not look for him even when he's open for the alley oops. Mitch is to me should always be a 10 and 10 Tyson Chandler type guy every night
It should be
with
10
a
and
good
10.
point.
And
But
he
I'd
can,
like to see Mitch do more.
but
We need to see more.
most nights he barely gets over 6 or 7 rebounds.
I know
And
that's
he's
the
getting more
problem.
minutes. The
He,
points I get it. It should be on a point guard. He should be getting more points if he had better point guard play.
they
But
don't
the
even
rebound,
look for him, Joe. They don't
but
even
the
look for
yeah,
him on offense. They don't even look for him.
yeah. No, I agree. So you need a point guard to help Mitch. It should be better. His scoring depends what the point guard does, but the rebounds is on Mitch.
Yeah, that I agree with you. He's got to average 10.
Hey, Mitch's hands are terrible. Mitch is no man.
Hand,
Mitchell Robinson's
I
hands
don't
are
think he could
terrible.
fit.
I
I
wouldn't
don't
look for
think
him
he
either
could
because he
fit his
can't catch.
hand during a basketball.
He's too tall to only get 6 rebounds a game.
But he's too skinny because he can't box out. He doesn't have enough power to box out.
Well,
Guys are
he's got to
boxing
get
him out. He's
stronger.
leaning over guys.
He's got to get stronger. Then that's on him.
But I don't think he can put on much more weight. I just think that's who he is. Because he put on, right, when you think about this, Latrell, right, he could put on 20 pounds, but then they don't lift during the season. So you're just doing cardio. You're going to lose that within the first 2 months of the season. It's just his frame.
I
I
don't
don't
even
think
know
he
if
can
it's.
put it on.
I don't even know if it's 20 pounds. I just like.
He needs to
I
put on
watch him.
30 or 40 pounds.
You're right. He does get he doesn't box out great. I agree with you. I'm just saying. I think he can be better even at his current weight. He should still be averaging 10 rebounds a game at his current
But you know,
situation.
Mitch is who he. If Mitch is who he is, that's okay. We're still getting value out of him for a second round pick. The thing is, you can put him as a backup. He could still get 50 with 20 minutes coming off the bench as a backup center. My problem is his ego and his mind. He thinks he's better than he actually is.
So you guys think Mitch has bad hands? You think that's the problem with the rebound?
Oh, awful hands. He can't even got RJ sometimes is going in towards the hoop and is laying a pass off to him. Mitch is dropping the ball.
Does Noel have better hands than Mitch?
No.
Noel's bad too at hands.
Okay. I think sometimes I don't think it's the hand. I mean, I'll give you. I need to look at that closely. Maybe I'm not doing a good job. I think it's more so the light switch is sometimes on and off with Mitch with the motor. Like somebody in the chat is saying, sometimes he brings it, sometimes he doesn't. That I think is the issue.
Yeah, and it's okay. My problem with Mitch is right. He can be a backup center, and that's not a problem. He was a second round pick. He can protect the rim. He's a great defensive. He's an athlete, but maybe he's at his ceiling or his ceiling is close. That's not my problem with Mitch. My problem with Mitch is I think his ego is too much, and he's going to be looking for too much money. And some dumb team is going to pay him. Some Detroit or somebody's going to give him the $15-17 million he wants.
As long as it's not the Knicks. That's not our problem.
Yeah,
as long as it's not the Knicks.
But the thing is, it's a lose-lose situation, right? So if you don't trade Mitch, you get nothing for him. But if you let him then walk in free agency and you let him walk in free agency, you get nothing for him, and some other team pays him. Or if you trade Mitch and then he does break out, you look like an idiot for trading him. So it's kind of lose-lose with Mitch at the moment.
Joe, you know what the problem is with Mitch? My biggest problem with Mitch is you can't create anything. Like you can't run a play for him.
No.
On the offense. You can't run a play for him. When you're center, I mean the guy gets probably like 3 or 4 offensive rebounds a game. Right? That's his points. That's where he gets his 6 to 8 points.
And how can he get
is on the offensive rebounds, putbacks, and a foul, and then he hits a free throw or something like that. But that's where his points are. You don't ever see them running a play for him. Maybe an occasional lob that they finally get right. Mm-hmm. But that's where you get his offensive rebounds.
Though. My problem is they don't even do the lobs enough. There's so many times there's an opportunity to do it, but our point guards just they're terrible. They don't. Their heads are always down. They don't look for him. He's rolling, There's if with a good point guard, like I said, I'm not saying Mitch is going to be a 20 and 10. That's crazy. He should be involved in the offense, even with the lobs and just doing his role. If he's good at his role, plays defense, and gets 10 rebounds a game, I'll be happy. I'm not happy right now because our point guards aren't good enough that Mitch is not really doing much on offense.
But Latrell, you look at it, right? He gets average like 3 or 4 offensive rebounds a game, but he's still averaging below 10 points. So he gets 4 offensive rebounds a game. That should be 2, 4, 6. That should be 8 points right there without a point guard giving him the ball. But he does it. He misses alley-oops. He misses putbacks. He's at least every night he's missing at least one dunk.
Have you also noticed with Mitch, a lot of times when he finishes, it's like on the side of the basket rather than in the middle. A lot of his rebounds and offense are like the side where he tries to like dunk it sideways rather than he never finishes like a dunk like free throw line, middle of the dunk. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. I think him not going to college had a lot to do with it. I think he hasn't been playing basketball long enough. The kid's not mature either. Like he's crying and playing and he wants to have more offensive role. He can't, he's limited. Finish your
I've
dunks.
never seen him dunk a basketball. I've never seen him dunk a basketball like straight. It's always like the side. Like
he's been really bad this year on like getting those putbacks in. He can get a few more points than he does a game on average if he gets those dunks to drop.
Like it's weird. Like even when he has an opportunity to dunk it normally, like he'll just use the side to dunk. It's weird. It's like it's bizarre.
Like, and he is the athleticism to say, get the ball at the foul line and drive to the basket. If you don't give him the basket within a foot of the basket, he can't score. He has to be right at the basket.
Magnum Boom, shout out to Magnum Boom. He says Mitch is averaging 8.4 points and 8.2 rebounds per game. Okay, I'd like to see a little better, and I'd like to see him be involved even more. I think he can do 12 and 10. I think he can. I think that's possible.
He averaged last year, I think it was 7 rebounds, 9 points. But now
if he gives you 12 and 10, that's like 3 more wins.
Yeah.
But I agree, it's not all his fault. A lot of it is just our situation.
No, but the rebound should be
higher. Rebounding is his fault.
That should be a lot higher.
The
dude's 7 foot with a 7'6" wingspan.
That's what I'm saying. We can use the weight thing as an excuse. That's an excuse.
He's getting like 28, 29 minutes a game, and he still can't give you more than 10 rebounds. A lot of games, he ain't giving you over 8 rebounds. His average numbers look like 6 and 6 most nights.
Joe, I have a question. You remember last year when everybody thought that like he was going to be the guy that we have to give like the max to?
Yeah, I heard people saying that. Yeah,
that's crazy talk.
He was going to be the guy that we were going to pay big money to keep him here. He was going to ascend into a superstar.
I think we just need to all calm down.
I agree.
See,
I'm guilty. They have to make a
too.
Decision on him.
I'll be honest. Yeah. I'm guilty of this too. Like I said earlier in the year when RJ was going through his struggles, like what's going on here? And then he has 7, 8 to maybe somebody correct me 10 good games in a row. I just think with young players, we just got to give them time and pray that this thing gets better.
But how much time does Frank Knox need? How much time does Mitch need? Like we don't have time. We don't have time for waiting 4 or 5 years for these guys to get it together.
Well, RJ's a second-year player, right?
RJ's getting it together, though. RJ's doing 18 points a game, 6 rebounds, I think, and 3 assists in his second year.
So I'll say this about Mitch. Mitch has taken some strides. I've seen some progress.
Defensively, he's staying on the court.
Yes. So we got to give him credit for that. Was a big thing.
That's not credit. That's well done, Mitch. You're doing your job. You're staying on the court.
Yeah, but you got to give him credit for it because last year he couldn't stay on the floor.
Oh, here's the credit. Yeah, here's the max contract for staying on the
floor.
I'm
not saying give him a max contract.
Y'all bugging. Y'all bugging.
We can now trust on him to stay on the floor.
Mitch ain't any worth more than $10 million. $10 million, that's it.
$10 million. You bugging. So let me clarify something first, man, because I think y'all are unfairly judged. So for one, the 8 points per game thing is not just a factor of Mitch not being able to convert shots. The dude is converting at 68%, right? And while I agree the point guards are not incorporating him or Obi, what I would tell you is you can attribute his low scoring output to the pace of the play of the Knicks. The Knicks have the lowest pace of play. So if they play at league average, RJ Barrett would be averaging about 21, Mitch would be averaging about 12, and Randall may be averaging about like 23, 24. But pace of play is killing our output. We don't take as many shots as everybody else, right? Also the thing about Mitch too is teams don't have two guys that average double digit rebounds. That don't happen. You already have one in Randall. You know what I'm saying? You rare. How often do you see a team with two guys averaging double digit rebounds? It rarely happens. We have one averaging 11, so for the other guy to average about 8 or 9 is par for the course for a good rebounder. We have to take these things into consideration. If, like say for instance, Andre Drummond is averaging 14, who's the next best rebounder for the Pistons? It's not a double digit rebounder guy.
Yes, it was.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm not saying. No, it's not.
Come on, Blake
Name it.
Griffin and
Name
him are
that
both
person. Name
averaging
that person,
double-digit
Eric. Who
rebounds.
won?
Blake Griffin and him are averaging double-digit rebounds
Okay, I'm
together.
gonna check right now.
If you
If I'm
go
wrong, I'll apologize right now.
if you go and you see that there's other teams that have done it, James Harden has done it with Capella. All right. You can talk
Did you
about
just say
Westbrook.
James Harden had double digit
Westbrook has
rebounds?
done it with Steven. Westbrook has done it with Steven Adams. There's been double-digit
Okay,
guys.
so you absolutely wrong. Blake Griffin is averaging 5 rebounds right now.
I'm not talking
So
about right
you
now. He's not
absolutely
playing with.
wrong.
He's not playing. He's
No,
not
no, no,
playing with
no, no,
Drummond
no,
right
no,
now.
no, no. No, no. Oh, okay, all right. Well, okay. So he's in Cleveland, right? So who's the second rebounder on Cleveland? You said Blake Griffin, and I looked up Blake
When
Griffin's numbers, and
healthy,
it
it
was
was
wrong.
Larry Nance Jr. probably.
All right, so let me look up Blake Griffin's rebound numbers from last year, just to
You
make
look
sure.
Tristan
Pacers
Thompson
too.
Tristan Thompson's on the Caps too.
Yeah,
Or
and
no,
the
he's not on
Okay,
the
okay.
Caps.
no,
So,
he's the
so,
Celtics.
so, so, no. So last year, Blake Griffin averaged 4.7 rebounds per game. So you
That's
absolutely
not his
wrong right
first
there
year.
too.
Yeah, but he was in Cleveland and he was
And,
hurt.
and then you just said, you're right.
I'm
Okay,
talking
so
about.
now, so what
You
I'm
said
saying,
that doesn't happen. It
so you
happens.
disputed,
Two guys on
you
the same
you
team
you
get 10
just
rebounds. It's
openly
not the
disputed
first
my
time that's
point.
happened.
Right. You just openly disputed my point, but you don't have facts. What's your
How's that not a
fact? Name a
fact?
fact. If you name a fact,
A fact is Russell
I'll
Westbrook had 10 rebounds a
name a
game. He
fact.
averaged it for
Point out.
2 years in a row. Steven Adams had 12 a game. That's two guys on the same team who averaged more than 10 rebounds. It happened. James Harden did
Pacers,
it with Capella. It's
the
happened.
Pacers, Miles Turner and Sabonis.
James,
Sabonis and Turner. Gordon
yeah,
in Orlando with Vucevic.
I mean, I think Freezy's makes a good point. Like, part of it is, yes, Randall probably does steal some rebounds away from Mitch. That's fair. Now, is it possible for two players on the same team to average 10 plus rebounds? I don't know how many teams in the league have that. That's a good
right,
question. I
right.
would definitely think. I definitely think there are at least. There's definitely some teams. I just don't know how many.
But what I'm saying is when I jumped on, I just said that rarely happens. Teams don't usually have two guys that average double digit rebounds, right? And so immediately Eric G said I was wrong, and then y'all search for the outlier, right?
I don't know.
But if
I'd
you
be
point
curious.
out
Can anybody do some research and tell us how many of the 30 NBA teams have that? I'm curious.
that
If it's
have double
10,
digit rebounds, right? If
maybe
it's
it's
10,
10,
I'm
maybe it's
definitely
5.
wrong.
I don't know.
If it's 10, I'm definitely wrong, right? And I'll admit that I'm wrong. But if it's only 3 or 4, I mean, come on, man. If it's three
Yeah,
or
if it's
four
only
and
3 or
at the
4,
slow pace
then
that
your argument holds water.
right, right. If it's 3 or 4 and then at the pace that we play, we don't put up a bunch of shots. I put those 2 points together so you'll see the correlation. You know what I'm saying?
Jo-
If we were a up and down team, a high paced team that jacked up a bunch of shots and then had two guys average double digit rebounds, I could see what y'all were talking about.
But
But
being the
we're
best
the
defense
slowest
in the
paced team in the
league, that
NBA.
means that team is missing shots. That means the ball should be there to be get.
I'll say this though. I think I'm more disappointed.
Right.
Like I'd rather Randall have less rebounds and Mitch have more. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Well, that's it. Randall's taking the rebounds because Mitch can't rebound that well
I
defensively.
just think Randall's exerting so much energy
Right.
that I think Mitch can give.
Right. Right. Yeah. What I'm saying is I think we're doing Mitch a disservice on that aspect. Now, what y'all was saying about my man grabbing offensive rebounds and not scoring, I think y'all are right about that. I mean, come on, Mitch. You 7 foot tall, dog. I mean,
Yeah.
and you basically. I mean, it's not like you're a 7 foot tall Laurie Markkinen or Kristaps Porzingis where you're a perimeter player. Dog, you're at the rim.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on,
I
and,
Mitch.
and,
agree.
and that's the problem, Freezy, is he
You know what
can't
I mean?
finish anywhere unless if anywhere from 2 feet out he can't finish. He needs to be around under the rim or around the rim. If he's a foot or two away from the rim, he can't score. Develop at least a
Freezy,
bit of a hook shot or
and
something.
Freezy, did you hear my comment about him? I've never seen him dunk a basketball. Like when he gets an offensive rebound, he dunks it on the side of the rim. But I've never seen him dunk it straight. Is that? Did you like that comment?
Yeah, man, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay,
He has to exert
I
himself.
appreciate that.
He has to exert his size around the rim. Yeah, I mean, that
I
was a
want
smart
you to
thing.
I want you to watch the games and because Freezy, when I'm watching this, I want you to think of me when you see Mitch dunk a basketball on the side and say, "Man, he could have dunked that ball straight. Why does he have to go to the side of the rim?"
And he's missing one dunk a game.
Yeah.
Like,
There's a bunch of things that could be cleaned up in Mitch's game where he can get you a couple more rebounds. Sure hands, if he got some sure hands, there's many times where he could have got 2, 3 more rebounds and he dropped a pass or he got it
Yeah,
slapped out of his hand or he could have gotten 2 or 3 more dunks by just being able
right,
to
I'm just happy he's a
put a putback in.
yeah.
right.
I'm
So,
happy he's
so
out there though. The fouls has been addressed. I will say that.
I,
I'm giving him credit for that.
but
yeah,
just
I think your point is right, though. Yeah, I think your point is right, and I think it's because Mitch Robinson is avoiding contact. The fact that you said that he dunks away from defenders,
Yeah,
I think he's avoiding contact. I think
I
if he
agree.
didn't avoid contact as much, then he would probably get to the free throw line more.
You're right.
But even his free throws, he's shooting like 40 something percent from the free throw line. And he wants to shoot threes.
And Joe wanted to give him the max contract.
I want to just see him
I
have
agree.
20
I was
points.
joking. I ain't giving him. I'm not giving him any more than 10 million. 10 million's
But
even high at this point.
I agree with Joe. Though some dudes in the NBA are shooting a better percentage from three than Mitchell Robinson is shooting from the free throw line.
That's crazy.
Yeah, right. I mean, think about it. I mean, I think it's Wayne Ellington shooting 53% from three, and Mitchell Robinson shooting 48% from the free throw line.
And he's complaining he wants to shoot threes. Shoot him more efficient at the free throw line before you step out. Look at his form. I don't want him shooting. I'd hate to see him because that it's going to be a brick. His form is awful at the free throw line.
Funny, Joe.
Like
Yeah, but
Andre
I don't.
Drummond is shooting better free throws than him.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Yeah.
Like
But you
even
know
and
what?
what annoys me, Freezy, is though is like right. He's averaging 8 and 8. He's averaged 8. Was it? I think it was like 7 and 9 last year, and he's playing 10 more minutes this year, and his numbers are still around the same. Nothing's changed really.
Oh,
Right.
also,
I think
Freezy,
part of
I forgot to tell you, I'd like to enter my name in the hat for the debate. I don't know. How do I officially enter that?
Oh my gosh. No,
Do I
man.
have to tell
He's
you?
a
Do I have to
full
send you
house.
an email? How does that work?
Yeah. No, so it's Friday, right? And tomorrow this young kid
Oh,
Joe
it's
Madden.
tomorrow. Me and
It
Eric.
just,
Yeah, me and Eric tomorrow.
yeah, so Joe Madden wants to go up against everybody in this league to become the Lawrence Tears debate champ, right? And listen, I don't have
Yeah.
any beef or qualms with that, but this dude is saucy, right? So I do this random draw of names, and I pick some guy named Eric G, right? So Eric G is spicy as well. He don't back down either. So now I have these two dudes debating tomorrow night at 11:45 on the Knicks at Night podcast. And so I'm looking forward to that. And then a random guy says he wants to get in on that action. So I just can't. Hey man,
Who's left? Is there anyone without a debate? Is there anyone free?
I need a challenger. I mean, like this. You guys are having too much fun. I'm watching, and I'm like, this is entertaining. I got to get in this.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll put your name. We'll put your name on. We can't have you go this week, but definitely next Saturday, man. We can see if we can find or find an opponent for you to go up against next Saturday.
I appreciate it.
So Freezy, the rules tomorrow has they changed or is it still going to be freestyle question and then what's the third round?
It's
So
gonna
so
be
we
loss, loss, loss.
no
Three
so
rounds
we
in a
want
row.
to so we had a so we wanted to do is test the rule change in regular bouts. We didn't want to do it in championship bouts. So
Yeah.
because if something went wrong, then we have to redo it. So we're gonna try the new rules tomorrow night.
All right.
And
So
so
how does that go?
what I'm gonna do is I don't have I have them written down and I'm about to document. So what I'll do is I'll announce it on tomorrow's next month or today's next morning drive, and then tomorrow night on the Knicks at Night podcast, and then what we'll do is answer any questions before we start, and then
Okay.
give everybody an hour to kind of process what they heard, and then start the bouts from there.
All right. No problem. We have a lot of bouts tomorrow. There's what, like 5 of them, right?
Yep. I think there's 4 tomorrow.
All right.
It's entertaining. I mean, Kevin Wright, Kevin W, Hoodie Kev only won because he was chill. It was like a different man when I was
I
watching
don't
that thing Saturday
understand.
night.
He's lost 4 times to the same guy and he kept getting rematches.
I was like, "Is this Hoodie Kev? He's so chill. He's like purposely changed his body for this competition."
He lied on his opinions to win the debate. He did any of that stuff he said he didn't
I
believe
know.
it. He
That's what
lied
I
to
was
win the debate.
thinking.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely did that by any means necessary.
Yeah. You got to do what you got to do to
Hey,
win.
but can you fault him though?
I
Did you,
can't.
did,
No,
did,
he
No, it
wanted
was
to
a smart
win.
thing.
He wanted to
yeah,
win.
I
you,
would have
He
you
has
done
to
the
can't
lie
same
fault
to
him.
thing.
win.
Yeah, man. So
It's entertaining.
things all what they are when it comes to that. So yeah,
So
man.
what's the bouts tomorrow? You have Tony. There's Zach. I want to see that one. Zach and God Moses
Ref.
Elijah Ralph.
Oh
Yep.
my
Yep.
gosh.
Yep. Yep. And then it's Joe Madden and Eric G. And then it's Mo against somebody. I think it's Mo against JD or somebody. I forgot. And I'm not by the computer right now. So
Yeah. Uh,
No,
Good
it's a
stuff.
few good
Good stuff.
matches, Joe.
It's fun.
There's a few good matches tomorrow.
yeah.
I'm gonna get my popcorn tomorrow night. I'll be watching.
The one I did remember was Zach and Ralph because they had some beef from one of the morning shows. They were going back and forth screaming at each other for like a half hour.
That's great.
Oh, I remember that one. That's going to be
So
a good
Chuck, I
one.
remember Chuck. He won. He ended up winning 2-1. I think it was against Mo, but the one he
Yeah.
lost. He completely did not answer the question.
That
Yeah, he
was the
brought
Derrick
up.
Rose one.
Yeah, but then Derrick Rose is traded less than 24 hours later over.
No, he was talking about somebody that wasn't here when the
Yeah,
question was,
Yeah,
"What
he was
can we
talking about
do with our?"
Rose.
He
Yeah,
started
yeah,
talking
yeah, yeah.
about what the
You're
team
right.
will make the playoffs with Rose, and Rose didn't get traded again.
I love
yeah,
you, Chuck.
and so what I asked him a specific question, and then his answer he started his answer with basically I'm not going to answer that question. Is basically how he started the question. So as soon as he said that, he gave the round away.
Yeah. The
I
debates are
know
good.
he did it the right way, even though that was fugazi. I would have I would have stood with my point because we know that his point is much different than what he said that night. I would have just stood with my point, did it respectfully, and the fans don't have to agree with you, but they just got to feel like you delivered the point better
See, you
than your
Yeah.
can't do
counterpart.
personal
That's
with
it.
this debate stuff. You will lose. Like I vote when I vote. This is just me. If you do a personal attack, you can't win. It's got to be straight. You got to give your best take. It can't be
I
like,
agree.
oh, hating on the other guy.
And that's what happened when Mo then went on an attack on Chuck. And then that's how he lost the last round.
Yeah.
And Joe Madison, I look like Fred Van Fleet.
You're not anymore. You shaved.
That's funny. I'll tell. What I say? I said you were Joe Ingles. You're
Yeah, that's what
muted.
I said. I'm going to be dropping threes on you like Joe Ingram.
Yeah, yeah, that's funny. They said that Chuck was right about Zach in the chat.
What is it?
What happened? Zach must have said something about. Chuck said that Zach said something about him in another show.
I think so.
No, that's why he was having beef with him that day. That was funny.
Chuck follows me on Twitter.
Do you feel like you have like a celebrity following you?
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess I'm a celebrity. He wanted to
How many
follow me on
followers do you
Twitter.
have?
I think like 980.
You're doing
Wow,
well.
good for you.
Hey, so
I'm popular.
I was gonna say to y'all. So the thing about the Lawrence Tears Debate League and doing the shows and stuff like coming on the Knicks podcast is y'all get a celebrity following and y'all don't even know it. And it's because like with people like I think Joe missed like 3 days or something, right? And people were like, "Oh, Francie, what's the beef between you and Joe Madden?" And I'm like, "Beef between me and Joe Madden? What are y'all talking about?"
Wait, what? They said there was
Yeah,
beef between me and you?
yeah, DM me. Like, why won't you let Joe on the show?
Well, because I missed
Um,
missed like 2 days. They're like, oh, what? Did I get kicked out?
yes, man, yes. Yeah, I'm telling you, and I'm like, if anybody can get along, it's me and Joe, right?
Yeah.
And look, you don't even have to. I don't have to tell you. You can listen to us. Like when you go back and watch the past live streams, you can see how we kind of get along and have that chemistry or whatever. Like I already know where Joe is gonna go on some stuff. It's like when we do the Knicks fix, I can just
Yeah.
ask Joe a question and then Joe can just go on and do his thing and I don't interrupt or nothing. And to me, I sometimes I get caught up in the moment because I'm such a fan of what we're doing. I'm watching it like a fan. You know what I'm saying? And then I have to remind myself, oh snap, I'm doing a show. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's like how I listen to y'all tonight. Like I'm walking around in the rain. It's cold out here, nose running, all this stuff, man. And I'm listening to the show. And I'm like, oh, stop! I forgot. This is Uncle Reed. Let me jump back in.
So what?
No,
Stephen Fox is only doing game nights now.
Yeah, he's doing game nights, right? And the reason is because we do so much stuff behind the scenes, like for the show, like building the Facebook page, building the website, building the app, aligning people to come on, all kinds of doing it, keeping Twitter updated and all kinds of stuff, doing the Knicks morning drive, doing Knicks versus, doing all that stuff that we can't possibly be on the show every night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so we want
It's
to
a lot.
yeah, we want to feature other people, but at the same time, people's commitment levels are different. Not saying that they're um not saying that it's a bad thing. People have lives and stuff, so they can only do it when they can. You know what I'm saying? So we have to kind of balance a whole bunch of stuff. So that's the reason why.
Oh, it's good
yeah.
stuff, man. We appreciate it. I appreciate it. I've enjoyed. when I found you guys, I've been listening. It's just entertaining.
Yeah, I agree.
It's enjoyable. It's
It's been a
enjoyable.
great find for me to catch you guys. Not only join and like be a part of it now and talk to you guys and get to know each of you, but to watch it as a fan too some nights and sit back and just watch. It's really fun, man. You wanna start. You wanna get in the chat when you're watching. You wanna be a part of it and get some of that banter in.
Yeah.
When you're talking about when people are talking about things you're passionate about. That's why I love this. You get to be you.
Yeah, there be
And
some nights I'm in bed and I'll hear Chuck could be ranting on about some garbage, and I'll be like, all right, I want to jump in and just shut him up.
Right.
I mean,
Right. That's most nights. Like most nights when people tell me like what they would tell me is like, yo man, I was gonna chill all night with my girl, but then I heard Joe Madden say such and such. Now my girl mad because I've been up here on the joint arguing with Joe Madden for 3 hours.
One time I see Chuck on 3 different shows, and I'm like, it's 3:30 in the morning. I'm about to go to the bathroom. I'm like, Chuck, is that you? You're on a fourth show today? I'm like, come on, man.
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, man.
some days I'll be on Legion, Knicks, then it'll be on Ron Cleveland's podcast, and some nights it'll be on this. So
Right.
there'll be some days if I'm free, I'll be on like 3 different ones a day.
I saw
Yeah.
you on Sims the other day.
Yeah, I was on Sims the other day, and then I was on Legions for a little while, and then I jumped on here.
So how does it work? And I don't mean to plug somebody else's show, but how does it? And I like Sim, and Sim's a friend of the show. But how does it work with Sim? Like, how do you actually get on his show?
It's like it's like a membership. It's like $1.95 or something a month, and it's like a membership, and then they get it. Once you click on the membership, you get the Zoom link,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
members can jump on because
Shout out to Sim. Yeah, okay.
he
Yeah,
said
that's tough.
he used to do the StreamYard thing, and then he said somebody kind of jumped on and was doing something they ain't supposed to be doing, so he put like a
Yeah.
membership on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
This clown troll. They got on and messed it up for everybody. So
Yeah,
it's
so he put
yeah.
a
I call into him occasionally. Yeah, I appreciate.
Yeah,
I
I've
do like
called into
talking to
him.
him.
yeah. Sim
Yeah.
does good shows.
Yeah, and
Yeah, man.
we
Hey,
have the
I won't lie to you, man. Won't lie to you. I hate to say this live, man, but man, Foxy like loves both of y'all, man. Foxy wants y'all to be like part of the Blonde family exclusively, so that he can like do shows with y'all and post videos with y'all only.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So and so, Joe, I was going to talk to you about that, man. I was thinking maybe we should do the Knicks fix as a video
we
and
can do
just
that.
post it to that way we won't get interrupted by Chuck B.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, yeah. The last time we were doing it, Chuck just jumped in and started talking about Quickly's floater. We were like, "What?"
Yeah, yeah,
And then we ended up just talking about Quickly's floater and Kevin Knox for about 2 hours.
and then we got
yeah.
into an
Oh,
argument, and then that was it.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. And so, but y'all got. I know y'all love like 4 straight hours of Kevin Knox.
yeah.
Nah,
Not
Not
Knox a
not
we were
great
really.
doing
show.
well. We weren't really talking about him tonight, but thank you, Uncle Freezy.
That
I
that's
did
the
enjoy it early on when like just to hear the craziness, but it's not enjoyable.
see
Yo, did
that's an
y'all see
idea
what
for
happened
easy.
tonight
What?
with the Westchester Knicks? You saw Harper.
No.
No,
He went up for 31.
he's a good player. Like when I said that early in the year, like people were like
He's good.
killing
He's
me.
just a little small. That's my problem.
He was good in college.
Was it what? Who is he with? Auburn, right?
Yeah.
What's it with Auburn and small guards? Because they have another guy, Cooper, and he's not a small guard. He's not a good 3-point shooter, but he's an unbelievable passer. He's what's his name? Something Cooper out of Auburn. I think
I don't know.
he's supposed to go like late lottery, mid first, but he's tiny. He's like 6 foot, standing on his tippy toes.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, no,
I
I
haven't
don't know
been
what you're talking
following
about. The
Auburn.
chat, the chat's funny, man. They say I miss Chuck, man. Dude, funny as F. He has me dying sometimes.
No,
He a hater,
Chuck,
but his
I
hater
enjoy
takes
Chuck.
make debates more interesting.
Yeah.
He's entertaining.
IQJ was saying about Miles Powell. How did Miles Powell look?
Oh, his name is Sharif Cooper, they said. Shout out
Sharif.
to
Oh yeah,
Stop It
yeah,
Videos.
yeah.
Sharif Cooper said
Sharif
that's the guard
Cooper.
from Auburn.
Yeah, Sharif Cooper. Yeah, he's good, unbelievable passer, and he can get into the paint and score. He just can't. He's not great at shooting threes, but he's tiny. He's 6 foot in his tippy toes.
And we need a big guard on this
No, like
team.
I don't mind a small guard if he can shoot, but if he can't shoot,
Yeah, yeah. So
then
I'm saying we need to, if that's the case, just get a bigger guard.
like Van Vliet. Van Vliet's small, but the guy can shoot light out.
And he could penetrate a
Yeah,
freaky.
yeah, and
Hey,
he can.
gentlemen, I'm gonna head to bed, but
All right,
Yeah,
man.
gotta get up. But hey, I enjoyed talking to you guys. Even I know Freezy just stepped out, but let's get that W tomorrow, and
For sure.
hopefully I'll talk to you guys after
yeah.
a win.
It should be a
Absolutely,
W.
man. You have a
Should be a
great night,
W.
Latrell.
Hey, you
All right,
too.
let's go. All right, bro.
Later.
Yeah, this is what I wanted. I should prepare you right now for a little
Yeah.
ass
Uh,
whooping.
oh yeah. It'd be a bit
No,
of fun.
man.
It'd be a bit of fun.
No, we're gonna have fun. Listen, I agree. I agree with a lot of stuff you say, man. You're bright.
Yeah.
You're a bright gentleman.
I just
But
keep it honest. Like some people want to like are too like want to win now when they're kind of overhyped. I'm like, listen, this team is just has a lack of talent, and I think everyone got very hyped up when we were 5-3, and I was like, listen, we need to cool the brakes on this because we've
this
just
team's
lack of
winning the Super
talent.
Bowl next year.
Oh come on, bro.
I guarantee it.
You guys couldn't tank right. You guys had Trevor Lawrence on your lap, and you decided to win 2 late
I don't
games.
care. We're not losing. Who wants to lose? That's whack. If you try to go in, you a grown man and you going into something wanting to lose, you soft for that. You don't go in trying to lose
But
games.
you guys were 0 and
You a grown
14.
man. You better
You were
go there
0
trying
and
to take that other man's heart.
you were 0 and 14. That's different. It's one thing if it was early in the
It
season,
doesn't
you trying to
matter.
tank.
You still go and try to win.
Yeah. I don't know. You guys going to keep Sam Darnold?
I hope so. I mean, there's a little bit of two things that are going to happen. You're either going to get Deshaun Watson or you're going to have Sam Darnold. I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback at two.
No. Who do you think they're going to draft?
I think they may trade back maybe a couple picks, maybe to 4 or 5 to Atlanta
Yeah.
and take the wide receiver out of Alabama,
Oh,
Devontae
Devontae
Smith.
Smith.
And then you go at 23, you can go and get yourself um,
You need old lineman. I think
Najee Harris.
yeah.
And if you trade Sam Darnold, then you may have to do something differently. But if you keep Sam Darnold, you can get in the second round at 34, you can get an offensive guard or
I,
sign one in free agency.
I think what you guys need to do is I think you need to get Penny Sewell, trade back or take Penny Sewell at 2. He's a generational left tackle. Like that kid is a beast. And then draft a wide receiver with your late pick. Possibly
Listen, this
move
is
up
what's
if
gonna
you.
happen. They're gonna trade. If they trade for Deshaun, they're gonna get Allen Robinson. They're gonna get maybe like Travis Etienne in that 34th pick or something like that. They're gonna draft. They're gonna draft. I mean, they're gonna get a cornerback in free agency, maybe Richard Sherman, someone who can help because we got some young guys at the corner position
Yeah.
that you can help. That bringing in a Richard Sherman can help. You know what I'm saying? Bryce Hall, he's a stud. Bless Austin, he's a stud. He's just young. These guys are young. You know what I'm saying? So if you bring in Richard Sherman to help show these guys, this defense is going to be much better. Maybe you go and get Barrett, Shaq Barrett, to
How
be
much
on the
cap
edge.
space do you guys have? You
Second
guys
in the
will.
league, I think it's like 70 million, but we're about to cut Henry Anderson, so that's going to give you another like 9 mil. There's some people that you can get rid of for price to make up the money. We have a lot of money, and we
Yeah.
don't really have to pay a lot of guys.
Yeah. You guys I was thinking you guys had a lot of money. Like the Giants, I think like they're gonna expect to have
And
like
if you
40 or
trade for Deshaun
45.
Watson, the reality is he's only making like 700,000 more than Sam Darnold this year. So you really
Yeah.
kind of wash that.
Yeah, and then
He
next
don't make
year
the big bucks until
next
2022.
yeah, his contract kicks in 2022.
So the Jets are just, I think, a couple. The smart way for me to do it was to keep Sam Darnold. I mean, I think Deshaun Watson is worldly talented. He's a superstar. He's probably a top 5 best quarterback in football. But if you go the way with Sam Darnold and you help him with this Shanahan offense, this West Coast system, and you get him a wide receiver, you have Denzel Mims with him now. You get him maybe you draft a running back where you can keep those two picks in the first round and you can get some playmakers.
Yeah.
I think the Jets could be in a position where they could be like that Miami team that, was really bad and then come into this year, make some moves and finish 9-7, 10-6. They'll be better. Maybe make a run. I think Robert Saleh was the right guy to hire.
Yeah, I like
And I
Salah.
think the Jets are going to be in the Super Bowl.
You're not gonna be this. Get to maybe two more years. I don't think next year. I think the Super Bowl. I think next year it's going to be the Chiefs and probably Tampa Bay again. I don't think the Jets are anywhere near a Super Bowl. Like the Giants are anywhere near a Super Bowl. It's going to be a couple of years before we close.
No, I know. I'm just saying if the Jets were to really make hit on the right
I don't think
pieces,
you should. I don't think guys should go after Watson. I don't think you guys have the pieces to put around him just yet. Because if you get Watson, you're going to trade your first rounder this year, your second rounder this year, your first. Like you're going to have to give up like 3 firsts and 3 seconds.
that's okay. But we're gonna still have a first rounder this year, a first rounder next year, and then you give him a first rounder for 2023. So they'll have 3 first round picks. Maybe you throw in. If you get Watson, then you find a way to get a late one for Sam, and you trade that pick too.
No,
So
I
they
think
give
you
them
need to
4
trade
picks.
Sam to Houston in that deal. Sam will go and that to
Yeah,
make
but
the
they may
contract work.
they may want to take somebody with the number 2 pick.
That's true. Yeah.
So I would just flip. What's going to happen is if the Jets are going to get Deshaun Watson, they're going to trade Sam Darnold first.
Yeah, but what do you think they'll get for Sam Darnold?
I think they'll get a first round pick. One. That's it.
Maybe a second.
Now they'll get a first.
Who's gonna give up a first?
Washington football team will give up a first. Carolina Panthers will give up a first. The Indianapolis Colts will give up a first.
I could see Washington giving up the 19th pick. I don't see the Carolina's not going to give up the 8th pick for Sam Darnold. They have the 8th pick. They might give up a pick maybe the next year, but they're not going to give up their 8th pick. They'll just draft a quarter with
And the
their
thing is,
quarterback.
you'll have Watson for more than it's not like he's like a guy that's going to be here and then become a free agent after next year.
Nah, you have him for 4
He's
years.
going to be there
after.
for 4 or 5 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He has 4 years left in that deal.
Yeah.
But if you get Sam, you can maybe pay him a little cheaper because he hadn't proved yet that he's a superstar quarterback. So you can, instead of giving him the 5th-year option, you just find out to make a deal work where you can give him a 4-year deal for $80 million or something like that.
Yeah.
$85 million.
I
He's
think
getting 17 a year or something like that.
I think they should stay with Sam and try and build around him. So I think Sam Darnold has talent. He just doesn't have talent around him. He's at
I think Sam Darnold could be really
offensive line.
special, man. I like Sam Darnold.
He's like no offensive line. He didn't really have too many receivers. His
They
running
have no
back
running
left.
game, bro.
Yeah, that's why I feel bad for Le'Veon Bell. Like he wanted out because he had no offensive line. And that's the key. That's the key with these quarterbacks. Like Jones has talent, but Jones this year didn't look great because no offensive line. Now you've kind of built an offensive line. Now we need to get weapons around him. And if he can't
Stop it, videos.
Huh?
I'm telling you right now, I think Sam can be very good. I just think he needs some help. There's only like 2 or 3 quarterbacks in the league that, man, make guys around them better. Like that rarely happens. You don't see that no more. You got to still build around your quarterbacks.
Yeah. Or who was saying, "Oh, stop the videos."
Yeah, he may not be taking us to the Super Bowl, but I think Sam. Yeah, everybody's got to realize too. Sam he's had 3 coaches, 3 offensive. He had 3 offensive. Now this is his 3rd coach. He has had 3 offensive coordinators. You know what I'm saying? Like
new system every year.
New system every year. The kid played well his rookie year. You can see that he has that talent. And the dude is still only 23 years old. In the NFL, that's a little different. It's not like basketball, Basketball, you want to take your guy to the hoop. by yourself, you play basketball. You play basketball. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You could take your man to the man defending you. You could take him one on one. You know what I'm saying? And put a bucket on him. You understand?
Football, you need
But in
guys
football,
that
it's a
are
little different. You need the
yeah,
guys around you to all execute that play.
yeah,
And if they don't, you have to have the talent to ad lib it and make something happen. Sam
yeah,
has done that too. He can make plays happen with his feet.
yeah.
If he got to run and throw the ball on the run, he's exceptionally good at that as well. He has talent. It just needs to come to fruition, but we have to have consistency too at the coaching level, at the level of making sure that you provide him with a decent offensive line, and you got to get him some guys who can catch the football consistently and
Mhm.
be good and make a big play happen.
Yeah,
And he don't have a
that's
running
the
back.
key with every quarterback. Like people talk about, like Patrick Mahomes is unbelievable, but then you look at what he has around
Yeah,
him.
stop it. I agree with you. Watson had no O line. He led the league in sacks. But what I'm saying is there's only a few quarterbacks that really could do that. It's only 3 or 4 quarterbacks that can really make guys better.
Yeah, Pat Mahomes is one of them.
Patrick Mahomes makes his guys better. Russell Wilson makes his guys better.
Aaron Rodgers, Tom
Rodgers makes
Brady,
his guys better.
Brady, and
Deshaun Watson, Brady, that's 5 guys.
that's it.
I mean, can't really see guys. It's not like the old school quarterbacks where Peyton Manning could have Austin Collie and Gonzalez as his wide receivers, and you're like, who are these guys? And Peyton's throwing for 5,000 yards. You know what I'm saying? It's because certain quarterbacks can make guys better. That's just
Hmm.
how it is.
Man, yeah, the football's going to be interesting. Like the Giants are going to be better, the Jets are going to be better. The Bills look nice.
They could win a championship.
The Bills, yeah, the Bills are in one or two pieces, one good draft away
They
from winning a chip, or at least competing for one.
just need to get like a D end
Yeah,
because their
and I don't
cornerbacks
know.
are solid. They got to get some more pressure.
Yeah, the defensive ends are important in this league. Like they're
I
the guys
know.
you
Like
need.
if they were to go and find a way to get J.J. Watt in
Oh,
Buffalo,
and they have
they
the
would be a
pieces to do
problem.
it. Like what to put them over the top was getting Diggs. Diggs kind
Yeah,
of helped them.
We got no Beal tomorrow night. I don't even know if we have any Westbrook tomorrow night, but there's no Beal tomorrow. He's not playing.
No Beal. I don't know if Westbrook's playing, but even if
Beal's
Westbrook is
Beal's
playing,
sitting
it's not
because
a
of rest. It says.
yeah. Westbrook's not a big deal. Westbrook just clog the paint and make him shoot.
Yeah, Williams right. Stop it. Williams right. The Wizards. He's not playing. They've been said that since this morning.
Yeah, they said he's out.
He's not playing tomorrow.
Good for us. That's
So
another W. That should
I
be a
know,
win.
but the problem is if the Knicks don't get this W, then
Oh yeah, if
they're
they
not
don't
gonna be
win this, it's
happy.
a big problem because they're one of the worst teams in the league with Beal, and you take Beal out of that.
I know, but they can score 130 points.
Yeah, but their defense, we should be able to score on them.
Yeah,
And
but we don't. Even if they let us shoot, we're not gonna get 130. We'll get 115, 120.
but our defense is going to hold them. If they don't have Beal, they can score 130 with Beal, and then Beal scoring 32. So that's 100. You take Beal out of that 100, then our defense can hold them to like 90,
I hope so. That's what happens.
and we should be able to score 100 plus on them because they don't play defense. Their defense is really bad. Like, because they have no
Yeah,
big
but
men. They went and got your man
sometimes
Alex Lynn. Alex Lynn's playing center
the
for
Knicks
them
have a
now.
tendency of keeping these games close. It's not gonna be like a blowout.
Yeah. It should be a blowout, but will it be is a different story.
Yeah, because these games that they lose, they don't close them out.
No.
And then we get in trouble. Then we got Houston on a back to back.
We play against, yeah, we play Saturday, right? And then Monday.
Houston, yeah, which I'm
Houston,
okay with. We could beat Houston, but they also play very tough.
yeah. Are Houston playing tomorrow too?
I don't know. Houston played tonight. They're not playing three in a row.
No, okay. Oh yeah, they play Miami tonight. Yeah.
And they played them tough too.
Hmm?
They played them tough.
Miami won.
I don't even know.
Let me check. I think Miami might have won that.
I don't even care either. But I know they were close. We can't underestimate them. That's for sure. Stop it. You're right.
No, Houston, you don't underestimate. I think Washington it's a should win.
I think they got to win both of them. That's how I feel. Who they play next after that?
Yeah, Miami beat the Rockets 101-94.
Yeah, it was closer than that though.
Yeah.
Like the game, like up to the last couple minutes, it was a close game.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler went off for 20. He had a triple double, 10, 10, and 27.
How many rebounds did Bam have?
13. He went 13, 8, and 10.
Oh, look at that. He had 13 rebounds.
Yeah.
Well, that's two guys. That's two guys who had double-digit rebounds in the game. Freezy.
Yeah, yeah. What do you call him?
Kelly Olynyk.
Olynyk at 13.
Oh my God, that's three guys with double-digit rebounds.
Yeah, and then you look at
How about Houston? How many rebounds? What happened over there?
Houston, Boogie Cousins at 11, and that's it.
Okay.
At 11, 3, and 16.
If they had Christian Wood playing, they would both have double-double.
Yeah, Christian Wood didn't play. He's hurt. Victor Oladipo, 4, 2, and 6. 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 6 points.
Ugh.
Ugh.
That's perfect. We can just send. We don't have to send no players over there. We send a second-round pick and we got his ass.
Yeah. John Wall, 6, 7.
He's
7.
playing like that so he can go to the Knicks.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I want him.
Nah, no Christian. That's true. Probably Saturday won't be no Christian Wood.
Yeah, no Christian Wood Saturday. Yeah, they're not gonna have Christian Wood Saturday. Let me see, do they have any other injuries?
Who knows? They may sit Oladipo for rest. But he ain't doing nothing. He's only giving you 6 points. So I'd rather have him play.
No, do you know that's good? Play Oladipo, because RJ killed Oladipo twice this year at the Pacers.
Yeah.
Play Oladipo, yeah. Because RJ seemed as good games.
Who do the Knicks play after that? Chat, what's the schedule looking like after these next two games?
I'm looking at it now.
Because I think we could win these next two games here. We need to win these next two games.
All right, our schedule is.
Oh, then we got the Hawks at home.
All right, we got the Wizards, we got the Rockets, we got the Hawks, we got the Magic, we got the Spurs, we got the Timberwolves.
We could go on like a 6-game winning streak here.
We got the Warriors, we got the Kings, we got the Pacers, we got the Pistons, we got the Spurs.
All home.
All right, we got Washington away, Rockets at home, Hawks at home, Magic away, Spurs at home, Timberwolves at home, Warriors at home, Kings at home.
Let's go. Listen, we might go on a 7-game winner here now.
Pistons away and Spurs away. So we have only 3 games away from home. The rest of it, so it's 7 out of the next 10.
We might have really helped ourselves kind of staying afloat through these first 25, 26 games.
Yeah.
Because we're about to go on like a 6 or 7-game win streak here.
We should go at least 6 and 4 over the next 10.
Oh, Greenhouse said, you scroll up, you'll see I say 6-game winning streak. Nah, Greenhouse, hell yeah. After I heard that, we could definitely go on a little 6-gamer here now. Maybe if you can get a team falling asleep on us, maybe make it 7, because San Antonio is a tough, they're a good team too, but we're going to have to play them again soon. So I think they're like on that back end here. But we could definitely go on a little 6-game win streak right now. Get some momentum, get a couple games over 500 or a game over 500.
If we're
going to have
looking
something
at
good.
if our records, so you go 11, 12, 13, so if we're 17 and 19, Is it 17 and 19?
I'm
That's
gonna
not
tell you right
bad.
now. At the end of February, the Knicks will be over 500. By the time the month of February is over, they will be over 500.
Okay.
At the end of the month of February.
Yeah, they'll be over 500. They'll
Well,
finish the month
because
over 500.
the end
I'll
of the
take that.
schedule before the All Star break, our last game is against the Spurs on March 2nd. I think if we go,
How many
so
games
we're
are
looking
left?
at 10.
They're gonna go like 7-3 or 8-2.
Yeah, but they're not going to be over 500 if they're 7 and 3. They'll be because
They'll be
they're
500.
they'll be on. Yeah, they'll be 500 if they go.
That's good enough. They're gonna
Yeah.
be 500 or more by the end of by All Star break. How about that?
Okay. I'll take that.
Oh, Freezy's in here.
Yeah.
Word, that's tough.
Yeah. We'll definitely take that now.
Yeah, so they
Yeah,
possibly could be 19. It could be sitting at 500, 19 and 19 going into the All Star break.
Yep.
I'll take that
Nice.
and
because
that'll give you like the third. That'll give you like the fourth or fifth seed in the East.
that'll give you the fifth seed at the fifth. Yeah, because look, I'm looking at the table now, right? So you have the 76ers, the Bucks, the Nets, the Celtics. Outside of them four,
It's like one game
it's
separating everybody.
everybody else is not that good. The Pacers are okay. They just lost Victor Oladipo, so they're not as good. The Raptors aren't that good. The Hornets aren't that good. The Hawks, the Heat, the Knicks, the Bulls, the Cavs, the Magic, the Wizards, the Pistons. So you're
Okay.
basically looking at so the 76ers, the Bucks, the Nets, the Celtics. That's your top four. Everybody else is up for grabs. So anywhere from 6 to 10 seed is anyone can get it.
Wow.
Yeah. What's up with State, yo? What's
So
going on with you? What you talking about?
realistically, if we are maybe 500 or a game or two by 500 by the end of the season, we could be at the fifth or sixth seed. We might jump the play in because you're looking at it is the Pacers are 13 and 13 at the fifth seed. The Celtics are 13 and 11 at the fourth seed. Brooklyn's 15 and 12 at the third seed. So at the fifth seed's 500. The sixth seed is the Raptors at 12 and 14. Like,
And the good thing about that is we don't even play any of those teams in this stretch here. So we do control it. It's not like you have to beat one of them to get there. You just got to win your games. It's not like it's not like you're facing one of them.
yeah,
You
it's
know, one of these teams that are ahead of
seven.
you,
Yeah,
especially for
seven.
Orlando and Atlanta.
Yeah, seven plays 10, and the playing at seven plays 10, I think, and um, eight plays 9 in the play-in tournament. I think then out of 7 and 8, they have to win one game, and then 9 and 10 have to win 2 games or something like that. But I think if we're 500 or maybe even a game or two above 500, we'll be at the sixth seed. The Eastern Conference ain't that good. A lot of teams aren't as good. Like the Heat aren't as good as they were last year. They're going to pick it up a little bit, but everyone else is close.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Knicks could be right there in the middle of the pack. Like I said,
Yeah,
I just feel like 500 or a game or two over by
we'll
the end
get
of this month. By the end
we'll,
of this, before the All Star break.
could get a 6 or 7 seed.
But I think we'll be at the sixth seed there. If we win 6 or 7 games in a row, we'll definitely be at the sixth seed.
Yeah, and then at the end of the season, if we're like maybe 2 games above 500, we could be at the sixth seed. Because the East ain't good. The West is different. The West is crazy. Like let me look at the West. Yeah, the 8th seed is the Warriors at 14 and 12.
Yeah, see, and the East is like the
And
the East is like
yeah, you have Celtics is 13 and 11 at the fourth seed.
yeah. See, the
And
Warriors
then
would be
and
the
then
Warriors would be
everyone
the third
else,
seed.
and then the Pacers are 500, they're 13 and 13, and then Raptors are 12 and 14. So anyone from the 6th seed and below is all below 500.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like
the
they're only
6th seed and
separated by a
below
game or
are
so.
all below 500. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they're
if we win,
separated by a game and a half or so.
we win tomorrow. We're 12-15. We'll be the 8th seed. If we lose tomorrow, though, we go down to like the 11 or 12th. Like we're at the
Now
10.
we're winning tomorrow, going to the eighth seed, and then we're gonna put ourselves in a position
Well, they
to.
have to win tomorrow. They don't win tomorrow. I don't know what to say
Now we got to cut the playoff
because
talk out.
yeah, because you're playing the Wizards, and the Wizards are one of the worst teams in the league with Beal. You take Beal out of that team, they're trash.
Yeah, I think Finley. I think the Knicks first round exit at best. I agree, but it's just it would be nice to see these young fellas getting in that game, getting in those playoff series where they got to play 5 games or you know what I'm saying. They got to play some basketball. That not that regular season basketball doesn't matter, but when you get these young guys in a position to play playoff basketball and they know what like they were part of being in the tournament where you got to win games and you actually are one of the 8 teams or so that have a chance to win a championship,
Yeah.
like or represent your conference in a championship, that gives you a little bit more oomph. And I
Yeah.
think it'll help their growth for the next year or the coming years, whether they're a Nick or not. You know what I'm saying? Whether they
Yeah.
get traded or whatever happens to them. But I think it helps these young guys playing some playoff basketball at 20, 21 years old, like these guys are. A lot of these guys on the Knicks are.
Yeah, especially for the core guys like RJ, and if you want to say Mitch is a core guy, well, he's going to be starting, so it'd be good for for RJ and Quickly and Obi and them guys. It'd be good. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't want to ruin draft stock either. But we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, if we're making a playoff push, I'd love it because you never know what happens in the playoffs. Like we to me, we just played basically a playoff series. We played two close, tough games against the Miami Heat, and if we're
Yeah,
going
you
to be
got to win
competing,
one of those, though.
yeah, but they were close. I think the referees had a lot to do with the second game, but I think just if we had a closer, but I think just that them 2 games against the Heat, it was a kind of like an important thing for us because it had like a playoff feel to it. Like
Yeah,
watching them
stop
two.
it. I feel you. But stop it videos. He said Heat, Pacers, Nets, Celtics, 76ers, Raptors, Bucks are all playoff teams. We are an eighth seed at best. I think we can. I think the way the Raptors are playing, they're playing better, but I think we can. If we get hot at the right time, we can. They have some issues themselves. Um,
Pacers
yeah, and
aren't
I think we can. I
Pacers.
think we can swap. They can either be a 7th seed with the Knicks or eighth seed
I'm looking
this
at
year.
that right. The Heat, yeah, the Heat. I understand the Heat are going to be up there because Jimmy Butler was out for most of the beginning of the season. He's back. They're hot. The Pacers, I don't know because they lost Oladipo. I know they got Karis LeVert, but
Yeah, but they also have a good like Malcolm Brogdon. They have some good that little They got the Holiday brothers who've been playing well. Doug McDermott's playing well. I mean, I know that's not something that we can kind of pin our hands on
yeah, no, but
about
I'm
them
not
being
going to say they're
consistent,
definitely
but
definitely
they
going to be
got
a top 4
Sabonis.
seed. Yeah,
They got
like and they're 500. They're 13-13. So it's
yeah, but they got Sabonis. They didn't have a healthy Oladipo. They don't have TJ Warren right now.
no, they had Sabonis. Sabonis has been playing.
No, I said Oladipo. They didn't have Oladipo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They lost
And then the
Oladipo.
guy that they traded Oladipo for, who was supposed to be their next star, Karis LeVert, he had the kidney
Yeah, but
carcinoma.
the
So
thing is, you can't count on him either because he's been injury prone his whole career. So he's gonna be in and out. He's never played a full season. Nets are going to be up there, even though they're lack of defense. The Celtics are going to be up there. The 76ers are going to be there. The Raptors, I don't know because they're hot and cold.
that's what I said. I think they can find
And
themselves in a position.
The Bucks are going to be up there. So
Well, yeah,
yeah, the Heat, the Nets, the Celtics, the 76ers, and the Bucks are going to be the top
I
5.
think the Sixers are going
After
to the
that,
finals.
yeah, yes, you're going to have the Heat, the Nets, the Celtics, the Sixers, the Bucks. That's your top 5.
I
After
think the
that,
Sixers
it's
are
not
going to the
up for
finals.
grabs. After that, it's not up for grabs. Because the Pacers aren't that good. The Raptors aren't that good. There's us, the Hawks, the Hornets.
I know. I
Cleveland,
mean, there's Orlando too.
Orlando. So there's a lot of these teams are close.
There's a lot of teams there
So
that
when
can win a
if
few
you can
games
if
they can
you
win
can,
a few games in a row.
so if we can get to the 7 seed or 8 seed and get in to the playoffs through the play-in tournament, you don't know what could happen because no one expected the Miami Heat to go to the finals last year. We've seen it years before where, remember the last time we were in the finals was at 99 and we were an 8 seed. No one expected us to get to the final. And we played the same, not as aggressive then, but we're playing the same type of basketball where it's defense first.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that I think that there's other teams that can do the same thing we're saying that the Knicks could do, like win
Yeah,
6 or 7 games in a row that are in the bottom two. Charlotte has a talent to win 6 or 7. Atlanta can win 6 or 7. Orlando can win 6 or 7. You know what I'm saying? There's teams at the bottom there with us
there's
that
teams
can
thinking
also do
the
the
same
same
thing as
thing
the
we're
Knicks.
doing.
Yeah, thinking the same thing as the Knicks because they're all close. Like we're us, Atlanta, the Hornets, they're all very, very close. They've
Hmm.
ran the same record, but some of them teams might have a little bit more talent than us. But I think that the Knicks, the Knicks are going to be in or around there. They're going to be in the play in tournament for sure.
I don't want that. I want to know that they can get a regular season, like if it was just 8 teams. I want to see that the Knicks can make it that way. I would like for them to challenge themselves
Well,
to
they
where
got
they
to
say, okay, let's not just get in the play-in. Let's see if we could at least get in the play-in as the 8th or 7th seed or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, because
Right.
it's the 7, 8, 9th, and 10th seed going to the
Yeah,
play.
not getting in because they added 2 extra spots to the playoff. Get in because even if they didn't have those 2 extra spots, you were still going to be in. Like
Yeah,
that's what
Right.
I want to see from them.
yeah, me too.
Me too.
And then
Yep.
the thing is that the 7 and the 8 seed only have to win one game in the play-in. Then the 9th and 10th seed have to win 2 games to get in. So you're giving yourself an extra day games, like a game off, rest going into the playoffs if you win that first game. Because if you lose that first game, you have a second chance to win.
Yeah.
But the 9th and 10th seed have to win both games. So it's the 7 plays 10, 8 plays 9. And if the 10th seed beats 7, 7 get a revenge game to beat them. And you know what I mean? Vice
Right,
versa.
but if 7 beats 10, then it's over.
Yeah, 7
Yep.
beats 10 is over, but if 10 beats 7, it goes to game 2.
So that's the only job you have. You got to go and win one game to
One
get
game,
yourself a
yeah.
couple days off and get ready for a whole series.
Yeah. The
Against the
whole
number
game
one seed.
against the number 1 or number 2
No, it
seed.
wouldn't
Yeah.
be against the
Yeah.
number 1 seed. It would be against the number 2 seed.
Well,
So
if you're the 8th seed, it'd be against the
me
number 1.
personally, I would rather be 7 because I don't want to play Philly.
Who wouldn't rather be 7? I mean, because
I'm
if you
just
8, you
saying.
play
I
the
think
number one seed.
that's where the Knicks got to think about.
I
I would
want,
Yeah.
rather
I
be
want, I want,
7 where
no,
you can. I would
I
play
want the.
Brooklyn.
Do you know what?
I
Yeah,
would play Milwaukee,
I want the number 7 seed, and I want to play Brooklyn.
or I'll play
New
Milwaukee.
York, New York, better, best offense in the
It's
league
gonna
against
be
the best defense.
Milwaukee. It's gonna be Milwaukee.
You think Milwaukee's going to be the second seed?
Yeah. To be
Yeah,
Philly, Milwaukee,
So wait a minute.
Brooklyn,
So who's the number one seed right now? Who's number one in
Philly.
the
Philly.
conference?
They're gonna stay there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's gonna be Philly, Milwaukee, Brooklyn. If we can play
Boston.
Milwaukee, we could beat them.
Hmm.
Yeah, because Milwaukee's struggling in the playoffs.
We can beat
Yeah.
Milwaukee.
Especially you get them tired after a long season. Like they the last 2 years they dominate the regular season and then they crumble in the playoffs. Like the Magic could have beat them last year.
Yeah.
So
How would y'all
I don't
like?
know.
How do
I
y'all like
want
to?
Brooklyn. I want Brooklyn in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I want Brooklyn. I want to be like I want Katie, Kyrie, and Harden to come into the Garden and try and beat us.
Nah, they will literally smoke us. So
They don't play
I don't want that. I don't
defense.
want that the first series is what I'm saying. I want to get if we can. Let's say we beat a Milwaukee. I mean, that's not happening. I know that it's not happening. But let's say we beat a Milwaukee, and then we got to play like we end up having to play like the Nets
Boston.
for seven
You have to think about it. Okay.
for 7 games in the guard, like a series where they got to come to the Garden, and we stay home. Our players get to sleep in their beds and not travel.
No, see, if we're the 7 seed, they're gonna have home court advantage. All the
It
top
doesn't
seeds,
matter. They're still gonna have to go play a game in the Garden, 2 games in the Garden.
yeah.
Yeah.
And even if we're playing in Brooklyn, our players are home. There's New York.
That's
They
why
still
I
get to
want.
stay in their
That,
house. They get
yeah,
to sleep in their
that's
bed.
why I want Brooklyn. There's no excuses, no travel, no nothing. Just the two New York team, best offense in the league against the best defense in the league.
Yeah, but that also means
Let's go.
that means they don't have to travel either, and they have the
Yeah, but
Exactly.
veteran team.
that's
Yeah.
what I want. No excuses. I want us against Brooklyn.
Well, we're gonna be in a bad I don't know. Unless we make a move, it's a tough position to be in to go and try to play them.
Mate, because look, if they get look, I don't want Oladipo. I'm not a big fan of Oladipo. I don't want to go out and trade much, but if they can get Oladipo for like Knox in a second, if Houston feel like they just have to trade him for whatever they can get for him, because I believe they know he's not re-signing, so they'll on the last minute of the deadline they'll take whatever they can get for him.
I would not play Brooklyn. I would not want to play them. They'll smack us. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but you don't get the
Yeah,
feel.
I think so.
Yeah, but you know, with the feel around New York City, first round of the
What, to get your
playoffs,
butt whipped 4 games in a
Knicks,
row or 3 games in
Knicks.
a row? I don't want to see that.
You don't know if they're definitely going to smack us.
Come on, it'll be, and then what? To lose 3 games by 2, and then 1 game by 25.
It don't matter. It's the feeling of it. We're
I don't
gonna
want
get
that
we're
feeling.
gonna
I'd rather
get
have the
beat.
feeling of having a chance.
Yeah, but we're gonna get beat in the first round unless we make a major move. Unless like an Oladipo, even though I'm not a big fan of him, at least like an Oladipo or Levine or Beal come in. I don't think there's gonna be a chance unless one of them guys come in. Oladipo, I maybe can see coming in and helping us a little bit.
Right.
If I only want him on the cheap. If we have to give up Knox in a second rounder, I'm all for it. But any more than that, I'm good.
For who?
For Oladipo.
Oh,
I'm not giving up the house. I'm not giving up first round picks for him.
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
me
not me.
either.
So he can
No,
walk.
especially
No.
he's injury prone and he's gonna leave. They all know it's
Yo, would you
rumors that
take
he's
Boogie
going to
Cousins?
Miami. I'd take Boogie Cousins in a
Would you
deal.
take
Yeah.
Boogie Cousins and Oladipo for
Yeah.
Mitch? Listen, for Mitch, Knox, and a second-round pick.
Not for Mitch, no.
Nah, they
Boogie
ain't gonna
Cousins
get.
on
Nah, man.
Boogie Cousins
Oladipo
only
is
on a
worth more
1
than
year
that.
deal. Boogie Cousins only on a 1 year deal
On a
too,
1
so
year
he
deal.
might walk.
I know, but you got to get something from.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mitch
I
is
don't.
not
Yeah.
coming
I don't.
back.
Well, no,
Yeah.
Mitch
Mitch
is
is
another
gone.
year. Mitch is one more year next year.
They didn't. I don't know. Did they pick up his option?
They picked up his
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
picked up
Yeah.
his option. I think.
Yeah. They pick up his
So he got
option
it.
every year. This is the second year in a row, and
Yeah,
then
they're
next
not
year will be the
gonna.
third
He's
year in a
only
row.
making $1.7 million. They're not gonna pick up the option. It's a cheap option.
He's
Right.
gone anyway. So
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
unless I don't see him staying. I don't think the Knicks are gonna be stupid enough to give him his 15 million like he
I
wants.
know. So then that's why the next deal that someone thinks, man, Mitchell Robinson's going to be a stud in this league. Okay, well, give me this guy for him. You got to trade
That's
him.
why I'd use him in a bigger trade. I wouldn't use him to get.
Exactly.
I wouldn't use him to get Oladipo and Boogie Cousins, because both of them are gonna. Well, Boogie might resign for a year, but Oladipo's gonna walk.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not giving up first round picks for Oladipo. No way. If they do, I'm gonna be so mad. I just don't want no.
My man, Kevin.
What's good, man?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening.
I can't hear
Hey,
you. Speak
man.
up a little bit.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You
can. I
sound
can hear you.
far.
You know, I
So
was
what's good?
I was chilling.
What's good, Hoodie
I
Cat?
was chilling in my house. I was watching the show, and then Joe Madden turns it into trades at night.
What are you talking? No, we were just
And
this.
Ladies and
the
gentlemen,
most
welcome to the
ridiculous
Trades at Night podcast.
with Joe Madden, and it's like some of the most ridiculous takes.
Oh, so you're gonna come in and turn it into
I
knocks
hate
at night now?
I hate.
No,
It's not. I'm gonna
No,
talk
he
about.
heard me. He heard me say trade
eh,
Knox in a second rounder for Oladipo, and he
But,
jumped
but
right
but
in.
listen to how that
It woke
sounds
him up.
though.
It woke him up out of bed.
No, but listen to
eh,
how that sounds. Let's trade Kevin
but we all
Knox.
know, Joe's nickname on the show is the Fixer. Joe is the fixer. That's why when he come on, he be wanting to fix stuff.
I'm gonna call him Trader Joe. I know that store, Trader
Trader
Joe's.
Joe.
Wow.
That's Joe Mann's new name, Trader Joe.
Okay.
You should you should rock with that, Joe. That's a good one. I
Why?
like
Because I want to make moves to make this team better instead of riding with some of the trash we have, like Kevin Knox sitting on the bench being useless.
Okay, so listen to that last statement you just said. Kevin Knox sitting on the bench, he's trash and he's useless. But let's trade him for a guy who's averaging 20 points a game.
What I'm
And
saying
that makes sense, right?
that means we
that
win the
makes sense.
trade. That's not our fault.
Hold on
Washington will
one
do it.
second.
I mean,
So Houston's gonna do that though. Houston's
Hold
gonna
on
do it,
one
right?
second.
You got it.
Hold on, but what you're saying, Oladipo's averaging, he's not averaging 20 a game. His numbers have gone down since he went to Houston, number one. Number two, they're going to take what they can get for him at the trade deadline because they know he's walking in free agency
So let me ask you
anyway.
this question, Joe. Let me ask you this question. How many teams are in the NBA?
30.
There's 30 teams. Do you think any team could probably offer a better package of Kevin Knox in the second rounder?
We're talking hypothetical.
I'm just asking a question. Do you think that package? So we're the only team that's gonna call about Victor Oladipo, and we're gonna offer Kevin Knox in the second rounder, and they're like, you know what, this is the only thing we got. Let's go ahead and shove him there.
that's true.
Who has the cap space for him?
Anyone can make cap space. That's not an issue.
But
Anyone can do that.
Teams aren't going to go out of their way to try and make cap space for Victor Oladipo, who's going to leave in 4 months anyway.
Plenty of teams do that. It's called here's the thing. If you are a team and you feel like you're a piece away, like Milwaukee, right? If Milwaukee feels like we're a 2-guard away, which they are, from putting themselves ahead of like Brooklyn or Philly or whatever, then you're going to do what you had to do to make that trade. Regardless, even if it is a 4-month rental, you're going to do what you have to do to make that trade. They're going to put together something that's better than Kevin Knox in a second rounder.
Oh, so you're admitting right now on live television that Kevin Knox is trash. I want to hear you. No.
I'm admitting
Say the words with
Joe.
me, Kevin.
Joe, but if you get mad, don't hang up. Don't get off the chat. Don't be just bouncing on us, Joe.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying a player who's getting DNPs and not in a rotation is not going to get you, and a second rounder is not going to get you Victor Oladipo when you have 29 other teams that can offer something that'll probably be better than that package.
All right.
So if you're going to make trades, make them realistic. That's all I'm saying. You can't just say, let's get Kevin Knox and a second rounder for Victor Oladipo because you don't like Kevin Knox. Like, that's going to get it done in reality.
Hey,
I'm just
Hey,
giving
Kev,
up
hold
on
on.
But we that Joe thinks that Kevin Knox is trash. You have to get the value of that second round pick, right?
Okay.
Is anybody?
Yo, they said in the chat Kevin Knox is not even worth a second round pick. They say trade him for a bag of cheese doodles.
Yeah. Look at the value of that second round pick. So that second round pick is the first pick in the second round. So it's almost like a first round pick.
Curtis Cinco says Kevin Knox was in a deep sleep with his Mickey Mouse doll snoring. He hears Kevin Knox name in a trade and goes, ah.
It's not the Kevin Knox thing. It really isn't. I mean, it is, but it isn't, because my thing is this: if you're going to just throw out trade scenarios, make them realistic. No one's going to trade Kevin Knox in a second.
Yo, come here.
Can we agree to that?
Hold on.
If you sit back and think about it, is that realistic?
What about this?
We talk.
Hold on,
Kevin,
Joe. Wait a minute.
Yeah, all right.
Joe, hold on.
Yeah.
What if it was Frank Ntilikina and the first pick of the second round? Would you look at it the same way?
No, I mean yes, it's still ridiculous. I'm not going to trade a player that's getting me at least more than 15 tonight, or is
Right,
capable of that. An all-star level player
right.
for a player who's getting DNPs and the 31st pick.
But they're trying to rebuild. They're going to take anything they can get. No team's giving up first round picks. You have to
Right.
see
The
what the
Clippers gave up
offer.
hold on. The Clippers gave up a first round pick for Marcus Morris. Let me repeat that again.
No,
The
no, 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 no,
Clippers
no,
gave
no.
up a
Yeah,
first
but
round
Marcus
pick
Not in
Morris
this
was
for
draft.
shooting 40.
Marcus
Yo, this chat
Morris.
is
Not in
wild,
the, not
man.
in
Bro,
this draft.
Marcus
Not in this
Morris
draft.
was averaging 47% from three.
Right.
Oladipo was averaging 38 from the field and 29 from three off
Yo,
Right.
19 shots a game. He
Let
is
me
as
ask you a question. Would
inefficient.
Victor Oladipo move the needle more for a team like Milwaukee to do, or
Yeah.
a team
Nah,
like
I
us?
don't. No, no, man. I think now y'all just capping, man. Because
yo, listen, the chat is so funny.
Yeah,
the
Kev.
Marcus Morris trade didn't include a first round pick in this year's draft. This year's draft is the one that you want to keep your first round picks in.
No,
Last
no,
year,
no. Hold on, hold on.
last year's draft they were throwing picks away. No one wanted picks
Right.
in last year's draft.
Right.
No, but Joe, you got to listen to the context, Freezy. He said no one's giving up a first round pick for Victor Oladipo, regardless
Not in
of
this draft.
what year he said. He said nobody's giving up a first round pick, and I
Good point.
countered. Somebody gave up a first round pick for
Good
Marcus
point.
Morris.
Okay.
It didn't have to be
Joe,
this year.
you meant a first round pick in this year's draft, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Kev
But
was
that's
right
because he
then.
played. But Kev, that's because he played like someone who can warrant a first round draft pick. I thought Marcus Morris played extremely well here. He was the go-to guy.
He was wanting a late first round pick.
Yeah.
And they knew that
So let me get this straight.
the Clippers knew that their first round pick, the value of it isn't the same as the Knicks first round pick.
So hold on. So
because they're going to be there at the end of the year.
Hold on. So Marcus Morris was a rental, right? You could have walked away after 4 months, right?
No, but he signed. So that's
no. At the time, he was a rental, right?
Yes.
Right.
So Marcus Morris was a rental, like Victor Oladipo. Victor Oladipo's been an all-star, right? I just want to make sure that happened if he has been an all-star. He's on the last year there, and he plays a premium position. A good defender, can score and space the floor. So are you telling me, right? And again, I'm bringing up Milwaukee because that's just the most logical thing. You're telling me that Milwaukee was like, nah, let's see this package that New York has for Kevin Knox in the second rounder.
Kev, you ain't even let
Just
me
let
do my
him walk.
thing. Kev, can you at least let me do my thing first?
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the reigning, undefeated, untested, unscarred, unblemished, blowing tears debate champion, Hoodie Kev.
Undefeated? Didn't he lose to State like 4 times?
No, State ain't beat money.
No.
Yeah, I'd like to have Marcus Morris right now.
No. But sports that was in that tournament style thing. That was not a 1-on-1.
Okay.
I didn't count the 1-on-1s. I didn't. Yeah, in the tournament style, that was just to determine the champion.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of people lost in that, but I don't count that as an L because it was a tournament.
Hey Kev, if we had Marcus Morris right now,
Joe Madden can get a W this coming Saturday night if he does what a lot of people think he's has the potential to do.
What is going to?
Yeah, that's better. That's a better word you use. A lot of people think he has the potential to do.
No, what he's going to do. What he's going to do.
Talk about trades?
No, not this time. Not Saturday night.
Yeah, watch. In about a half hour, this is going to turn into Knox's night.
Listen,
Knox at night is what Kevin
Freeze.
Yo.
Come on, man.
I'd rather talk about Kevin Knox and ridiculous trades on the video game when you have like the trade exceptions off.
Yo, a month ago, a month ago, if I came to you and said that Derrick Rose, who averaged 18 points a game, was going to get traded for a guy who is in the G League for a mid-second round pick, which is probably going to be the 40s, would you have believed it?
No, I wouldn't have believed it.
No.
Kev? Well, there you go. Unrealistic trades. One just happened.
Well, here's the difference.
That was a good take.
Derrick Rose.
Huh?
No,
That was a good take.
here's the difference between that, right? Detroit is in complete free fall, and you can tell Detroit's probably tanking, right? They're not saying it, but the writing's on the wall. They're tanking, so they're tanking. And Derrick Rose, who's a respected leader, said, "I want to play in New York." He said that. That's on record. That's him. They came out and said that.
Yeah, Dwayne Casey, his head coach, said that he said it.
So the difference is also Derrick Rose is making like $7 million and change. It's not like Derrick Rose at this point is a needle mover for a lot of teams, right? He's not the old Derrick Rose. So that's why it's different. Victor Oladipo is still playing. Here's the thing. Derrick Rose, I don't think you're going to confuse him with an all-star. Like, he's never going to have any more all-star years in him. But Victor Oladipo can have all-star years in him. Victor Oladipo, like I said, he would look great on. I mean, imagine if Victor Oladipo was on Milwaukee right now. You can argue who would come out east between Milwaukee, Brooklyn, and Philadelphia. So with us, and this is the thing about it, and we have to sit back and realize where we are. Would we like to bring in somebody that makes us better? Yes, but also we're not in a position to do that. Like, you don't bring in a Zach LaVine for Zach LaVine to be the best player on a team. You bring in Zach LaVine to be like the third best player on a team.
I agree.
Second.
I agree.
So
Third.
You don't. When you're the Knicks, you don't make that move because it's not doing anything for you. We're going to be in the exact same place that we are.
Hey, can I ask you? Hey, Kev, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes, sir.
So the first question I want to ask you, but I want you to answer it second because I want to give you some time to think about it. Right.
Okay.
So if you don't trade the guy, what is the fix? Right.
What?
And so if you don't trade for a star, what is the fix? Like we can't say, oh, you can't trade for such and such and such, and just sit here and not do nothing. Right. You got to do something. So what do you do? Right. And secondly, and most importantly, I think you can't judge a guy like Randall or Zach LaVine in a playoff scenario saying they can't be the number one guy because you hadn't seen it. How about let them get there and let them and look at what they do in the moment? If Zach LaVine had made it to the playoffs and failed a couple of times, I would say Zach LaVine's not the guy. But we watched a guy like Jamal Murray turn into the guy in Denver. But he wasn't that guy before he got to the playoffs. But he gave Donovan Mitchell the business. And Donovan Mitchell, at the same time, who we say, well, I don't know if he's going to be the guy, got to the playoffs, and he took his game to another level. How about we let Zach LaVine get to the playoffs and see if he can take his game to the next level? How about we let Julius Randle get to the playoffs and see if they can take their game to the next and take his game to the next level? How about doing it with RJ Barrett? Or you know what I'm saying? Like if you had said Bradley Beal, I would be like, okay, because Bradley Beal made the playoffs like 3 straight years, and he couldn't get over the hump. But Zach LaVine, come on, man, let's at least see him in that moment before we say he can't do it, because we never know.
Well, okay. So this is the thing, right? Is you could sit here and say that Chicago's current roster is similar to New York's, right? And so Zach LaVine is playing with a 4 who's averaging 19 points and whatever. He's pretty
and so
good.
So okay.
So with that is what you'd have to give up, because if you sit here and you believe like Kevin Knox in a second round pick is going to get you Zach LaVine, then you're crazy.
I'm not
This
saying
ain't
that
about-
about Zach LaVine.
This ain't
I'm
even
saying
about Kevin Knox.
No, again, listen.
Kevin Knox at night, ladies and
Listen,
gentlemen.
because y'all are sitting here and y'all taking, because I said Kevin Knox, like I'm making it about Kevin Knox. I said when you take a ridiculous trade to get Zach LaVine, then you're fooling yourself. Because if you're getting Zach LaVine, you're going to have to give up something. So
Kev,
what you're going to have to give up?
That's not even what I said. What I
No,
said before, but
no.
before you
I'm
give
answering
up
the entire
LaVine,
question. I'm answering the entire question, right?
But Kev, but I didn't. But listen to what I'm saying. I didn't say Zach LaVine in New York. I said Zach LaVine in the playoffs.
For who? For us or just period?
You
Period.
said yeah. Period. I didn't say for us. I said before we give up on him because here's the thing. If you felt like if it was Zach LaVine would be no good in the playoffs, why would we even trade for him?
See, now I'm confused. Are you asking me like what do I think Zach LaVine would do in the playoffs? Just in
No,
like
I said consider this. Before we say Zach LaVine is not a number one guy. How about let's see what he can do in the playoffs, and then the same for Julius Randle. Before we say he's not a number one option, how about let's see what he can do in the playoffs, and the same for
well,
RJ Barrett.
the thing about that is this. A lot of that goes to show what you do in the regular season to get a team to the playoffs, right? Like Jamal Murray still was a good enough player to get Denver to the second seed in the playoffs, right?
By himself?
And huh?
By himself?
I think Jokic had a big part to do with that.
I mean, yeah, but
on their
if
bench.
you're going to sit here and say that, then you're discrediting everything that Jamal Murray did because he was playing at an all-star level. Just because he didn't make the
Eh,
all-star team doesn't mean that he wasn't playing at that level.
yeah,
So
but look,
Jamal Murray,
he was averaging 17 points a game. Like Zach LaVine's averaging 27. He's averaging 10 points on a bad team.
so again, Jamal
That's the
Murray is
point.
playing at a all-star, almost close to all-star level on the second team or the second seed in the Western Conference. And yeah, he had Jokic and he had I can't even think of anyone else on that team right now.
Stop lying.
I really can't. Like I really can't.
Monte Morris. They
I don't
had
know who that is.
Torrey Craig,
They had Jeremy Grant,
Jeremy Grant. They had
Okay.
Michael
Who are
Porter
what?
Jr.
Michael Porter Jr.
I don't
They
know who these
had
people
they had
Who
Paul
are they?
Millsap. They had Gary
Michael
Harris,
Porter
Will
Jr. was the
Barton.
guy we should have drafted instead of
Paul
Kevin.
Millsap, Gary Harris, Will
I don't know
Barton,
who any of these people are. That I don't. Right.
Plumlee.
So they had a
But
bunch
Jeremy
of
Grant's averaging 25 points a game and might
they
make the
had
All-Star.
a bunch of like okay players and Jokic and Jamal Murray. That's basically what it sounded like. They had a bunch of okay players and Jokic and Jamal Murray, and they got to be the second team in the East because
That's how you
Jeremy
do it.
Grant
That's right.
was averaging 12 points a game last year.
Who?
Jeremy Grant
That's
was averaging
good.
12 points a game last year.
Being like the fifth
Michael
option.
Porter Jr. during the regular season was averaging like 9 points a game. Yeah, Gary Harris is good. Paul Millsap was over. Wait a minute, didn't they trade Paul Millsap?
No, he's still on there right now.
No, they traded Paul Millsap.
No, they
and brought
didn't.
him
I'm
back.
telling you 100%.
Paul Millsap
I'm
was
telling you right now.
Was there last year.
Paul Millsap was there, and he's still there right
I'm thinking
now.
about
He
Derek
starts.
Favors.
Yeah, you're thinking
Yeah.
about Derek Favors of Utah. He was with.
I always get them confused for some reason. Like they're the same
Nah,
person.
Paul Millsap was an all-star. Favors was not.
Paul Millsap was an all-star when last year?
No, he's been an all-star. I'm saying in this league, he's been an all-star.
Okay, not last year.
No, but don't compare him to.
They had a bunch of like okay players and Jokic and Jamal Murray, right? So Jamal Murray got to the playoffs and he showed out, but it's not like I don't think Zach LaVine could take his game to another level is what I'm asking because he's already playing at such a high level on a bad team. Is if you put him on a good team, I don't know if his level of production would exceed what it's doing now.
Right.
Because that's asking. Oh, that's asking like
we don't know because we haven't
superstar
seen it. Yeah, we don't know because we haven't seen it.
No, we haven't.
Right.
All I know is
so the question is unanswered.
No,
right?
The question is you don't go. Okay, you do that move for Zach LaVine, if you feel like, okay, we feel that we can make a run of him, but you still don't go into it thinking, okay, I don't know if he can do it, but I believe he probably can. You don't make moves on assumptions like that. You make moves on the substance at hand. Like, okay, this is what this player is right now, and if we add him, this is what we're going to get. If he gives us more, that's great, but we can't assume he's going to give us more because
Right.
other people have done it in the past. You don't make
So
moves like
we
that
should
on assumptions.
should we use that same logic across the board for most players?
Yes, you. I think here's the thing: when you talk about productivity in a manner of can this player exceed expectations of what they've done, title contending teams don't have that luxury because if you get a player because you feel like he can do something and then he doesn't, then that puts you back. That ruins your title contention.
Right. And the window is not one that you can take advantage of. You have to move when that championship window is open.
Exactly. Like Milwaukee feels like, okay, and I bring up Milwaukee and Victor Oladipo, right? Right now, you can say that Philadelphia and Milwaukee knows we have a 5-year window, maybe not even 5 years, probably 5 years because Giannis signed a 5-year extension. But their window is right now. But their window also coincides with Brooklyn and Philadelphia. So
Their window, yeah.
they feel like they're all like right here. And any team that like Brooklyn has made their move. So Brooklyn, they're like right here. And then Brooklyn made a move. So now Milwaukee feels like we have to make a move because we have to bring back the balance. Because in a series, we don't know what can happen. But right now, we feel like their core is probably better than ours. So what can we do to make our core better? And a team like Milwaukee makes more sense trading for Zach LaVine and or Victor Oladipo. To
Yeah,
where
but when you talk about like
the Knicks,
Brooklyn has 3 of the top 7 basketball players in the world on their team. Like not many teams in the NBA can say they're on their level, but team wise, you can put yourself in a position to still beat that team,
exactly.
that
And
that Nets team, and it doesn't have to be getting another star.
so if you look at this is why look at Brooklyn, right? And look at Brooklyn in a totality. The totality, not in Brooklyn, Milwaukee. The totality of Milwaukee, 1 through 12 or 1 through 15, is probably better than Brooklyn 1 through 15 because Brooklyn is top heavy. Like they're 1, 2, 3 is like, oh wow, but then 4 through 15 is like, okay. I mean, so
So you don't like Noah Vonleh?
who just got picked up off the street? No,
Off
no, I
the
don't.
street. Okay. All right.
Did he not just get picked up off the street? Is that where he was?
Yes, on the street. Yeah.
On the street. Yes. No.
No,
I
they
hate to say
got
this,
they
but
got
I'd
a
rather
couple
have
good
Bobby
pieces.
Portis than Noah Vonleh.
I like Brett Brown.
Brett Brown.
The
Bruce
point guard,
Brown.
the
Sorry,
guard, the Bruce Brown, the
Bruce
guard.
Brown.
Oh, I thought you meant like
For
the old 76ers head coach. Like,
I
what
mean,
does he
I
have
like him too, but he wasn't going to win a
to do with
championship. They were
I don't know what Brett Brown has to do with it.
no, but Bruce Brown. You said like Sixers. I mean, the Nets don't have like a. I like they got some young pieces that I like a lot off the bench.
I mean,
Right.
Landry Shamet. I'll take Shamet.
I'd take DJ Augustine over Bruce Brown.
You take DJ Augustine over him?
Yeah,
Nah,
I'll
they
take
play.
DJ
Nah,
Augustine.
Bruce Brown plays a different kind of game. He's a little bit. He could defend.
He's
I mean, he's a
defender.
backup point guard, right?
He could defend a guard.
He's the
Well,
backup point guard.
he's
No,
been
he's
playing.
not.
He's been playing the 3
Yeah,
since
the 3.
out.
So Kev. So
Hey,
Kev.
damn! Somebody
They're,
farting on the chat. Come on, man. Y'all gotta do better than that.
they're playing
Somebody
Joe
farting?
Harris as a 4.
Kev, you
What?
slipped out, Kev.
Huh?
I said the Nets. They've been playing Bruce Brown at the 3 and Joe Harris at the 4.
Nah.
Yeah, they have. It's Kyrie at the 1, Harden at the 2, Bruce
Nah,
Brown
Bruce has
at the
been playing
3.
I've
4.
seen I've seen Kevin Durant playing other fours.
No, he's been out with COVID protocol the last couple of games, so they don't
Oh,
have
I
it.
thought you meant when he was in. Like, oh, when he's in,
Oh,
Kevin Durant is
at
the
the
four.
4, yeah.
Oh,
But
I thought you meant like. Okay, I
since
get
he's
you.
out, they don't have enough of depth. So they have Joe Harris at the 4.
Yeah, that's the problem. They're very guard heavy.
That's why I said, like, I feel like in totality, the starting, even though, yeah, you can say a starting lineup of, let's see, they got Jordan, Durant, Harris, Harden, and Kyrie. It's like,
Kyrie.
oh wow, that's impressive. That's scary actually. But then you bounce out, okay, you got Brook Lopez, Giannis, Middleton, Oladipo, and Drew Holiday.
Milwaukee's stronger. They
I'm
can
like,
beat
okay,
them.
yeah, I can see that because Milwaukee,
Physical.
that team is more physical and they're better. Here's the thing.
They're better
Milwaukee's a
defensively
better
too.
defensive team, but let's not forget that Milwaukee is, I think, the best offensive team in the basketball.
Yeah, and they can shoot.
And so that's the thing about it. That's what makes Milwaukee like you can play great defense, and you're still.
It's just
the
that
number one offense.
we've been hearing this about Milwaukee for 3 years, and they just never
Yep.
could do it when it matters.
Well, that's where Drew Holiday comes in because as much as Eric Bledsoe was such a good point guard, he wasn't the kind of point guard that would tip the scales. Like you can take the ball out of Eric Bledsoe's hands, and he would come up smaller. Eric Bledsoe is like Dennis Smith Jr. on steroids. Like Eric Bledsoe
He's
is what
bugging.
you would want Dennis Smith Jr. to be.
He's better than Dennis Smith Jr.
That's what I said. I said
That's
that's
what you
Yeah,
just
but
said,
on
though.
Dennis Smith
steroids,
Jr. is
like
what
you're
you
just
want
saying that
Eric
he's a
Bledsoe.
little bit better.
No,
No,
I'm
that's
saying
not what he.
that's
That's not what
not
he
what I
meant.
said. I
No,
said
he said he was way better than Dennis Smith Jr. Dennis Smith Jr. wishes he could be Eric Bledsoe.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dennis Smith Jr. is Eric Bledsoe is what you want Dennis Smith Jr. to be. Like they're in the same mold. Eric Bledsoe is better than Dennis Smith Jr. I'm saying, but that's what Eric Bledsoe just a souped up Dennis Smith Jr. And they offer you the same thing. But Drew Holiday is, he's going to get you 19, 20 points. I think his scoring is a little bit down this year. But he's probably the best, one of the best, top 3 on-ball point guard defenders in the league.
Yeah,
He's a better
he's
shot.
defend his.
He's a better shot
His defense is
than
crazy.
Bledsoe. And you can trust him to put the ball, had the ball in his hands to take the pressure off of Giannis. The thing about it is, if you had, let's say they did do something to get Oladipo, because
Who?
the issue is not Giannis.
Who? Milwaukee or the Knicks? Okay.
Milwaukee. It's, you know that your superstar is Giannis, right? But then number 2 on any given night can be someone of all-star level quality. So it can be Chris Middleton. It can be Oladipo. It can be Holiday. Brook Lopez can catch on fire. So they have not one number 2 option. They have like 3 number 2 options, and who are all-star level players, to where you don't have 3 superstars, but you have like literally a team full of all-star level players.
Yeah.
I think about it. Thinking about it now that you say it, man, Drew Holiday would have been a nice pickup for the Knicks.
I think the point guard situation, when you have, I don't even know what to say
A gluttony
about
of
our
it.
point guard situation. It's just,
It is what it is.
So stop complaining about the trade for Kyle Lowry.
I'm not trading for Kyle Lowry. He's expiring.
So what? You don't have to give up. All you have to do is give up Knox in a second. That's what you said for Oladipo, right?
For Oladipo, yeah, but Kyle Lowry's better than Oladipo. He's better defensively. Oladipo's fallen off a cliff.
I may holler at Drew Holiday after this year if he's a free agent from the
No,
Knicks.
Nah, Milwaukee's gonna re-sign him after giving up all their picks.
I'm just
yeah.
saying, if he don't want to come back,
Yeah.
he gets to choose that, not Milwaukee. This ain't the NFL.
So again, this is the thing about it, and we all want players on the Knicks, right? But we have to understand where the Knicks are compared to if I'm Drew Holiday, do I want a chance at being on one of the best teams in the league and have a chance to win a title, or do I want to go to the Knicks, who's
Dang,
starting
well,
all
since you
over?
put it like that, since you put it like that, man, dang.
I know,
I mean, I hate to
when
say
you
it,
look
but
at
that's the
you,
reality of the
no,
situation.
I
Like,
know, but when you
do
look at some of
I
these
want
teams that
to?
are gonna be, I'm saying if Milwaukee doesn't win it again, like if they don't come close, like if they don't go to the finals this year, they're gonna have to figure something else out. They can't keep paying all these guys. That's the thing. They can't just keep
I
running back with the same guys.
I think that if you're
So what I'm
Milwaukee,
saying is, if you talk for Drew Holiday going to one of these good basketball teams, I mean they all have that position kind of taken now.
so are you saying this on the mindset because Milwaukee just traded what for Drew Holiday, and even if they don't, they're gonna just let him walk away.
Like
Yeah, but
three, four firsts and a couple of pick
Even
swaps.
what are
Milwaukee
they
is not
gonna
about to
do?
do
What are
all
they gonna
that
do
and
if
just
he
let
says at
him
the
walk away.
what if the what are they gonna do if at the end of this year and they didn't trade him by the trade deadline? By the end of this year, they're not gonna. But by the end of this year, he says, "Listen, it was fun, but I don't want to be here. I want to do something else." That's not his fault that you traded 3 first round picks for him.
Yeah.
No, but
Well,
you have to bank
I
on it
think they done
too.
that trade to keep Giannis because then Giannis extended.
You have to
So
also look at it like this: like if
And the
you
reality is, what they really wanted to do
Milwaukee,
was get out of that Bledsoe deal.
but here's the thing: Milwaukee now has his bird rights, so Milwaukee can offer him
5 years.
whatever he wanted, money wise. It doesn't matter. And you're still a top team in basketball. It's not like you're not. You're still going to fighting to be a one seed. At the next 3-4 years, and you're going to come to a team that's rebuilding that is on the fringe of making the playoffs. Like if we love the Knicks, like I love the Knicks, like I love the Knicks, but I'm also like
Realistic.
realistic in terms of basketball. Like if I'm Eric Bledsoe and anybody loves to win, like people like winning and they like money too. Don't get me wrong, because look at Bradley Beal. But the thing about Drew Holiday is already in a winning situation. He's in a winning situation and he can get money. So he's gonna take money
Get money. Right.
and he's gonna take money to go to a losing situation. Like that
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That's all I'm saying. Could it happen? Yeah, anything can happen, but the odds of it happening are pretty slim. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying. I just feel like for us, we're in a if you're talking about trading for a star, right? If that's how you're gonna move the needle for this team, that star isn't Oladipo or Zach Levine or Kyle Lowry. That's not going to do anything for us. It might make us a couple games better, but you will need to trade for a superstar, like someone who is already not someone who you think can be a superstar, but somebody who already is established. Like their off night is still going to give you 25 points a game, kind
Yeah.
of superstar. Not a player who's up and coming and he's ascending. No, you need a legit already established perennial all star type of player. Like Zach Levine is on the fringe of making the all star. He's not going to be an all star this year. I need somebody who's going to be on the all star team every single year already. That's the kind of player this team should get. Anything else, anything less than that, isn't going to do things. You might as well continue on the road that you're going down.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
And Knicks fans who are tired of losing, they don't want to hear that. And the excitement of a trade, the excitement of bringing somebody in, it excites us. Like, ooh, we made a move, we did something. But you look back on it, and it's like, well, what is the outcome? Like, what are we getting at? the 7th seed in the East. We could have probably got that anyways.
Well, we might get that anyway. You look at the East. Pistons are what, 5th or 6th with under 500. Or
All I'm saying
Pacers.
is the compensation for getting a player, because these teams aren't. Nobody is giving anybody up of substance for nothing. Like Houston's not giving Victor Oladipo up for nothing. Chicago is not going to give Zach LaVine up for nothing. The Toronto Raptors aren't giving up Kyle Lowry for nothing.
But we have the pieces to make the move for LaVine, and I think LaVine with Rondo, with
you
RJ.
sit here and say that we have the pieces, but you don't want to give up the pieces necessary.
Oh, I'm willing to give up the. I'm willing to give up the pieces for LaVine.
You're willing to give up RJ.
You're not giving up RJ.
Okay, then you're not.
I'm not doing no trades unless it's for some like.
No, you could get that. You
Mid-tier
could get
wing.
a LaVine deal done. You could give them Obi and Mitch, and Knox and picks. We have the picks for LaVine. Yeah.
So the Bulls have Wendell Carter and Lauri Markkanen under contract, and they're going to take Obi Toppin
after next year.
They're going to take Obi Toppin and Mitch when they already have a 4 and a 5.
Lauri Markkanen's injury prone, and they're not going to re-sign him.
They got Williams too, though, who's going to be playing the 4.
They're going to re-sign Lauri Markkanen?
Huh?
You don't know if you're going to re-sign Lauri Markkanen or not?
They're not. He doesn't want to be there. It's a known fact that the Bulls fans. I've watched enough of content when it comes to Bull fans. I've seen interviews with them. I've seen a guy that worked for the Bulls. He knows the fact that they're letting go on Lauri Markkanen. Lauri Markkanen wanted out this year, and they're just going to let him walk. There's actually rumors that there's possibly they could be trading him. So, see. So what you could do? They take Obi. You give them Obi. Obi still has value. He's just not been playing because of the sentence of Randall. So his minutes are down not because of him, it's because of Randall. Because Randall's balling out. So Obi is value. Wendell Carter's always hurt. They can't rely on him. He's always injured. Yep. And picks. Yep. So you can make a deal like that happen. I'm torn between either waiting at the draft or going after LaVine. But at this stage, if the Knicks are going to be winning and the Mavs are going to start winning games, if people think that the Mavs is going to be a top 10 pick or a top 5 pick, they're kidding themselves. They're going to start winning games. So realistically, the picks might be in the late lottery, first round picks. So I'd give up the 2 of them. And I'd give up the Dallas 2023 for LaVine. Because the thing is, the difference between LaVine and Beal. Beal's going to be 28. Yes, he's averaging 35. He's been to the... We don't know what LaVine's been in the playoffs. And LaVine's just turned 25. And he's making $19 million to Beal's $30 million or $28 million.
Mm-hmm.
So that's we're not getting all-star player because that means either Randall or RJ got to go in the deal.
That's what I'm trying. I'm just want Joe to realize that you're going to have to give up something more than a player who.
We try to have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, but not
as much upside that Obi has. Obi Toppin has yet to play 15 minutes a game.
Yeah, but that's not on his fault. That's on the intent of Randall. That's after
exactly. That's mismanagement by the coaching staff to devalue the assets that you have, because that's what Tom Thibodeau is doing. Tom Thibodeau is devaluing his tradable assets. Your value goes down when you sit on the bench, because that's the case. Let's talk about Theo Pinson's trade value.
Theo Pinson never had any value.
Why not? He's getting DNPs. He's getting DNPs just like Knox and Frank. So why doesn't he have the same trade value? What is Theo Pinson doing different than Knox and Frank?
He's never played more than 5 minutes a game.
Well, this season they're all doing the same thing.
Well, Knox is playing minutes. But what I'm not saying is Knox is. I'm not talking about Knox in the trade. Yes, he could be a throw
You
in if
guys
you
are
want
funny.
him. But what I'm saying is, you're gonna start off with the trade can be Obi, Mitch, and picks. A rebuilding team want picks. They're not gonna want a load of salary back. They're gonna want picks. And what the thing is, people
Or a
listen.
young player, Joe. Or a young player.
But what I'm saying is, you're giving up
Joe,
Obi and Mitch and picks.
name
Well,
one.
hold on one sec. Wait, let me finish. Right. So I'm not saying you're gonna do it now. You can do it in the off season. Why would you in the off season? Because it's going to be cheaper. Because I'll tell you why. In the off season, it'll be cheaper because he's going to be on an expiring contract, and it's known he's not going to re-sign. So they're going to try and get something for him. But what
Joe,
I'm
this
saying
is what
is,
I want you to do. I want you to do one thing. I want you to do your research first, right? Before you answer this question. Name a trade. One trade. Name one trade where the outgoing team did not receive a player that at least averaged 18 points and sent out an all-star level player.
You changed it 18 because yesterday you said 20, and because we were talking, then we mentioned Ingram. You funny, Kev.
Okay, 18. Name
And you're
one
like,
trade that has happened where a team sent out an all-star level
no,
player
that's not gonna happen for the Knicks.
and did not get a player who at least averaged 18 points a game.
there was just one that just happened. James
No,
Harden.
no, because Victor Oladipo is averaging 19 points a game.
Victor Oladipo, you know what I'm saying? Outgoing from the Nets.
Karis LeVert is averaging. Let me find out what Karis LeVert is averaging.
Nothing because he ain't playing.
But he was
But
playing
was
at the time.
He was
playing
coming off the bench.
and averaging. I'll find out. Give me 1 second.
you funny though, Kev. You be really fugazi with the takes, yo. You a schemer. You be scheming.
No, I'm just
Because yesterday you said 20 plus points in the trade, and I got you. And I said, well, you said, well, he had 18. Ingram had 18. That's pretty close. So now you changed it to 18.
Karis LeVert is averaging 18 points a game.
That's good.
So again, regardless of whether it's 20 or 18, it doesn't matter. He's still productive player. So name a trade where a team did not get not a player on the upside who's averaging 6 points a game, who has upside. No, a player who's averaging at least 18 points a game.
Listen, I'm heading out. I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
I'll even let Joe do his research on it. I'll wait.
All right, I'll watch you guys while I go to bed, brothers. Have a great night, all right? I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Let's get a dub tomorrow. All right.
All right, bro.
All right, broski.
The thing is, Joe, you're not going to find one because they don't happen. No one just trades somebody for just picks. No, they want a player who can at least bring up some of the slack for the offensive production that they are losing. So you're not going to find one. So guess what? The Knicks aren't about to be the first team ever to do it. The teams just aren't going to give up and roll over because Obi Toppin was the 8th pick of the draft. He has no value for other teams.
Come here. I have one for you. We sent Porzingis out. What player did we get back that averaged 18 plus?
Porzingis was on one leg.
But don't matter. He was an all-star.
Who wasn't playing?
He's an all-star. It don't matter. He was an all-star. You said any all-star trade. Porzingis was an all-star. What did we get back?
Was not playing.
We got back 2 picks, expiring contracts, and a G League bust.
Okay, so you are saying we swindled somebody for a player who wasn't playing. It's not like Porzingis was playing. He wasn't playing at all. Didn't play not 1 minute.
Still an all-star.
Torn ACL, MCL,
Still
whatever
an all-star. Still an all-star.
Okay, well, I guess you won, Joe.
He's still putting up over 20 a game now. He's not playing well, but he's still putting up, I think, 18 plus.
Mm-hmm.
There's trades that happen. Teams aren't looking on take on
You
salary.
named one trade, Joe. One, and now they happen because you named one. That was kind of fugazi because we could have got something better anyways. But
Oh, damn right, we should have got something better. They had the chance to get Marcus Smart and Jaylen Brown and picks, and they turned up. They had the chance to get Devin Booker, and they passed on it.
I mean, it is what it
Phil
is.
Jackson.
We like I said, I just don't think trades like that to where you're gonna have an active player. An active player is not going for really nothing. Like I said, there's just teams out there that's going to offer more than what the Knicks can offer, especially if you're not going to give up the players necessary to make that kind of move.
All right, what other team do you think? And give me the trade that they do to get Levine.
To get Zach LaVine?
Mm-hmm. What team and what's the trade?
I haven't really thought about it. It would be a team that's
because you look at
like
all the top playoff teams, right? All of them have no picks and are capped out. Milwaukee, Brooklyn, Clippers, Lakers, Celtics might do it, but they're already guard heavy.
What about Denver?
Denver. They have the assets. I don't know what they do it because I don't know what they do it.
Why would they not do it? Why would not adding Zach LaVine to Murray and Jokic? I'm pretty sure they can have. Because here's the thing, I guarantee if they can get Zach LaVine, they'd give up on Michael Porter Jr. Because I've heard they're possibly shopping him anyways.
Yeah.
So why would Denver not do it?
All right, Denver. There's one.
And
I'm trying to think
Denver,
of another one.
Do you think Denver is in a better position to acquire Zach LaVine, that he would do more for them? Because imagine Zach LaVine with Murray and Jokic.
That's a championship team there.
Yep. Hey, imagine. Oh shoot, let me do this real quick. Imagine Donovan Mitchell with Denver. I think I spoke to that last night. Donovan Mitchell with Denver, man, that's crazy. And Denver actually drafted that dude.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Denver drafted him and then traded him.
Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, but we should have Jamal Murray. Only we traded him for Melo.
Yeah.
Traded the pick for Melo.
In the Melo trade, how did that work out for us though?
Not too great. Not what expected.
Yeah, I mean, but if you go back to the Knicks tape years, you'd be like, I don't care nothing about no young dude. You know what I'm saying? While the Knicks tape years was going on, or the Knicks tape year was going on, you'd be like, yo, you know what? It was worth it. But after the fact, it's probably not. Looking back on it,
they should have just waited a free agency and signed them. You'd have the full roster.
Yeah, and then that way you'd have Melo and Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe, man, you make me sick sometimes, man. Dang, man. We could have had Jamal Murray and Carmelo. Ay.
Danilo Gallinari.
Oh, God,
If he had stayed healthy.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Where does all this Bradley Beal, Oladipo, Levine talk coming from? Because I see it the last 2-3 days coming up in the media, coming up on internet.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw one. I forget what the guy's name, but he said there was some weird report that the Knicks are monitoring the Zach LaVine situation.
Well, they were monitoring it over the off. It was the Nets and the Knicks that were looking at it over the summer,
right,
or over the off season.
Right. Well, man, yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The sources. You can't pinpoint a source, right? At the same time,
Unless it comes out of Shams, Woj's, or Ian Begley's mouth, I don't believe it.
What about Alan Hearn?
I
like Hearn.
Han, uh, mm, I like Han too, but he wouldn't be really a source. Like, he works.
Yeah.
He works for the Knicks. He works for MSG.
Yeah, yeah, and ESPN too. I think.
Oh, is he's with ESPN now too?
I think so. I saw him on ESPN a couple times. So
Can't hear you, Kev.
Oh, I was saying, yeah, they have him and Bart Scott have an ESPN radio show now. So technically, I guess he works for ESPN.
Uh,
Um. So yeah, I mean, it's. I just think the Knicks should just stay the course. I don't see anything major happening with this team. If it does, it'll be.
well, to me, it's where they are at the deadline.
Uh,
If they're 500 or a couple of games, then maybe. But if they're below 500, then I'm like, nah, wait it out.
I don't really see us.
See what the draft brings. I want to. It all depends where the picks are.
Making moves is just.
I do believe there's another. I do believe there's another move coming in for a shooter or someone, but it's only a small move. Whoever they decide to bring in, but I don't see a big one. I do think there is one small one though coming. Like I think they might move like Rivers and Frank and somebody to
I mean,
get some
anything.
sort of
I think we'll
shooter.
probably get another big.
Got another
But
center.
yeah.
You move Noel then.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Drummond.
I don't know. I mean,
Because he what I heard was I forget who it was, but someone was talking about Drummond, and I think it was Woj, and he was talking to 7 or 8 GMs around the league, and a lot of the GMs reckon that Drummond might go for 1 second or 2 seconds, or possibly be bought out if no trade comes. So I will wait it out. I would trade a second for him, knowing that he's coming back, because I would take Drummond for a team. For a team that does not shoot well, Drummond would be perfect for offensive rebounds. Mitch just doesn't do enough for me. Mitch, I know he's young and he's growing, but he's averaging 8 and 8. He's averaging more or less the same as he's averaged his last 2 years with 10 more minutes a game. And people are saying, "Oh, he's doing better defensively. He's staying on the court." Well done, Mitch, for doing your job, for staying on the court. And then worrying about paying Mitch, knowing that he's gonna probably command about 15 plus. I just don't know. I would like Drummond though. Drummond, bring him in here for what, like $20 million for 2 or 3 years, especially a team that can't shoot, that getting that second chance points. Like I think with the Knicks, he could easily average 20 and 20 with us.
it's all about what you feel is the long term. Because I don't think Drummond and Julius
Yeah. Well, Julius
work
is shooting.
together.
Well, I think Julius is shooting a lot better now, so he can space the floor a little bit more, but not enough that.
Yeah, I think you take. Do I want Julius and or Drummond? Excuse me. Shooting more? No, not when they do. I'd rather have if Julius takes 3, maybe 4 threes a game. I'm perfectly okay with that. 3 is really my limit for Julius. Um, Drummond probably 2, if that.
Has he made a three this year yet?
I'm sure he has. I think he went against us.
Let me see. 'Cause I'm not too sure if he's. I know he's shooting. He's shooting a lot more mid range. I know he's hitting. He's hitting a couple of mid ranges, and he's expanding. He's able to put it on the floor now. Nah, he's took 0.33s and he's made none.
Hmm.
But he's averaging 47 from the field. He's getting what, 13 and 17. Like, I feel with our lack of shooting, he could average 20 and 20 easily. But if you're gonna have him and Julius, you need a point guard that can shoot, and you need a small forward that can shoot.
Yeah, like I said, if anything, it would be, who a player who, I know he gets hurt a lot, but a player that I think would look great on this team is a player like Nurkic. Because of his passing ability, he's a good rebounder. He just
Yeah.
has injury
Yeah.
problems.
I don't know. Do you think Portland might look to move him? Well, they can now because he's hurt, but when he gets back, if he's back, I don't even know if is he supposed to be back this year?
I think he's supposed to be back this year. I mean, he has so many injuries. I mean, I could probably find out. Give me 1 second.
No, I like Nurkic. Just he's had a lot of injury, too many injuries.
Man, Zach Collins. Let me see
Speaking of Portland, I was also thinking about I wouldn't mind, but he might cost a little bit too much because Portland gave up a pick for a first rounder for him. But Robert Covington,
So yeah, let's see. 3 weeks ago, he was supposed to be. So he's been out 3 weeks. He's supposed to be out 6 weeks. So I guess he has 3 more weeks that he's gonna be out.
okay, it's not too bad, I guess.
So he should be back healthy before the trade deadline.
I wonder how much he cost because he doesn't really shoot. Well, he can shoot a little bit, right?
Yeah. Let me see. I keep going. Nurkic. He makes about 12.8 million for 2 years.
No, he's on the cheap.
Yeah.
See, if he's making 12.2 million or whatever it is, there's no way Mitch should be making more than 10.
Pretty much. Let's see.
There's no way.
Because I would trade, I would trade for Nurkic in a heartbeat.
Yeah, we got to see what Portland are like at the deadline. Because I think Portland might be another year away from cleaning house.
Well, for some reason, Portland is, they've been consistently consistent over like the last 20 some years. Like Portland's always, they might miss a playoff like once or twice, literally, in like 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've gone through the Rasheed Wallace era, the Brandon Roy era, the Damian Lillard era. So they've always been consistently good. I don't see them like, oh, we're just gonna rebuild all of a sudden. They've always, I mean, even if you go back before then, Portland has always been. Portland really is probably one of the most consistent teams for almost 40 years.
Never got over that hump.
I mean, no, they've never been there, but you can say they've been close times. They're always been a playoff contending team. They've always been right there. They're just like the bridesmaid.
Mm-hmm.
Always the bridesmaid. Always, one of the bridesmaids. They're never like, the bride. So I don't see them in full blown rebuild mode. I don't think that's their MO. Especially because I think Damian Lillard has been so loyal to them.
Yeah.
I think they'll try to do what they have to do to at least remain competitive.
Yeah. I think they need to move CJ McCollum and try and get a bigger, like a little bit more of a defensive guard beside Dame, because I think that backcourt offensively is good, but defensively is just poor.
Well, if they want Reggie Bullock, they can have him.
Yeah.
I would trade Reggie Bullock to them for I don't even know. I just want Reggie Bullock off this team. But that's neither here nor there. This is not about Reggie Bullock.
No.
And he is misleading, deceiving numbers.
Reggie Bullock, you know from his first shot of the game if he's gonna go 7 for 7 or if he's gonna go 0 for 7.
Reggie Bullock is here's the thing about Reggie Bullock, right? He is the definition of a player who is living off of reputation.
Mm-hmm.
Like has a reputation of being a 3 and D kind of wing. And even if you go inside, you know, his numbers and you be like, oh, Reggie Bullock's like shooting 37% from three, which isn't horrible, but it's like that's not the case. Reggie Bullock, I think Reggie Bullock more than Alfred Payton is a detriment to the Knicks offense. Because even when he's not, and people can, I know in the chat, they'll be like, oh, you just saying this because, you want Knox to play. But no, it's he does, the thing about it is this, right? He has a very one-dimensional skill set, and it's really evident that his fit alongside the starting unit is really questionable. He's not performing at a starter caliber level. You know, uh, it's like he's I don't even know what it means. It's just underwhelming as a floor spacer. Um,
Did you just call him underwear?
huh? What did Freezy say?
Did you call him underwear?
I said he's underwhelming.
I think Tibbs
Oh,
just
I
like
got
him
you.
because of his defense.
But even his defense is basically just by reputation. Because how many times have you watched the game and people want to talk about people missing backdoor cuts? How many times have you seen Reggie Bullock miss a backdoor cut assignment? How many times have you seen Reggie Bullock commit a dumb foul?
A lot.
And his noticeable drop off in defensive effectiveness is alarming. Alarming. He's also the team leader in foul percentage. Did you know that?
No.
He's actually one of the NBA's worst at fouls percentage. He almost gets 4 fouls a game. That's worse on the team. He's in the 40th percentile in the steal percentage, so it's not like he's getting a lot of deflections or steals. He doesn't do that.
Mm.
So it's like he's really. Listen. I don't care. I'm gonna say it. I am campaigning for Kevin Knox to be the starting 3 on this team.
Boo!
I mean, listen, he can't be. I know for a fact. Here's the thing. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Kevin Knox would be a better option as a starting small forward than Reggie Bullock, and I can give you evidence, numbers. Since people like Legion of Knicks podcast wants to give you numbers, I can give you numbers to support my theories. If you want to go down that rabbit hole, but nobody wants to go down that rabbit hole. They didn't want to hear it. They're in denial about.
I don't
Reggie
care. I
Bullock.
just want to win.
And Kevin Knox gives you a better option of winning because I'd rather have a 6'9", 6'10" wing just for his length alone. I would rather I would much rather have him on the floor.
I would too, but the thing about him is he's played well defensively, but then at times he falls asleep defensively, and then he's not aggressive enough offensively. Like what annoys me about him is he can shoot, and he has the size and ability and athleticism to get to the basket whenever he wants, or shoot up a mid range or whatever it is offensively. He has the ability,
Let me ask you a question.
He just
And
doesn't do it enough.
it's not about the ability. Let me ask you a question. What do you see when you see Kevin Knox on the floor? You see a person standing in the corner, pretty much, right?
Yeah,
What do you see from Kevin Knox? Let me ask you this question. What do you see from Reggie Bullock when he's on the floor?
standing in the corner.
So you're telling me that Tom Thibodeau wants his small forward to stand in the corner, regardless whether it's Kevin Knox or Reggie Bullock. He wants his small forward to stand in the corner. That's what you're saying.
I don't know because
But
when
but
I
hold
when
on, but
I
hold on. But the knock on it is Kevin Knox can do so much, but you see Reggie Bullock doing the exact same thing. But nobody
yeah
brings that up, right? They just say, "Oh, Kevin Knox, all he does is stand in the corner and doesn't do anything else." But then Reggie Bullock just stands in the corner and doesn't do anything else. Nobody says anything about that
nah.
because that's what Tom Thibodeau asked from his small forward to
Well
be there
when
to stretch the floor.
when Burks is out there, Burks just doesn't stand in the corner. You see Burks moving and
Burks
cutting and
is a hybrid. So that's the thing. Burks is technically a third guard. He's not technically a forward.
yeah.
So with him being the third guard, because when they have the backups, when they had like Burks, Rivers, and Quickly, or now I guess Burks, uh,
Rose.
Rose, and Quickly, there's still a 3 guard set.
Yeah.
So you have 3 guards and 2 forwards. So you take out the 3. So there's a difference in the coach and the offensive philosophy when you shift to that, when you don't have a natural 3 on the floor. But the natural 3 in Tom Thibodeau's system, what he wants him to do is stand in the corner and space the floor. That doesn't mean that Kevin Knox cannot do more than that. That's just what Tom Thibodeau asked from that position.
Yeah, I
So
don't like
we
it.
as fans sit here and say, well, Kevin Knox doesn't do anything else. He just stands in the corner because that's what the coach asked him to do. That's video evidence. Look at what Kevin Knox does and look what Reggie Bullock does on the court. And they are the exact same thing.
The exact same thing. Only thing is Bullock's defense is a little bit more consistent, but I expect more from Bullock's defense when he's supposed to be a 3.
Exactly. Bullock is not the same defensive player that he was. He's really living off reputation.
Yeah.
And the more numbers back that up. And Kevin Knox, actually, believe it or not, and granted in less minutes, but Kevin Knox's actually defensive numbers, his defensive metric numbers, are actually slightly better than Reggie Bullock's. I mean, yeah, we'll get mad at Kevin Knox because he'll get beat backdoor once or twice, right?
Yeah.
But Reggie Bullock does that consistently, and nobody brings that up. Nobody says that. We get all excited because Reggie Bullock hit 7 threes in a game, but then he probably won't hit 7 threes the next 4 games.
Yeah. You gotta you maybe get a 3 once a game from him, if even.
So I'd rather have a player who I know is a better shooter, who I know is a better athlete, who I know is longer, who I know can be a better defender when he's involved. Because you watch the TNT. Here's the thing about basketball. If you ever played basketball, and this is actually a proven thing, and Candace Parker and Dwayne Wade both said it. The better you play offensively, the better you play defensively.
Mm-hmm.
And the games where Kevin Knox has been more aggressive offensively is the games that Kevin Knox has been better defensively. And you can say that about a lot of people who are not star players. The more they touch the ball, but because the Knicks offense is so stagnant, like so stagnant, it's crazy, then you're not going to get the optimism and level to want to give it all on defense because you're not contributing on offense. Like anyone knows in any sport, you want to be on the offensive end more than you want to be on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in basketball, like I'd rather anybody wants to have the ball and take a shot than they want to go back on the other end and defend.
Mm-hmm.
So the more engaged you are offensively, that's why if this team had a more up tempo kind of pace, a lot of these players would be better defenders. But Tom Thibodeau is really holding that back by restricting the offense.
That
And
just
really,
annoys me so much. No, It's basic pick and roll, if even that. No off ball screen. So think about having Knox is if you have Knox running off ball screens, he'd be more effective, catch and shoot.
Exactly.
Backdoor cuts, have him moving instead of, and then the fast break. What annoys me even the most is you have fast break guys coming up and Peyton dribbling the ball up the court slowly, going into a half court set.
It's like remember the other game when Derrick Rose first game when he tried
Mm-hmm.
to do a fast break and realized he was running by himself.
Yeah,
And it's like he's like, where are my teammates?
yeah, he forgot he was in the Tom Thibodeau system. You'll not see that again. I think in Detroit, run it off faster.
So that's the thing. It's not the players, it's the system. They
Mm-hmm.
don't run. This is the last. We don't get any fast break points. We don't get any transition points. I mean, barely any. You know, we're last in tempo, and we're last in shot attempts and shot made. I mean, you can't make shots if you're not taking them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty much a fact. So it's a conundrum because, like I said, this offense is being held back by Tom Thibodeau, and like I said on previous shows, I'd rather give up being the number one defensive team. That means that my team is middle of the pack offensively. Like if we weren't number one defense, like we were like number 12 in defense and 20th in offense, we'd probably be over 500. Because a sign of a true defensive team is not being great defensively. It's about getting stops when you have to get stops. So I don't have to be great defensively for 48 minutes. But if I can be great defensively for 5-6 minutes at a time where I have to get stops to make runs, then my team would be better. To whereas I'm slowing down and slowing the pace. Because the thing about it is, and this goes a lot with Tom Thibodeau's teams, his teams are predicated on team defense, which means he doesn't have the best individual defenders. It's a team concept thing. It's a pace of play thing to slow down the pace to bring those defensive metrics down. A case of that misleading information is this. The Knicks are like number one in 3-point defense, but we're number 3 at giving up the most open threes.
Mm-hmm.
And so those numbers alone, those metrics alone contradict each other because it's not anything that we're doing. It's the other team just isn't hitting the shots.
Yeah.
Because you can't leave people open and they're missing shots, but it makes our defensive numbers look better.
Eventually, teams in some games already, teams are hitting shots. It's eventually teams are going to start hitting shots if we're leaving. I think Thibodeau's system too much is he doesn't mind giving up the threes. It's clogging in the paint.
Exactly. He'd rather clog the paint in the middle than give up open threes. Or yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Now the thing about it is this: when we play teams that are potent on offense, and even is the team concept of defense going to be enough when you don't
Hey,
have
I'm still here, Kev.
when you don't have um, great individual defenders? Because Julius Randle is not a good defensive player. Mitchell Robinson can't defend in space. RJ Barrett is an up and coming defender. He tries hard on defense. He'll get there. He's not an elite defender at the 2 guard position. Reggie Bullock is tailing off as a career guy um, in defense. Burks isn't a good defender at all. Rivers isn't a good defender. Quickly is not a good defender. But they play good team. They play good collectively. So when you play a team as the season goes on, and because we all knew the beginning of the season is going to be kind of sloppy and ugly basketball. But as teams, because of the lack of training camps and lack of practices and everything, but as the season goes on and teams get more acclimated to their systems, to the new players, to everything, to the grind of basketball, you'll see offenses start to pick up. The ones that you know are going to be good, right? So as the season goes on and offenses pick up, like legitimately, we can't hang with Brooklyn. As much as we keep saying Brooklyn doesn't play defense, we still don't have the offensive firepower to match Brooklyn. Like Brooklyn can give up 140 points because they know they can score 150 points, right? Because of the offensive system that they have. So they don't have to play great defense because their offense is just that potent. We can't run with Brooklyn. We can't. I don't care how great of a defense we cannot stop that type of offense. We can't even get
But
into
that's
it.
why they run it though. That's why they run that offense because nobody can stop it.
Exactly. That says they don't care about defense because they know they can outscore most people on most nights. If we get into a heavyweight, like what's another like pretty good top defensive team? I don't even know. I got to find out. I just throw a team out there that I feel like is good on defense. Um, like who's another top defensive team? I can't even think of one.
The Utah Jazz.
Oh well, with Utah. Well, Utah's also deceptively good, but a slug match, we might come out on top like we have before. But then the second time they prove that they can outslug us. Like we got teams early in the season because they didn't know what to expect, and early in the season those games were like I said, it was just sloppy. Everybody was going to play weird. It was just acclimating to a lot of stuff. So we kind of snuck a lot of teams a little bit early, like the Milwaukees and the Utahs. But then when we got that rematch and we got the full force of what Utah is, it was like, oh, okay. I mean, Austin Rivers really made that game closer than what it should have been. So that's the thing about it is the defensive system, the overall system that Tom Thibodeau has is not creative, is not conducive to modern basketball because it's so restrictive and so limited. When you basically say the two positions on the court, I don't need you to do anything on offense. I need one of you to stand in the corner and I need you to just rim run and rebound. Then you are restricting the entire team because you've limited two players on the court. Regardless, and people say, "Oh, Elfrid Payton's bringing us down." Like, no, Elfrid Payton can only work with what he can work with. When you limit the small forward position to just standing in the corner, that's what they're going to do. There's no off ball screens or whatever. You have no player movement. There's no backdoor cuts. There's no double screens. There's barely even any pick and roll. It's stagnated. People stand around and they watch. Tom Thibodeau's offense is get the ball to Julius Randle and have Julius Randle do something with it. I think he's restricted over Payton because over Payton throughout his career has been a pretty good assist guy. He spreads the ball around. But at Tom Thibodeau, I only see him passing the ball to Julius Randle and have Julius Randle facilitate the offense in half court. So he's even, as much as we come down on Elfrid Payton, he's doing what the coach asked him to do. And so people always sit here and say that I come down on Tom Thibodeau, and I should be positive because we're like 11-15, and we're not getting blown out, and we're being more competitive now. And it's like no, because you have to look at it as the old saying, how is it? The forest through the trees. I think that's the saying. You have to look at the forest through the trees. And we feel better as Knicks fans because we look better than we have in the past. Like we look better. And so we feel that we are better because we play more discipline. And we're 11-15, and last year we were like 4-19 or something. And that's good. I understand it. I respect that, and I understand we're just tired of losing. But I do not believe this style of play is conducive to modern basketball long term. And maybe that has to do with
Wow.
some of the players that we have, but a lot of that has to do with what the coach asks his players to do on the court. Fraser, you have something you wanted to add to that?
No, I can't believe you said that. I can't
Why
believe you
is
said
that?
that. Um, because it's totally opposite of what most people think. So while what you're saying is bold, hey man, I'm with you. I'm with you on a lot of that. Man, this has been excellent. Just listening to what you were saying. I don't necessarily know if I agree totally with everything, but the way you put it does bring people to the table and at least have them consider coming to your side. You know what I'm saying? Even if they don't agree, they will at least engage in conversation. The only thing I disagree with is Kevin Knox. I think Kevin Knox is a bust. That's the only thing I disagree with. And I'm not doing that to rile you up. What I'm saying is I put a link to a video on YouTube where the fan base is now turning on Kevin Knox. I mean, people are legit putting Kevin Knox is a bust videos on YouTube now. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And I put it out there to let you know I'm not the only one that is kind of feeling that way. It's not shade because I wish he was good, but I think it might be time to turn the page.
Well, okay. And I hate to, as you say, turn this into Knox at night. But I would like to dispel some of these um, Kevin Knox is a bust thing. And a lot of this goes back to Tom Thibodeau, right? And what he asked of his position. And as you know, you have been a big proponent of what Tom Thibodeau asked of his small forward and how limited he asked his small forwards to do, right? And so I just asked Joe Madden. I said, look at tape of Kevin Knox when he's on the floor, and then look at tape offensively of what Reggie Bullock does on the floor, and you can't see a difference between the two players of what they're asked to do. Now, if you take the players, Kevin Knox and Reggie Bullock, Kevin Knox is more talented of a player than Reggie Bullock is. Kevin Knox is a better shooter than Reggie Bullock. He's more athletic than Reggie Bullock. I believe he can do more things. I believe if you give the ball to Kevin Knox, and then there's a narrative that's been put out that Kevin Knox cannot create his own shot, which is a false narrative. And I'll tell you why it's false. Because there's tape of Kevin Knox doing things from his rookie season where he was given the ball and him doing something with it. Now, the thing is, we may not have liked what he did with it. The thing about it is, he can do everything on a basketball court. Is can he be more efficient with it? And this is, I think, the mistake that Tom Thibodeau has made. Instead of limiting what Kevin Knox has done, take what Kevin Knox can do and make him more efficient at it. Like with RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett was wildly inefficient his rookie year. But Tom Thibodeau has placed him in a position to do what he does just more efficiently, as in creating more space on the floor for RJ Barrett to penetrate. Now, RJ Barrett still has his struggles around the rim. Some of that is refereeing, and we can all point to referees and say they're not giving us any calls. And some of that is still on RJ Barrett. Now, I am a proponent of this. Had Tom Thibodeau became the head coach during Kevin Knox's second year and not his third year, Kevin Knox would be in the same position that he has RJ Barrett in right now. Kevin Knox's second season, what David Fizdale and Mike Miller did to Kevin Knox has destroyed Kevin Knox. And not just the player, the value of Kevin Knox. I brought up last night Michael Porter Jr. and how we all wanted Michael Porter Jr. Sometimes, unless you are a superstar or whatever, the environment in which you come into affects the player that you're going to be, right? Michael Porter Jr. went into a situation where he was surrounded by all-star level players and pretty good veteran players. So he wasn't really asked to do much. So people look at bubble Michael Porter, like bubble Michael Porter, as in that's who Michael Porter Jr. is. And it's not. He had a stretch where he was playing great. Like, he was playing fantastic. He had like what 3 30-point games back to back or whatever. Everybody, and then the narrative is like, oh, we should have got this player instead of the player who is wildly inconsistent. But the circumstances in which Michael Porter Jr. came into were much different because he was able to get those 30 points knowing that he wasn't the number one option on those teams. He took the opportunities that were given to him, playing alongside Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, who was also having a breakout bubble. So he's feeding off of two better perennial all-star players and better veteran players to ease the transition to make his opportunities better. Denver has more spacing, so he was allowed to do more things. To whereas you look at Kevin Knox had to work harder for his level of production and what he was given because he wasn't given the natural talent that Michael Porter walked into. He wasn't given the developmental process and developmental staff that Denver has. Denver took Nikola Jokic, who was a second-round pick, and made him into the best center in basketball. They have Jamal Murray, who was a mid-round pick, and turned him into a top 5 point guard in basketball because of their developmental staff. But it's a fact that New York had the worst developmental staff for years. And Kevin Knox's rookie season, Kevin Knox was just handed in the ball and said, go kid, do whatever. Because David Fizdale at X's and O's was probably one of the most poorest coaches in the league. And even with that said, Kevin Knox was still Rookie of the Month for December of his rookie season, where he averaged 20 points a game for the entirety of the month. So if you just look at that sample size alone, let's take the December of Kevin Knox's rookie season, where he was efficient, where he was outplaying Trae Young and Luka at that point, and DeAndre Ayton at that point. Because Kevin Knox was second team all rookie, his rookie season. And then went into the next season where the front office gave a mandate that this was a playoff team. And so you're going to sit here and your argument is, oh, if it's a playoff team, the coach is going to play the players that he feels gives him the best opportunity to play. But this is where development and teaching comes in, right? Development and teaching comes in as you have a player and you sit down and like, okay, I need you to work on this. I feel like you can't go left. So we're going to run drills to make you do this, to get you better and more proficient at it. I'm going to have you run this because I feel like your strength is pick and roll and do this. So I'm going to put you in positions to play at your strengths. And while you're playing at your strengths, you can build on your weaknesses. instead of doing that like most teams do, the Knicks are like, no, we're just going to sit you down and we're going to go with players who we feel can play. And that's not development. And you can argue all day and say development isn't always in game day. But I disagree. You have to play. You have to be on the court to provide any kind of uh, asset because it's so limited what you do on practice because one, practices are scripted a little bit mostly. Scrimmages are pretty much scripted. And for the most part, you're not even, some of the players don't even play. And so you can't really do everything you need to do in practice. You need that live game experience to be put in situations to see what you can do to play through those situations. And then go back and look at your mistakes and say, okay, this is what you did. But if you had did this, if you had did D, E, and F instead of A, B, and C, you would have did better. So you can go back, and then the next time you play in that position, put in that position, you know what to do instead of what you did previously. The thing is, if you're sitting down, you're not put in those positions to know what you did wrong or what you can do right. That's coaching and development, is learning from your mistakes. You have to make mistakes first. It's like a baby. You have to crawl before you walk. And even when you start walking, you're going to fall down. You have to fall down to learn how to walk. It's scary. Like I have when I had my nieces were younger, it used to scare me to death. It scares me to death when I see like a baby or a toddler run because I know they're going to fall. And you want to be there to catch them. It's like, no, Kevin, you have to let them fall because they have to know what it's like to fall in order for them to succeed, in order for them to run down the sidewalk. And I feel is what Tom Thibodeau is doing to players like Obi Toppin, Kevin Knox, and Frank Ntilikina is malpractice on a lot of fronts. Because even if you wanted to get rid of them, and we can all talk about these fanatical trades to get Zach LaVine for Kevin Knox and Frank and Obi. It's just crazy. Because another team, not us, another team is going to look at the value or devaluing of these players. And they're not going to see it because they're not playing. They're not playing through their weaknesses to get to their strengths. So I look back on Michael Porter Jr. and I look at the environment that he was put into. And I look at the environment that Kevin Knox was put into. And I don't think that the natural talent of Michael Porter Jr. would have thrived here to where you got the most out of Michael Porter Jr. That bubble Michael Porter Jr. would have never happened in New York. One of it is a lack of talent that he was playing with and the opportunities that he was given because of that talent, because of the structure of the organization that he was brought into. So he would have not been the Michael Porter that we know now had he been drafted by the Knicks. Like any player that's been put into a situation, unless you're just God-given great, is going to perform differently because of the situations that they're put into. Like God-given great players can just thrive anywhere. But you have players who need to be put in positions in order for them to get better. And then also time is also a thing. Like people talk about, Jeremy Grant. It took Jeremy Grant 7 seasons to get to the level that he's playing in right now. He had to work through the things he did. He had to get the opportunity also to be able to put up the numbers that he's putting. So it's about development and opportunity to get to the level that you can get. And so you can argue, he was always a really good defender. when defense is not a trait. Defense is a collection of traits working together to perform. Playing defense is like an engine. It's like having the components of an engine. You have to have high levels of anticipation. You have to have good lateral movements. You have to be able to be swift. It's good to have long arms. It's good to have mobility and be able to have fluid hips. Um, so it's a lot of things that just saying a person is a good defender. It is a lot of attributes that go along the way into playing defense. The defense isn't a ability. There's certain abilities that you have to be a good defender. Because anyone can be taught to play defense. So that's what I think. Other people may not agree with that, but like I said, situations a lot of times puts a player in position to be successful or not successful. And even if you wanted to say Knox, you can sit here and say Frank. Well, I'm not the biggest Frank fan at all. Wasn't given the opportunity to play at his best. As much as we don't want to say it, sometimes this organization has failed the players it's been given through a multitude of things. And does Kevin Knox fall into that category? Yes. He does. Does Frank fall into that category? Yes. And I hate to say it, I think Obi Toppin is falling into that category. And that is because the front office has a split between the head coach. And that's because I think Tom Thibodeau gave his good friend Leon Rose the okie doke, where he came in and said he's changed and he's learned and he's going to adapt to the modern NBA and the modern game. And he just hasn't. He's so focused on having such
Wow. Come on, Kev.
No, this is true. This is a true statement. Tom Thibodeau is so focused on having a good defense that he is surrounding his entire game plan on his defense. Because how many offensive sets can you say you see the Knicks run a game?
Wow. Yeah, that's a good question.
How many offensive sets do you see the Knicks run?
10 maybe so far this
10.
season. Yeah, that's not a lot though.
So you're saying modern basketball, and we played 26 games. You've seen 10 offensive sets.
10 different looks. Yeah, and what 25 games, 26 games.
26 games. You've seen 10 offensive looks, and this is modern basketball. And this is a head coach who claims that he's adapting to modern basketball. And we are last in shots taken and last in shots made a game. That's modern basketball?
No.
It's last in pace, last in transition, last in fast break points. That's modern basketball?
No.
So the numbers say, and people sit here and I say, oh, Tom Thibodeau's not good, and Tom Thibodeau lied and gave us the okie doke, and you be like, oh, you can't say that. But the numbers behind that say that I'm right. But it's not a good take because you don't want to hear that because we're 11-15 and we're playing better than we did last year. But all the metrics, all the data offensively say Tom Thibodeau hasn't learned anything. Tom Thibodeau doesn't care.
Yeah, that's not
about
what
the
I said.
offensive side of the ball. No, I'm not saying that's what you care, but the reaction from a lot of
No,
people
that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said.
Oh.
I didn't say nothing about Karen. I said that's not what I said.
Oh, I apologize. But a lot of fans are going to sit here and they're going to be like, we're 11-15 and Tom Thibodeau is great because they're blindsided by losing so much that they can't see the forest through the trees. And that's just the reality of it. I hate to be, and people are going to be like, oh, you're just angry because Kevin Knox isn't playing. No, I just see the forest through the trees. This team can't score because the head coach holds this team back from scoring because he does not care about offense, because he's not an offensive mind. And I've heard Legion, oh, well, he tries to run these sets, and it's like, no, he doesn't. He doesn't. Because Elfrid Payton, throughout his career, has proven, whether we like Elfrid Payton or not, Elfrid Payton has a track record of being a facilitator, of getting 7, 8, 9 assists a game, of being able to facilitate an offense. And as much as we say Elfrid Payton can't shoot, that's a fair assessment. But Elfrid Payton has been a good facilitator of offenses in this league.
And name one.
Name one? When he was in New Orleans, those New Orleans teams were, I mean, not the best, but they had a decent offense where he facilitated. Elfrid Payton's career average is like 8 assists a game. And he's averaging, how many assists is Elfrid Payton averaging this season? This season, Elfrid Payton is averaging 3.7 assists a game. So you're saying a guy whose career assist is like 8 or maybe 9 assists a game has decided, I'm going to stop passing the ball all of a sudden. I'm going to not be the facilitator I've always been throughout my career and regress for what reason? Or is the answer to that question, the head coach is putting you in a position to do this. This is what I want you to do. I want to take the ball out of your hand and put it in my forward's hand so you don't have to orchestrate the offense. Could that be a fair assessment of why Elfrid Payton's assist numbers have regressed by 5 or 6 this season compared to his normal season when Elfrid Payton could get a triple-double easy? But I don't think Elfrid Payton has had double-digit assist numbers this entire season. Why is that?
It's because Kevin Knox can't shoot.
You're right, because Elfrid Payton plays 20 minutes a game.
So it's more of a supporting cast issue, and I think with Elfrid Payton. So the Kevin Knox can't shoot thing was unfair. That was just a joke, and I hope you understand that. But what I'm saying is that to say that Tom Thibodeau is a bad coach because Kevin Knox can't develop is not fair.
I'm not saying this has nothing to do with that, and that's missed the whole point. And I knew that's what it was going to come down to. I knew people were going to take everything I said and bring it back to Kevin Knox isn't playing. When I said the offensive metrics across the board, we are last in almost every offensive category, and that has nothing to do with Kevin Knox Kevin Knox developing at all. I gave you all the stats in the world that said that this team, the New York Knicks, are the worst offense in basketball. And for some reason, you brought it back to, I don't like Tom Thibodeau because he's not developing Kevin Knox. That's all I'm saying. But because I'm a Knoxer, that's what you're going to tie it into. You're going to say, I don't like Tom Thibodeau because he's not developing and playing Kevin Knox. So discredit everything I said. Discredit all the data I've given because Kevin Knox is getting DNPs. if that is the case, I don't really know what else to say. Yeah, Rizzy?
Hey, my bad, Kev. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I got bumped out, man. It was weird. I just went on a whole Kevin Knox thing, and I think you missed it.
I did. I think you were on mute or something.
Okay. So the thing with Tibbs is this. So we're limited offensively because he's a limited offensive coach, but at the same time we have limited offensive personnel. Right? We play at the slowest pace. Right? So guys can't get into a flow offensively because the pace is too slow. Right? But on the opposite side of the floor, dudes wear themselves out on defense in order to stay in the rotation, right? And guys like Kevin Knox are not designed to be that. Kevin Knox did not come out of college as a defender. Kevin Knox came out of college as a guy in the right situation he could become a very good scorer, right? But to Knox's discredit, he was faced with two dudes that were idiots as head coaches. And then he gets Tibbs, who's the complete opposite of what Knox needed in terms of development, becoming a good NBA player. So you can't blame Tibbs on being who he is, and then praise Knox for being who he is. You know what I'm saying? Knox is an offensive player. Tibbs is a defensive-minded head coach. And the faster we understand that, the faster we'll understand that Knox is not a fit for this team.
Well, this is again. Um, this is doing my entire argument a disservice because it's more than Kevin Knox. And so what you're saying is this, which goes to further my argument against Tom Thibodeau, because this league is predicated off scoring. In 2020 or 2021, this league is predicated off of scoring. So you have a head coach who says, I have offensive players. I'm either not going to play them or I'm going to limit them because I'm going to focus on an outdated side of the ball. And as great as a coach as Tom Thibodeau is, or great as a coach as we want to make him out to be, Tom Thibodeau doesn't have a championship as a head coach. Tom Thibodeau doesn't have a conference championship as a head coach. We didn't bring in a championship coach. He has a championship as an
Right.
assistant.
I understand that. I
So
understand
why
that.
is Tom Thibodeau in 2021 saying, I have an offensive talent in a league that's predicated on offense, and I'm not going to play him because I'm going to focus on an outdated side of the ball?
Right. Who are you talking about? Obi Toppin?
I can talk about Obi Toppin. I can talk about Kevin
What's
Knox.
up, my friend? All right. Hey,
You have offensive weapons because you sit here and said, we don't have the offensive weapons to do that. And they're like, no, we do. They're just not playing because they don't fit in the mold that the head coach wants them to fit on because he wants to play an antiquated, outdated style of basketball in an era that it doesn't belong in. If this was 1995, the Knicks would be championship contenders, but it's not, and we're 4 games under 500 because we have the league's best defense and the league's worst offense. And you can sit here and you can say, "Oh, well, we got to start somewhere. You have to start somewhere." Okay. We had to start somewhere. But does that have to mean you completely limit one side of the ball? You completely limit the players you have offensively. You've had players come out either cryptically or uncryptically say that the style of play that is not conducive to what they want to do. You don't have to go from bad to championship contenders overnight. And when I've said, and I've been on this show before, and I said this team is going to remain in purgatory as long as Tom Thibodeau's the head coach, is because we're not going to get better. We're going to be this gray area. We're going to be the Orlando Magic, constantly the 7th, 8th seed, until one day we wake up and we realize that we've cheated ourselves. We've cheated ourselves out of 3 or 4 years. We set ourselves back because the head coach's vision isn't modern basketball. It's antiquated. It's outdated. It's predated. It's from another era. That's why I call Tom Thibodeau a relic. And we can all laud being 4 games under 500 and losing close games by 2-3 points instead of getting blown out every night. But at the end of the day, a loss is a loss. At the end of the day, our last 15 games, after teams have gotten tape on us and adjusted to us, we haven't been good. So I ask you, what is it that you want?
That
Because
I
if you
want.
want success,
I'm talking about that I want.
I know you want to win a championship.
Or Knicks fans.
Let me ask you a question, Freezy.
Okay.
Can Tom Thibodeau lead the Knicks to a championship?
Yes.
You feel Tom Thibodeau can lead the Knicks to a championship?
Yes.
Playing his style of basketball.
Yes.
Why do you feel that way?
Because I think his defensive principles are on point. In terms of so here's the thing. If it's just Coach Tom Thibodeau, we good, right? If it's Tom Thibodeau making front office moves and not developing and all of that stuff, then I think he'd be a failure, right? But if it's Tom Thibodeau on the floor, I think he can lead this roster to a championship, right? If it's Tom Thibodeau making personnel moves, I think it's excuse me, I think it's the opposite. Okay, like if you're asking me, can Tom Thibodeau develop Obi Toppin and Kevin Knox? No, he can't. Right? If left to his own devices, mad scientists always make the wrong decision because they never know when to stop. Right? You have to take stuff out of their hands. You know what I'm saying? But if it's on the court decisions, I think he does a reasonably good job. And in the right circumstance, I think he could lead this team to a championship. For instance, I'll give you an example. If Kevin Knox was a 17, 18 point per game scorer with Tom Thibodeau, will we be having this conversation?
If Kevin Knox was averaging 17, 18 points,
right?
Like RJ.
Right. No, not like with RJ. Because I think RJ would be different. I think RJ would probably be a 20 point per game scorer because the rising tide would float all boats. You know what I'm saying? So if RJ was just doing his thing, and growing too, and Knox was averaging 17 points per game, I don't think you and I would be having this conversation. I think you would be saying that Tom Thibodeau is an excellent coach.
If Kevin Knox is averaging 17 points a game, that means that Tom Thibodeau gives some credence to offense.
Right.
So no, we wouldn't be having this conversation because Tom Thibodeau's entire overview of how to coach his team would be different. So it's not just Kevin Knox averaging 17 points. It's why would Kevin Knox be averaging 17 points?
Right.
He'd be averaging 17 points.
So here's the part of that. Here's the part of that I wanted to get to. Right. So what happened? What happened is Tom Thibodeau would pick up the pace of play would increase, not just because of him, but because of personnel. Like I think the addition of Derrick Rose is going to help Obi Toppin and Kevin Knox. You know why? Because when you have a second team point guard who's brand new, who's new, and then journeyman wings on that same unit that only look to score for themselves, they don't incorporate Kevin Knox or Obi Toppin. Right? There have been plays where Kevin Knox is wide open in the corner and they just won't get it to him. Wide open at the top of the key and they won't get it to him. Obi Toppin wide open in the corner and they won't get it to him. Right?
I've seen Obi Toppin wide open for a lot. Was begging for it and they haven't given it to him.
Right. So what I'm saying is when you look at things in a broader spectrum or a broader scope, it's not just Tibbs, man. It's not just Tibbs. It's personnel too. You got to look at like for instance, you can't blame Emmanuel Quickly. He's just as new. Him and Kevin Knox are the same age. You know what I'm saying? You can't blame Emmanuel Quickly. He's learning just like Knox. You know what I'm saying? He's learning just like Obi. All of these dudes are the same age. You know what I'm saying? You can't blame those three. You have to let them develop a certain level of chemistry and awareness on the floor before you could just say, like for instance, I say Kevin Knox is a bust, and you know why I think he's a bust?
I don't.
I think he's a bust because his potential is not realized, right? But there are other busts too. Some busts just don't have the physical talent to play in the NBA, right? They took advantage of mismatches in college, and they looked like a man amongst boys. And then they got in the NBA against other men, and they just couldn't do it. That's not Kevin Knox. I think his potential is unrealized. But also, Kevin Knox has to pick up his motor. He has to pick up his want to. You know what I'm saying? He's got to want to be successful more than he wants to breathe breath. And if that's not the case, then he's going to be, yo, you remember that time we drafted Kevin Knox? That's what he's going to be. Kevin Knox is going to be.
You a hypothetical, Freezer.
What? Talking about me?
No, I want to ask you a hypothetical.
Okay.
What would the narrative be if we trade Kevin Knox somewhere and in 2 years he's averaging 21 points a game? What would you say then?
I would say somebody unlocked Kevin Knox and realized his potential. It's a shame it didn't happen in New York. That's what I would say. And sometimes it takes kids longer. And sometimes it takes kids a different setting.
I mean, it took Jeremy Grant 7 years.
Well, I mean,
to get where he's at now.
Jeremy Grant would tell you I was like that 3 years ago, but I played a certain role. And even with that said, that still means it took Jeremy Grant 4 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Would you give up on Kevin Knox? Actually, no. Let me rephrase that. Let me ask this question: is there a disconnect between Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau?
Nah, it's not too early. I might say so. The way you put it, it's like, do they have irreconcilable differences? That's not what I think.
I don't think there's irreconcilable differences. But here's the thing: I think Obi Toppin is a telltale sign. I think Leon Rose wanted Obi Toppin for this team because he wanted that offensive juggernaut potential.
Right.
But Tom Thibodeau's like, he can't play, or he doesn't play because doesn't play defense. That's why I said, regardless, everything else is irrelevant. Obi Toppin is the telltale sign to me that there's disconnect of how Leon Rose wants his team to play and how Tom Thibodeau wants his team to play. Freeze is gone. Forget Kevin Knox, forget everyone else. Leon Rose drafted Obi Toppin. When Leon Rose drafted Obi Toppin, that sight that you saw, that joy, that happiness that he had because he had got the guy that he wanted for all his offensive upside. Leon Rose has a vision for this team, and it's a modern NBA type of vision because he is an agent. So he knows the best players in the game and knows how the game should be played based on his relationship with these players. So he knows that this is how modern NBA works. So he drafted Obi Toppin. But his biggest and I think his most fatal flaw is he hired Tom Thibodeau, who does not share that same vision. Because a head coach and GM have to be on the same page. They have to want the same type of thing. But this is where reputation and friendships clout everything. Because Leon Rose's vision doesn't fit Tom Thibodeau's vision. But Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau have been friends for 30 years. So their visions don't align with each other. But right now, they're stuck. Leon Rose is stuck. Because I think Tom Thibodeau gave him the okie doke. Again, this isn't about Kevin Knox. This is about the future of the New York Knicks in the hands of Tom Thibodeau. Because Tom Thibodeau will limit these players. Tom Thibodeau will limit the offensive production in an offensive league, in an offensive era. He will limit the offense.
Oh, yeah. Now we rocking and rolling. Now we rocking and rolling. Now we rocking and rolling. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Knox at Night podcast.
I was talking about Obi Toppin, if you just heard me.
I had to put the keys down and come in the door and all that stuff, man. So I didn't hear that Obi Toppin part.
Yeah, I said Obi Toppin to me is a sign of disconnect. And I said that, and I guess I had to repeat myself. It's because Leon Rose is a former agent, right? Leon Rose is a former agent who has represented some of the best players in his league. So Leon Rose knows the modern style of basketball. And so he knows the modern style of basketball. So he got Obi Toppin, this freakish athletic forward who fits in modern offense.
Right, he does.
But this is, I think, the fatal flaw that he made. He hired, because the head coach and the GM president have to be on the same page. They have to want the same thing. They have to be aligned. Tom Thibodeau's vision doesn't align with Leon Rose's vision. Because Tom Thibodeau does not believe in the modern style of basketball.
Kev, stop it.
If Tom Thibodeau believed in the modern style of basketball, we would not be struggling to score 90 points a game.
Okay, so to describe to us what the modern style of basketball is.
The modern style of basketball is up pace, up tempo, run, move the ball, movement, player movement, more 3-point shots, just an up tempo, up pace style of basketball. It's about ball movement. It's about.
So Kev, so how is it about ball movement and the Knicks are playing an outdated offense when the Knicks lead the NBA in passes? Passes. You know what I'm talking about. Passes.
Yeah.
They pass the ball more than any team in the NBA.
Is that an actual? We do.
That is an actual stat. And about when we were at like 20 games, we were blowing the league away in passing. like passing the ball between each other, right?
Is this team's okay? Is this team better constructed this year or last year?
I would say to your point. So to your point,
No,
I would say the reason why we look like an outdated offense is because of pace of play. If this team took 20 more shots per game, we wouldn't even be having this discussion, right? Think about it. So think about 20 shots divided amongst 4 more players, right? And it's not going to be 4 shots for each. It'll be like, Knox will probably get 8 shots. Obi will probably get 4 shots. RJ probably get 2 more. Randall may get 2 more. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that I don't believe it's solely based on Tibbs. I believe Elfrid Payton is garbage, right?
The thing about it is, how can Elfrid Payton go from averaging 8? What do you? How many assists? Find out how many assists.
I know Elfrid Payton is an assist guy. I know that, right? I know that. But what I'm saying is Elfrid Payton is a big assist guy. Elfrid Payton is the guy that gets to the paint and dishes off to bigs and they finish around the rim, right? But this year, Elfrid Payton is not snapping my boy Mitch off with nice passes at the rim. He's not hitting off Obi Toppin at the rim. And to justify that, you don't see Mitch's scoring numbers go up, even though he's playing more minutes. And you don't see Obi Toppin getting easy baskets. So if they're not getting those easy baskets off passes from Elfrid Payton, guess what that means for Elfrid Payton's assist numbers? Because let's not act like Elfrid Payton is some perimeter maestro who breaks off shooters and stuff and gets Devin Bookers and Brandon Ingrams into the flow of the game. Let's not do that. That's not what he is. Phoenix won Elfrid Payton going so bad. I think they gave him away, right? New Orleans is like, man, get him out of here. Okay? We're talking about and so the teams Elfrid Payton played on, he had great perimeter players. He had Terrence Ross's, Evan Fournier's, Victor Oladipo's, Devin Booker's, Brandon Ingram's. But now that he don't have that, look at his assist number. Let's not act like Elfrid Payton is a perimeter maestro now. You know what I mean? Let's call Elfrid Payton for what he is, right? He's a dude that drives the lane looking for a pass to the big, right? And they take away that, and now guess what you have? A dude that drives the lane and goes to the rim and can't finish. Somebody debate me on that. Somebody tell me Mitchell Robinson is a 25-point per game scorer with Elfrid Payton. Somebody tell me that. Or somebody tell me that Elfrid Payton finishes at the rim at a high rate. Or somebody tell me that the Knicks have a Devin Booker, Evan Fournier, Victor Oladipo, Brandon Ingram. Somebody tell me that. Somebody break down this roster and tell me that.
If Elfrid Payton last year on the Knicks didn't average 7 assists a game. On the Knicks, averaged 7 assists a game. With a rookie RJ Barrett, with Marcus Morris,
who didn't pass through.
Perimeter oriented. Same Julius Randle, same Mitchell Robinson, same Kevin Knox, same Reggie Bullock.
Kev, stop making my argument for me.
He went from 7 assists last year.
Right.
Last year,
okay. Right. Okay.
Pretty much the same.
You mean the year before this one? Last year. The year before this one.
Last year.
The year before this one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
7 assists with almost the same group of people.
No, almost doesn't count. Hey, the girls send me that all the time. Almost doesn't count, Uncle Freddie.
He still has RJ. He still has Julius.
Right. You went through those games before. Yep.
He still has Knox.
Right. Who leads the league in NBA shooting right now? 3-point shooting percentage.
I don't know.
Wayne Ellington. Guess where Wayne Ellington plays now? Detroit. Right? Mook Morris shot 47% from 3 while he was here. Right? Where's Mook Morris? Los Angeles. Right? So I legit broke down and gave you a list. And I don't want to argue with you about this, right? Because I feel like you're like 88% right on it. Except the Elfrid Payton thing. Elfrid Payton is trash, and it's time for us to admit it. Right? Elfrid Payton, when he's not surrounded by Devin Bookers or Brandon Ingrams or Drew Holidays or Evan Fourniers or Terrence Rosses or Victor Oladipo, is trash. Right? I just want to point that out. And I know the chat is gonna probably kill me. They're like Uncle Freeze coming here with that Band-Aid on his face thinking, right? I ain't trying to be Nelly. I ain't trying to make no song. I ain't trying to make country grandma, nothing like that. I ain't trying to, make no songs with Kelly Rowland. No. What I'm saying is Elfrid Payton is garbage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Elfrid Payton is to quote one of Jersey City's finest, Joe Budden, trash. Elfrid Payton is trash. We need to acknowledge that, okay? And the thing with Knox's potential has not been realized. It's not a Tom Thibodeau thing, right? It's not a Tom Thibodeau thing. It's an everybody thing. Everybody has a part to play in Kevin Knox being a bust, but mostly Kevin Knox. But everybody else has a part to play in it too. Everybody else has a part to play. It's like that game Clue, right? Where you try to figure out everything, like who committed the crime, and you're like, you get the candlestick, and then you get the study, and now you're like, well, I have the weapon and I have the place. Now I have to figure out the place, and then you draw the butler, and then the butler did it with a candlestick in the study. I got you. It's like that game Clue, right? The thing with Kevin Knox is this. We know Tom Thibodeau has a part to play in it. We know the organization has a part to play in it. We know Mike Miller had a part to play in it. We know David Fizdale had a part to play in it. But you know who had the biggest part to play in it? Kevin Knox.
Here's the question also. Do you feel Kevin Knox? See, when you say that he has to have the want to, right? And I think that a lot of times people throw that around and then they come.
Kev, what separates you from other dudes at work? What separates you from other dudes at work? You think your organization just gave you this position because you're Hoodie Kev? No, they didn't.
Put in a lot of work to get
Hoodie Kev had a lot to do with himself ascending at work, right? Hoodie Kev, he didn't do it all by himself, right? But his ascension had a lot to do with him being the best Hoodie Kev can be every day at work and taking pride in what he do at work. Guess what? Kevin Knox has a job too. Kevin Knox has a job. His job is he is an NBA player, right? Mm-hmm. And at some point, we can't keep saying the organization is holding him down because cream rises to the top. I actually saw it. I made root beer floats for the girls like 4 years ago, and I watched the cream in that drink rise to the top. So I was like, that's what people are talking about. The cream will rise to the top.
Now, with that being said, I'd like to ask you something. You know who Rick Brunson is?
Yep.
Former Knick.
Did he play at Connecticut or Syracuse or Georgetown? Did he play at Syracuse or let me see. You know he has a son in the league right now, right?
Yes, Jalen Brunson of the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
So Rick Brunson also is a former assistant coach of Tom Thibodeau.
Right.
Coached with him I think he got his first coaching job with him in Chicago. Then also followed him to Minnesota. There was a lot of rumors that he was going to become a Knicks assistant, but it hasn't
He went to
happened yet.
Temple. Rick Brunson went to Temple.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
Georgetown.
yeah.
So Kevin Knox spent time working with Rick Brunson. You know who Lethal Shooter is?
I heard that name before, but I don't know him.
Well, he's one of the probably one of the top shooting coaches.
Yeah, I saw his stuff on Twitter, but I don't know his.
Yeah, so Kevin Knox spent a lot of time working with Lethal Shooter. Kevin Knox in the offseason hired a training staff to help him on his game. So Kevin Knox spent 9 months working with Rick Brunson, working with Lethal Shooter, working with the training staff that he hired. 9 months. He wasn't out there playing Fortnite. Maybe he was in his free time. I mean, who are we to say that whatever? I mean, I like to come home when I'm not at work, do what I like to do.
Me too.
People, he playing Fortnite. Like, I'm pretty sure he spent hours in the gym earlier today. So,
me too. I like to come home. I mean, I'm not going to do it in the study with a candlestick, but yeah, me too.
Yeah. So, okay. So you spent 9 months training every single day. But there's plenty of video, plenty of articles, plenty of reports of Kevin Knox doing the entire offseason training. Kevin Knox said he talked to Tom Thibodeau, and Tom Thibodeau said, "This is what I want you to work at." That's why he wanted to work with Rick Brunson. Kevin Knox put in the work to be better. Because my thing is this: if I do not care about my job, I'm not going to put in the work. Because as soon as I would have hung up with my boss and like, "Okay, Kevin, I want you to work on this, this, and this," I would have hung up the phone and pop some popcorn and watch TV.
Right. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. But the candlestick in the study. Whatever. I don't care.
Yeah. So to sit here and say that Kevin Knox does not want to get better is a false narrative. And that's the only thing. And I get on people like Legion of all the time because he puts out false narratives.
Stop saying Legion. Why are you calling Legion the Knicks podcast out?
I'm not, because he calls me out, one, and he creates false narratives. And I will call him out every time he does it. That's a false narrative.
Legion of Knicks podcast. All I'm going to say is Suggs, super Suggs. What?
All I'm going to say is when you put out false narratives, actually have merit on them, because you can't sit here and say that a player who puts in as much work as Kevin Knox does doesn't want it.
So, to that point, that is not what I said just now. What I said was the cream will rise to the top. What I asked was how did Hoodie Kev get his position at work? Did the organization give it to him? That's what I asked.
I had really good mentors that helped me along the way.
Right.
But I also had to.
So they helped in your development.
Yes.
Okay.
But I also did things that a lot of people didn't want to do to show that I was dedicated.
Yep.
To show that I was different, to separate myself. And I think that's all fair. I think we can say, because I can give you all kinds of metrics, all kinds of numbers to say that Kevin Knox has performed better than Reggie Bullock.
But who cares about Reggie Bullock?
Tom Thibodeau?
No, Hoodie Kev. Hoodie Kev cares about Reggie Bullock.
Tom Thibodeau cares about Reggie Bullock.
Yeah, because Tom Thibodeau doesn't even care what Reggie Bullock's name is. All he wants is production out of that position. If he could get production out of that position from Taj Gibson, he would play Taj Gibson at the 3. He don't care. He just want production out of that position. He would put Charlie Brown in that position right now. If Charlie Brown could produce more than Reggie Bullock, he don't care.
So let me ask you a question.
All he cares about is winning.
I think it would take a great wing, to get Tom Thibodeau to change his coaching style. Because let's say he had Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, right? As a two people to build his, like, he didn't have bigs or points. He had Kawhi Leonard, and like he was the coach of the Clippers. He would be forced to change because his two best players are both wings. So you can't build an offense and not build it around Kawhi Leonard, who is a 3. He's not anything else. Kawhi Leonard is a 3. He is a small forward. So you're saying to say, man, that Tom Thibodeau couldn't coach Kawhi Leonard? Like he's going to freeze out Kawhi Leonard?
No, that's not what.
Or would he make it work?
No, what I'm telling you is Kevin Knox is not Kawhi Leonard.
No, I'm not saying Kevin Knox is Kawhi Leonard. I'm saying
that's what it sounded like you're saying. No, it sounds like you're going down that road, Hoodie Kev.
I'm not going.
Do you need an intervention? You need me to bring you a cup of coffee? You need for me to bring you some cigarettes?
So here's the thing. I've never
because you just compared situations.
I'm not comparing. I'm comparing the
situations.
No, you said Tom Thibodeau doesn't care about the small forward position. I said
no, he doesn't care about the player. I just said he would start Charlie Brown if he would get more production out of Charlie Brown. He would play Taj Gibson at the 3 if he could get more production at the 3 from Taj Gibson. That's what I just said.
But there's facts. The numbers prove that he'll get more production from Kevin Knox out of the 3. But he doesn't play Kevin Knox. So you can't sit here and say he'll play with somebody who'll get more production when numbers suggest
an intervention.
When numbers suggest he gets more out of Kevin Knox than he does from Reggie Bullock. The numbers, since Legion of Knicks podcast is all about his numbers, the numbers say he gets more from Kevin Knox than he does out of Reggie Bullock.
Kaiser Sauce, what's good? Kaiser Sauce, I see you. Shay Legacy, IQJ, been in the chat. Yeah, IQJ is a bug out. I see IQJ in the chat. Quattro Cinco. Yo, so if y'all like what y'all been hearing, even if you don't, I don't care. Subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button. Join the virtual chat. Join the video chat. Turn on your notifications. Share on social media. Right? And if you feel so inclined, if the super chat ain't your thing, I think Ghetto Intellect told me that I think he threatened my life to do a Cash App. So the Cash App thing is $ Lawrence Tears. That's if you're so inclined. If not, I'm not asking, I'm not, whatever. But the channel does need some money in order to buy Hoodie Kev a Kevin Knox jersey. We've been passing the can. We've been passing the can around to get Hoodie Kev a Kevin Knox jersey, and we keep coming up short. I think we had like $180, but the Knox jersey is like $300. So
special edition?
No. It's a game. It is a crispy clean game worn jersey. No sweat on it or anything. It's a game jersey. He wore it, but he took it right off and sold it because no perspiration or anything is on it. So Kaiser Sose, that was for you. A crispy clean game worn jersey by Kevin Knox. He took it out of the plastic and put it on, and took it off and put it right back in the plastic.
You know what? When Kevin Knox goes and he averages 24 points in Memphis, I don't want no Knicks fans to be salty or sour.
Yeah, man.
When he's catching lobs from Ja Morant. Okay.
And you can listen. You can say because listen. We can't dispute dreams, right? We can't dispute dreams, right? Because I go to sleep like in a few minutes, right? So it's like what 4:35 or something like that. When I go to sleep in a few minutes, I'm gonna go take me a hot shower, man, and drink like a hot cup of tea, and I'm gonna go talk to Miss Mocha for a few minutes. But when I doze off, I'm gonna be dreaming about Fat Joe doing an anthem down the street. Because the Knicks won their 4th championship back to back, right? And so y'all be like, Uncle Freeze, why you got Fat Joe doing the anthem this time? Didn't Fat Joe do the anthem last year? And I'd be like, bro, I don't care who do the anthem, as long as we keep winning like this, I'll let Fat Joe do it 10 more times. You know what I'm saying? But that's in my dream, right? And we can't dispute that. So when Kevin Knox does go to Memphis and averages 27 a game, catching lobs from Ja Morant, we can't dispute that. Because that right there is a dream scenario. Not for you, but for Knox. That's Kevin Knox's dream. Go
Catch
somewhere.
from Ja Morant
No, to average
in Memphis.
game. Yeah, to average 20-something points a game. Right? So
My,
I said all of that to say this. I would trade Kevin Knox to the Orlando Magic for Aaron Gordon right now. Knox and something for Aaron Gordon. Right? And what that'll do for them is that will space the floor where Knox can be amongst his type. Tall dudes with a silky stroke. Him, Evan Fournier, and Terrence Ross on the floor at the same time. Kevin Knox will be like the dude at the high school reunion. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've been in corporate America 30 years, but then I come back, and these are the dudes that I graduated from high school with. That's the feeling of euphoria Kevin Knox would have. Nice, what's good? Nice, what you still doing up? Ladies and gentlemen, Nice is still awake. Decius Thomas is in the building. Decius Thomas.
Dedicated to the cause of
Decius Thomas, you better be at that Knicks Morning Drive in a few minutes. What's good? What's good? Man, y'all smash that like button. Get these likes up.
The thing about it is this. I have a dream, like MLK.
Okay, hey Kev, before you go to that, let's do it like 10 more minutes and then get out of here.
Yeah, I'm about to do less than that. I'm saying my dream when we drafted Obi Toppin. Now I'm saying the rebuild is almost. I knew Julius Randle was gone. Right, I knew Julius was gone.
Right,
and I said we finally can see a homegrown big three. And Obi, RJ, and Knox.
Right.
Imagine different primes or whatever. Like if you had Blake Griffin, Glenn Rice, and Mitch Richmond on one team at the same time.
Wow.
It's like, oh my God, this could happen.
Yeah.
Because those are the player comps to what Obi at his highest potential, or what Knox at his highest potential, and what RJ his highest potential can get to. So if you had Blake Griffin, Glenn Rice, and Mitch Richmond on one team at the height of their careers, that's a dynasty. And I was like, the Knicks could have a dynasty for the ages. And Tom Thibodeau has robbed me of that. He is robbing me of my dream. He is like the boogeyman.
Ooh.
Robbing me of my dreams, giving me bad dreams. But I believe that those three players, Obi, Knox, and RJ, can bring out the best in each other if they are properly developed together. Like if this was the Memphis Grizzlies and they had Obi, Knox, and RJ, in 3 years we'd be talking about the Memphis Grizzlies being championship contenders.
Man, so in the words of the great American poet, Prince, you don't have to watch Dynasty to have an attitude. You don't have to be rich to rule my world. You don't have to be cool to be my girl. All I want is some extra time and a kiss. That's what Prince said. So when you said Dynasty just now, it just dawned on me that Kev W is a dreamer. And not in a derogatory sense, but in a romantic sense. You know what I'm saying? And dudes, don't get it twisted. Like when you hear the word romantic, romantic don't just mean jumping up and down on somebody. Romantic is like how the event is portrayed, right? So Kev W is a romantic dreamer, right? There's nothing wrong with that. That's the reason why he wants this young dynasty to come about and win us all these chips, right? In Kev W's world, Kevin Knox will lead a young core to a championship, losing to the Lakers by 3 with 2 seconds left on the clock. They throw a miracle pass that's tipped but makes it to Knox, and Knox knocks down the 3 and is fouled. And Kevin Knox goes to the free throw line with a championship on the line. And he goes to the line and sinks it. And the garden erupts as the free throw goes through. And me and Kev W fall to the floor crying because we finally get our chip. That's the Kev W scenario. And a young one will lead them. That's what he wants, right? He can lead. So Kevin Knox will lead RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickly, Obi Toppin to the championship, right? That's the Knicks starting five. The point guard is Quickly. The 2 is RJ. The 3 is Knox. The 4 is Obi. And Mitch is the center. And so you have your young core intact, right? And Knox leads them to the championship with the C on his chest, right? That's what Kev wants. And you know what? I don't care if a bunch of 40-year-olds go and win a championship, as long as they win it. But Kev says, and a young one will lead them, right? But in order for the young one to lead them, he has to get on the floor. Tom Thibodeau, stop playing. Kev, am I far off? Should a young one lead them?
I mean, in my scenario, it doesn't have to be. Hold on. I don't know if I still have it. I don't know if I can show this. I did it myself. I feel like I don't see why not. I did something, and
Kev,
a while ago.
My question is to you is, do you believe a young one will lead them? That's all I'm asking. To the championship. A fifth-year Kevin Knox will lead the New York Knicks to the championship at age 23.
Not that. I think they will.
Okay. So this is not the Knox at Night podcast then. This is basically a Knicks fan that wants to see his team win a championship and understand that rotating veterans in and out the door every year is not going to lead to a championship, but by building a young core and letting them develop increases the chances that they get to that stage where they can win a championship. That's what you're telling me.
I'm going to show you something. I don't want you to think I'm crazy. I did this because I believe it.
You are crazy.
I believe this so much.
Kev. So what you're saying is one of two things. You're saying that our young core can be the 90s Bulls, or you're saying something crazily and reckless like RJ and Knox can be Jordan and Scottie Pippen. I am assuming you are saying that the Knicks with a young core can be the Chicago Bulls. Because I know for doggone sure you are not saying RJ Barrett and Kevin Knox can be Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. Can somebody in the chat help me out? Can somebody in the chat help me out?
I am saying that RJ and Knox can be the
Nick
Jordan and
good.
Pippen of a dynasty. Not be Jordan and Pippen, but be the Jordan and Pippen of a dynasty. Does that make sense?
So you are agreeing with my notion that a young one will lead them.
I think no, not one. I think RJ and Knox have to be.
Scottie Pippen was not the leader of that team. Now, come on, who led that Bulls team?
No. Okay, again, I'm not saying RJ has to be Jordan or Knox.
Wait, are you saying Knox is going to be Jordan?
No, I know. What I said, if you let me finish, I said I don't think that RJ has to be Jordan and Knox has to be Pippen. That's not what I'm saying.
Who is the leader?
RJ. But I think RJ, a great RJ needs a great Knox. I think Knox at his best, as you said, how do you say it? A rising tide raises all ships.
Yep, a rising tide raises all boats.
A great Kevin Knox will make a great RJ Barrett. And together, they will be like Jordan and Pippen were to the Bulls. Is what I want them to be for the Knicks. I'm not saying they have to be the greatest ever, the GOAT, and another top 20 whatever player of all time. I'm not saying that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can't get this type of content from any other place. I'm telling you now. You legit can't get this type of content from any other place. I'm telling you that right now. I know this because I go to those other places and they don't put on stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? They don't have straight up Knicks fans. Other places they'll be like, such and such and such and such. They're not like this. Knicks at Night is special. Knicks at Night podcast is something different. You know what I'm saying? The Knicks at Night podcast. Did you just compare? You just compared RJ Barrett and Kevin Knox
to the greatest duo of all time.
Did you just compare Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen to the greatest duo of all time?
You mean Kevin Knox and
Did you just compare Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen to the greatest duo of all time? I need to hear this. I need to hear you say it. I need you.
The other way around.
No, I thought I heard you compare Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen to the greatest duo of all time.
You mean RJ and
I'm
Kevin.
trying to figure out. Oh my God! Look, good night, everybody. Not for real. I'm gonna get out of here, man. Yeah. We've been on for a super long time. Hey Kev, listen. I wouldn't trade you for Kevin Knox. I'll be honest with you. I would not trade you for Kevin Knox. You are our homegrown star, and we gonna take our lumps with you. You know what I'm saying? The whole way. Yeah, we ain't gonna trade you just because sometimes you turn the show into the Knox at Night podcast.
It's gonna happen.
Bam! Look at that. Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan wish they were compared to the greatest duo of all time.
Yeah,
according to Hoodie Cap.
In Game 6 of the Finals, this is what y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna see this as RJ hits a dagger. I'm telling you, in 2051, when they have a last dance of the New York Knicks dynasty, and you see Kevin Knox saying, "Man, those are good years," when RJ Barrett hits a shot to win the Knicks' 5th championship.
Man, I'll be like 87 years old when that come out. And I'll still be crusty and look exactly the same way. It may still have this Band-Aid on my face too, by the way.
I'll see you tomorrow after this victory.
Victory is ours tomorrow night.
Hopefully Kevin Knox comes in, hits 5 threes.
Hoodie Kev, I'm telling you right now, if the Knicks lose to the Wizards tomorrow night, I'm coming in low and hot. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I am about to set the ground. I'm going to scorch the earth if the Knicks lose to the Washington Wizards. I'm just saying. Hey, Kaiser Saul say, don't you judge me either.
Bill's not playing, but it's Russell Westbrook who notoriously kills us every time he plays. Is he playing? Because Westbrook kills us.
I don't care if Wes Unseld and Jawan Howard and Earl of Pearl Monroe suit up for them tomorrow. If we lose to them, I don't care if Barack Obama is a 6th man. If we lose to them tomorrow night, I'm coming in low and hot. I'm scorching the earth tomorrow night. I'm telling you, because I'm frustrated. I'm already frustrated, and I'm trying to play it off. Chat, y'all see me trying to be cool, right? I'm trying to be cool. I'm trying to keep my cool.
So if we lose like a Russell Westbrook buzzer beater at the end.
Low and hot. Shit, I might come on early. We might come on early. I'll be talking all over man. man, and Legion of Knicks would be all like, what Freezy doing on? Hey, man, I got something to say and I can't hold it. But anyway, hey, y'all, thank y'all for hanging out, man. We've been on for like 5 hours. Hoodie Cav, great job as usual. Thanks for holding down the flagship. You know what I'm saying? Y'all give Hoodie Cav some dap in the chat, some thumbs up, some claps and stuff for coming in, you know what I'm saying, halfway through and putting on for Lawrence Tears. That was dope. It's the reason why the Knicks at Night podcast is so dope. I'm out of here because I gotta get up in like an hour to prepare for the next morning drive. So make sure y'all show up for the next morning drive. Make sure y'all smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. I'll holler at y'all. Peace.